That's right.
Dr. Phil's not even a psychologist. I mean, he's just there for money. I mean, it's just how it is.
And Neil deGrasse Tyson is an actor.
It was pretty funny in Sharknado 5, I'm not gonna lie. That's a little bit off topic. Oh, my bad.
And there was 5 of those movies.
The last one's literally called The Last Sharknado. It's about time. Bro, you think the Terminator timeline is all messed up, man? You should watch the Sharknado timeline. That shit's so damn confusing.
All right, I'm gonna have to go to the store and get some sugar so I don't pass out. But I may be back.
How y'all feel about big tech? Like, y'all know the YouTubers like Louis Rossman and all that?
I don't know who that is.
Oh man, Louis Rossman is a guy that started a repair business repairing electronics, which quickly turned into an Apple repair business, specifically because Apple repairs are super expensive, and he was able to do it cheaper. He got very successful, but he's very entrenched into understanding the problems with the Apple products, especially in light of this. The fact that they make it intentionally where you yourself or a professional that's not Apple can't repair the system easily and essentially gouge you for money. For example, a $1,500 board that goes into your MacBook can be repaired for a $10 part, but they actively restrict that part being sold. And so they want you to pay them $1,500 rather than do it yourself for $10.
Well, like, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking like the data they're collecting, really, and all the.
Sure.
For lack of a better word, spyware.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Don't buy Lenovo laptops.
I'm just running Linux. I'm chilling with that.
I used
Just
to watch
remember,
Louis
friends.
Rossman a lot. He's a pretty awesome dude.
Yeah, he still is, bro. Still is.
I like the more privacy-focused people. Like, honestly, the only one I could really keep up with was Techlore, because he was the only one that really didn't talk a lot about politics. Like, there's a guy called the Hated One, and he had something about Bill Gates in the public school. I don't even know. He just got too political too quickly.
Just remember, friends, if you don't contribute to Roko's Basilisk, he will get you.
I was thinking about using Ubuntu full time, like getting away from Windows, but I still play some games. Like I do a little gaming. So
You can dual boot. That's what I do. I mean, I love it.
Yeah.
'Cause, I mean, there's things that are easier on Windows and that will be better on Windows forever. That's just how it is. I mean, there's some things you just gotta bite the bullet with, and that's one of them.
True.
Like, I think emulating on Linux is better, but if we're running like Steam games and all that, yeah, no, you want Windows. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, so speaking of Windows, when you look out yours, do you see a globe?
No.
No. When you go down the street, do you see a globe?
No.
Where do you see a globe ever in your life?
On a teacher's desk.
True. That's it, man. He doesn't answer the question. The only time anybody has experienced a globe is in a like a three-dimensional object that was created as like a little tiny object, or in graphics, which technically they're not even really seeing a globe in graphics because that's two-dimensional. So I mean, it all exists in merchandising and media. That's it.
That
Yet
is
people stake their identities on it, right?
So, do y'all necessarily believe the Earth is like a circle, or do you think it's just flat in general? Just out of curiosity.
Well, look, flat in general is a descriptor of a surface property, not necessarily boundaries. If you say circle, you have definitive limits and boundaries, right? So I would say that the extent of the boundary of the Earth is unknown or indefinite. One of those two terms, whichever way you take it. But generally, nobody really knows.
But the surface is flat. That's what y'all think at least, correct?
yes. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Well, it's a topographical plane. It's flat-ish.
Right.
But the Earth is not a model, right? The Earth is the dirt outside that the earthworms live in. You see the Earth in your mind's eye as a sphere because of your programming. The easiest way to brainwash somebody is repeat something over and over again. So you're literally brainwashed to see the Earth as a model in your mind's eye, when really the Earth is what's outside. When you go to the beach and you put your toes in the sand, that's the actual Earth. It's not a model. It's not a concept. It's the real thing. The real McCoy.
True. Is Peter the Cap talking? Because I can't hear him.
I don't hear anybody. But I was going to say that a lot of people ask us about the edge of the Earth, and to me, the edge of the Earth is the beach, right? The sand, where the water meets the land, sea meets the land, sand.
Golden Sniper, let's go.
What I've noticed is that ever since we started talking about this, or me specifically in 2015, people say that the horizon isn't horizontal, that level means curved. The things that people say, just coping, trying to make up any excuse, for what we're saying, and they're literally changing the definition of words.
Oh yeah, dude.
And
It's yeah.
and we say, hey, if you look it up, it says that the Earth is spinning at 1,038 miles an hour, and then you'll hear some glober, butt in like, actually, it's one rotation per day. It's like, but if the Earth is, spinning, it would be 1,038 miles an hour at the equator. Well, yeah, that's true, but we like to say, one rotation per day, and they're double speaking, right? It's propaganda 101, right? Don't call it slavery, call it human resources. Human resources.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, it's complete inversion of reality, and they're fine with it. They'll say it all day.
Don't say slavery, say convict. And they always do that magician misdirect. And it's a little off topic, I apologize, but the 13th Amendment has an exception to slavery, but the colleges are like, man, slavery was really bad back in the day, right? Like in the 1860s, like before that, like those white people were bad. And it's like, what about the slavery that's going on today? Whatever do you mean? Well, the 13th Amendment has an exception to slavery right there in the text. What are you talking about? You're making this shit up. You're a conspiracy theorist. Like,
Yeah.
well, look at it.
Whatever.
Just look at it.
Yeah.
But people want to use all these, magical words. Don't call it propaganda. Call it public relations.
Yeah, they've been doing a lot of the redefinition, defining words, especially since COVID. I know that they like changed the definition to vaccine, something like that recently, or
It's
they
not
added.
murder. It's not murder. It's healthcare.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's their favorite thing to do. Kind of makes you wonder how long have they been doing that?
Oh, yeah. They were. If you go back and you look at Merriam-Webster, like the first year that it came out, and look at the London book reviews the very next year, and see people complaining about how he took liberty with such words and defining them, and how he just loosely defined them and changed the meaning. It's been going on for a long time. A very, very long time. And that was like in the 1800s that Webster's dictionary came out.
Yeah, I would say if you control a population's money supply and their education system, you pretty much got them. You're gonna go whatever way you want them to go. That
Hey,
means history books, everything.
hey guys, it's Lo-Fi. I was just wondering if you can hear me through my headphones.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, kindly. What's the topic? What are you guys talking about?
No, we were just talking about random stuff, I think, at the moment.
I kind of like that a lot because, I mean, it all correlates, right? So I just, earlier we're talking about like health and stuff, and everyone's
Mhm.
like, yo, why aren't you talking about FE? It's like, well, because, I mean, we kind of are. It all correlates to the truth of things. Isn't that why
Yeah.
we're all here, right? Like, some people get super salty when we start talking about other things other than FE, which I understand. But at the same time, it's like, well, don't you want to just like know a little bit of truth here?
Yeah, we kind of wander off topic from time to time, and we talk about flat Earth adjacent things. But the goal is
Right.
to get back to flat Earth. So
Correct. Yeah.
there's
I
all
mean,
kinds of rooms down below if you want to go have like a conversation about religion. But we try to keep the speculation to a minimum, or at least announce your speculations, right? And we try to keep religion to a minimum,
no,
and we
I
just try
agree
to
with that. I agree
stay
with
on
that.
topic.
But at the same time, though, it's like there's so much biblical significance when it comes to FE. A lot of it, too. So I just
You
wanted to
just
throw that out there.
you just did a yeah, but right, and that's like when you say, "I'm not gay or anything, but on the weekends, sometimes I
Not
go
at
to gay
all.
bars."
No, that's
Yeah, you
apples and
did a yeah,
oranges,
but
bro.
you did a
That's
yeah, but
apples and oranges, bro. No, seriously, listen. Like, it correlates because the scripture does talk about what we objectively see. It doesn't talk
yeah, but
about
we
outer
try to
space.
stick
It
to the
doesn't talk
science.
about aliens. Well, the
We
science
try
of
to.
cause and effect. The science of cause and effect. You can't find the shape of the Earth through cause and effect.
Okay,
You have to do a
how
mathematical.
about we try to stick to the philosophy? How about that?
Why philosophical? Don't you want to get the truth? Not philosophically, but like actual, like reality.
Well, the general population don't read their Bibles, right?
That's sadly true. Yes.
Okay, so are we going to use the Bible as if it's their foundation to prove to them through their foundation that they've never read?
Well, no, but neither is FE being a hot topic. But yet here we are because it's the truth. Objectively speaking, visually, empirically.
You have to tailor your rhetoric toward your audience and meet them where they are on their level of understanding. So that's why
That
we
is
try to
very
stick
true.
to.
I have to work on that. I'm kind of an asshole when it comes to that regard.
We
I try
have to
not to be
stick
like that.
to. We have to stick to the sciencey stuff as much as possible and leave the religion to the rooms down below, because unless you
Yeah.
got like a born again believer, Bible thumping Christian who knows their book front and back, I probably wouldn't use the Bible to show them that the earth is flat. Why would you when you tell them to go outside and the earth presents itself the way that it presents itself? You don't need the Bible. So
That's true too. Yeah, that's true. I guess I
even
just
though
use it because it supports that claim. But you're
well,
right. You're right. Like
it's your
you're
foundation, right?
it's kind of, yeah, a little bit. Like I
Right,
like
but
to open up with
what
that because
what
it's
did Paul
like,
do
yes, sir.
when he went to Greece? He said, "Oh, you got this God with no name." Like, oh,
Yeah.
that's what he
Hey,
used
you
to
read
witness
scripture
to
too.
them.
You read scripture too. I like that. There's so much to. I wish I studied it
He
more.
met
I mean,
them where they were. He met them where they were, right?
yeah.
And you heard of the Peace Child story? They went to the
Tell me.
African tribe and they were trying to witness to them. And
Yeah.
for over a year, they tried to explain Jesus
Yeah.
Christ until they came across a ceremony. And the two tribes came together and they exchanged their firstborn of the year. And he said, "Well,
Yeah.
why do they do that?" And he said, "Well, in the past, we've been at war with this tribe and we've made a peace treaty. And every year we exchange a child with this tribe so that we don't kill each other again." And the guy was like, "Oh, well, Jesus Christ
Yeah.
is the peace child between God and mankind," and instantly converted
Oh.
them.
Yeah.
But we're not in the
Maybe.
business of converting people. We're letting
Of
people
course.
know that they can think for themselves, question authority, and go
Yeah. Well,
outside and
100%.
test for themselves, right?
Yes. Yeah. Agreed. Agreed. I mean, people are just slowly starting to kind of wake up to it. I was at a restaurant the other night, and I was with some friends, and we were just talking about it to everyone at the bar, and people were actually listening. We're like, "Wait, why are you being serious?" And we would give them so many reasons, and like they would listen. The water finding us like, sorry, I'm there's a lot of people at the house. So if you hear a bunch of people, um, the water level and water finding its level is a huge one. Oh my gosh, I'm on a live stream. Oh my god, did you guys hear that? I am so sorry. I'm going to mute myself and you guys can speak.
Did he say he was on a live stream?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I've noticed that too. People, at least in person, are more apt to listen when you talk about flat Earth. Now, you wouldn't get that impression if you jumped on, Twitter and started talking about it because, it's just filled with subversion bots and, keyboard warriors. But as far as like in human to human contact, I've noticed that people are more open to hearing it and listening to it. They don't really react the way they used to, like negatively. At least that's
I
Yeah,
grew
been
up.
my
because
experience.
it's
Go ahead.
going hyped on TikTok and the other stuff. Yeah, It's kind of
Yeah,
like the
because it's
hype
totally
that it
people.
has.
Yes.
Yeah, on YouTube years ago. It's kind of the same hype, but in another way.
Yeah. Well, it's because like they beat the horse so much that now people are kind of just rolling their eyes because it was once cool to hate on it. And now people are like, wait, why is it still a thing if it's not kind of true or true at all? Like, why is it a thing? Like, it's still a thing. It's still a thing. And so I guess you just have to keep it going until people just kind of wake up to it.
About yo.
Sorry again, you guys. There's too much chaos. I'm gonna mute myself.
So I want you guys to listen to this video. I posted it earlier where this guy who was recently in a debate with Witsit was saying that it's okay to use logical fallacies and trick people into believing what you believe, and debates aren't really about searching for the truth. So listen to it for
Correct.
yourself.
Yeah,
Correct.
I've seen that.
Correct.
I've
Yeah.
seen that already. I've seen
Like,
that already.
well, it's a difference between a discussion and an argument. So, like, are we going to sit down and talk to each other, or are we going to just scream and call each other names? That's how you know if someone's wrong, is like when they start resorting to insults, because insults are illogical. And so, I mean, I'm open for discussion, but most people are not. And that's how you can tell where they're at, is if they're open to discussion. And you know deep down that if somebody gets that angry, they don't have peace within themselves because they're living a lie. And not to mention the Bible again, but what does the truth do? It shall set you what?
Says know the
Well, both
truth, and it shall make you free.
flat
Correct.
earthers and
Amen.
globers use insult,
Exactly.
you know.
Exactly.
But we know flat earthers are right, so
Yes.
What did somebody say? Both flat earthers and globe earthers what?
I'm saying sometimes in the heat of the debate, both sides will use insults and names and stuff.
Yep.
Name calling.
That's true too. That's true too. And
Right.
I've
So you
noticed that on the other.
claiming
Yeah.
right. So you claiming that someone losing their temper, being
Mhm.
insulting, means that they're not presenting accurate information is itself
Right.
a logical fallacy.
But that's based on their character, not on what they understand.
Or exactly. So it has nothing to do with the content of their arguments, right? So to say you got mad, therefore I'm going to discount your arguments. That's stupid.
Well, I guess it depends. It depends on the context, because if if the insult is simply a response to a question or something, that would be an ad hominem. So that would be a logical fallacy. But if it's attached to, an actual argument or point, like they call them an idiot while explaining something or giving proof of something, then
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
think that
As if
would be
someone's
logical.
gonna want to receive that information. It's like, hey, fuckface, this is the truth. It's like, who
Yeah.
would?
So for example,
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's plenty of people that are perfectly peaceful in the way that they speak, the way that they interact. They're
Yes.
very polite, but
Yeah.
their information is full of deadly poison,
Truth. And
whether
exactly.
to
It's
your
like,
body or to your soul, right? So you can't judge the content of people's information based on the way they present it. Okay, you have to be smarter than that.
yeah, yeah. You have to be understanding of the other side as well. Because I remember we had a guest the other night, and I was trying to defend her by saying like, hey guys, we've all been there before. Just remember that. Like, you were living. What is it? In delusion? No, ignorance. And that's why they tell you
Right.
growing up, like, curiosity killed the cat, which curiosity is a good thing. And then they also tell you, this is a quote that we all know, is that ignorance is bliss. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Ignorance is poverty. Ignorance is depression. That's far from this.
Yeah, it depends. It depends. So, for example,
Yeah.
the sun's good. Let's just say, for lack of a better argument, there's a soul one. The sun's going to go supernova in 30 years. So you could say, well, I need to know that way I could change the way I'm going to live, and I could live better. But then again, some people, if they found that out, they would say, "Oh crap, I'm afraid now," and they're gonna live in this chaotic fear the rest of their life. So it all depends. Sometimes not knowing something is good for you mentally. Depends, right?
In a weird way, yeah. And it's in a weird way. But at the same time,
Yeah.
I can
For
trust you.
example, you have to use wisdom. Like, for example, parents don't just tell their kids everything about the world. The parents don't even tell their children everything about their own relationship with each other, right?
If
They guard the
yeah, that's
children.
true. It's true.
Yeah, they guard the children from information that they know is going to be dangerous to them based on their ability to receive the information and how traumatic knowing it will be.
And that's such a true statement we just said. And the best analogy that I have for that is like, it's like, no, don't go to the gym because the gym might hurt you and it might challenge you. So please don't go to the gym and get stronger. Just stay in the corner and hang out with the white belts. And that's what a lot of people end up doing is like they're very comfortable with the white belt mentality instead of leveling up just a tad. Even yellow belt would be great, but most people will stick in that mindset of just like this. I'd rather just not know and live in ignorance because I can't handle. That's what it really is that they can't handle the reality of where it
Yesterday,
is.
I was in the lobby
Yeah,
chat. I asked a
yeah.
Clover for Globe Proof, and he literally said, because my mom believes the Globe, and that's what she told me.
That's oddly
She's like, I
wholesome
don't
but
think she would lie.
terrible. Yeah,
Yeah, I was
that's
like,
odd.
really?
And that's the thing is like
He's like, I don't
sometimes
think she would lie to me. Like it doesn't
right.
mean she's lying. She doesn't know.
She doesn't
Well,
know at all. That's she has no idea.
that's
She
when
has
you point
no
out.
clue. Like when I believe in the heliocentric model, it would fuck with me every single day. Like spinning, shooting,
Oh
infinity.
yeah,
It's like I would think about it while I'm walking down the hallway. I'm just like, wait a
it's
second.
scary.
It is. It's
I
it's
think it's
chaos.
to keep you in fear. Because
It
okay, the
is,
sun's gonna
dude. It's
burn out.
true.
We're all gonna
Yeah.
die. We're gonna get hit by an asteroid.
No.
We're gonna run out of
Yes.
resources.
It's
We're
true. That's 100% true,
Can I
dude.
get in
I
for a
was saying
minute?
true. Oh, sorry.
Get in just for a second. Yeah, you got to point
yeah
out to that guy that his mom has anchor
Yeah.
bias because that was the first thing that she was taught. She has sunk
Hmm.
cost bias because she spent so much time learning it. She has
Yeah.
confirmation bias because everything that she sees, like sunsets to her, in her mind confirms that the Earth is a globe. So
Yeah.
really, there could
Confirmation
yeah.
be
bias is
multiple
deadly, bro. It's
explanations.
deadly.
What
Yes.
he
So
said
I'm so
was
glad you.
he said it's like he's like I don't see the problem with like he compared it to religion. He's like if your
Yeah.
family is religious, they'll bring up their children in that religion. I see it as the same thing. I said first of all, that's not a good comparison. You can actually prove reality with tests and experiments. You can't technically prove a religion is true. You can have faith that it's true based on certain evidence, but it's not something that you can actually prove scientifically. So it's a
Yeah.
little different.
Not even proving scientifically, just prove empirically.
Right, with observation.
Yeah. I mean, C curve, not C curve. It's sea level. Sea
Exactly.
level.
Yeah.
Never once have I seen water curve.
Well, they always bring up the drop of water.
Oh yeah, and that drop of water is a curve, so therefore all of it is. It's
Yeah, yeah.
insanity. Silly. I've heard that argument too. It's
That's all they
absolutely
have.
unreal. It's unreal. And so, I mean, I guess it's the beauty of it because like when it's like lonely at the top kind of analogy where it's like I don't think many people are gonna get it. I think they're gonna die with ignorance. And honestly, like I used to care a lot about that because I'm very naive. But at the same time, like I'm going to ask questions, just a few questions. Like I can't go my whole life not asking just a few questions, just a few, just a few. And so compare that to most people, they don't ask any questions, not
Yeah.
a single question. Like I can't even imagine going my whole life not being like, wait a minute, is this the truth? And so it just shows you where most people's mindsets are. And like I honestly don't even think I can like, do business with certain people anymore. Like talk to even certain people because it's like I know I'm stupid, but I'm self-aware of how stupid I am. But I'm also aware that I'm not going to follow the path of stupidity. I'm trying to sway away from it. It's easy to be stupid. Hard to think. But people, that's why it's trendy to say, oh, don't overthink. It's like, what do you mean don't overthink? You gotta think. Actually, on my podcast, I talk about that. I'm just like, the reason why everyone makes mistakes is because they literally were not thinking. It's like when someone's like, what were you thinking? The answer, literally, I don't even have to know the person. The answer is they weren't thinking. They weren't thinking at all. They weren't thinking 10 minutes after or an hour later or a day later. They're just not, they're literally not thinking. So they're on autopilot. And that, so essentially you're dealing with people that choose to be robots, like submissive slaves. And so that's not a good mentality
Yeah.
to be around. It's not a good mentality at all. It's like we're surrounded by that everywhere. As if McDonald's was that person's best option. That was their only and best option was working
Yeah.
at a fast food. Like if that's their best, like that's your best. Don't you think there's something wrong with that? It's like your depression's valid. It's just, but you have to figure out why. Why are we depressed? Because we live in a depressing world because everyone's ignorant. They choose to be ignorant because it's easy, but that shit will always catch up. In the end, it catches up. It's like, man, maybe I should have looked at the red flags instead of seeing them as pink flags or something. Like, it's just, I just don't know if I have too much empathy. I have love for everyone, but I don't know if I feel sorry. I mean, because it's like people do choose what information they want to see and receive. I tell people,
Yeah.
can you see the sun? Yes. Can you feel the sun? Yes. Do you know what inverse square law means? No. What does it mean? Oh, it means that light travels at a certain distance. Oh, wow. So what are you saying? I'm saying the sun's local. Oh, well, it's not. And literally, they will not receive the information. They will literally, it's literally as if it just bounced off their brain and they literally ignored it. And then they dive into, what is it, anger or something?
Hmm.
So,
Yeah. For me, the way I react to a Glober depends on. There's two types of Globers. There's the ones that come here
yeah.
pretty much to troll
Mhm.
or to assert their belief, or there are the ones that genuinely come here to actually learn. And those
Yeah,
ones I
yeah.
have more patience with, and I I have more of a loving attitude toward them. Like I
Same,
want to
same.
teach them. Yeah. So, but then the ones that come here to troll, I just kind of
You fuck with
I
them
have
back,
no.
yeah.
Yeah, a little bit, a little bit.
Yeah, you kind of have to because you can't like give respect to disrespect because it's teaching them that it's okay. And so yeah, you just kind of have to. They give you a stupid answer, give them a stupid answer back. Or it's just
Yeah.
it's really remarkable what we're experiencing. You know what's interesting is like if you operate everything with love, as cheesy as that sounds, if you operate everything off love, then things you will eventually find the truth of anything you're because what made me wake up a lot to FE and all the bullshit is that like I had friends talk shit about it, and they would speak as if they were astronauts themselves, seeing it first person. And I'm just like, Daniel, you've never seen the shape of the Earth, so
Yeah.
how the fuck do you know this? He's like, well, there's fucking billion-dollar spacecrafts. I'm just like, bro, you sound like a child. I'm gonna be honest. You sound like a kid. It sounds like a Pixar film. You saw Uranus as well. You saw Uranus and Pluto. How was Pluto? It's just. I understand it, but at the same time, it's a weak mentality because they go with the herd because because they feel like they have the media and everyone on their side. But in reality, they're just fucked. They're genuinely screwed. They will believe in things they can't verify, and that's the truth.
They don't want to let go of the fantasy of Star Wars and all that stuff. It's a
I
big part of their
know.
lives.
The posters and the toys and all that bullshit, like
Yeah.
it's just too sweet to let go, but they have to realize that it's just entertainment. It's fucking
Exactly.
Star Wars and all this dumb shit, Darth Vader and shit.
It's It's
When
brainwashing.
people
I
literally,
think all that was
it is
invented
brainwashing, bro.
for the
Like when
purpose
people literally
of
fall in
brainwashing.
love with this shit, it's insane. I cannot even comprehend it anymore. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but me and you're on the same page with this. It's just
No,
there's
I got you.
action figures. Yeah. Think about how much money people spend on that shit too, like toys, posters, video games. Like, what the fuck is all this?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just self. I'm. It's just. I don't know. I'm not too self. I'm just thinking a lot about how like the more people that are willing to be stronger, the bigger the party will be, and the better the party will be. But I don't. I don't think I'm gonna count it. I just kind of accept. Hold on a second, you guys. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna be. I'm on a live stream right now. Hold on a second.
God damn, it's cold out here.
laying on the floor. This says if you don't touch it, it won't move. It won't do anything. The pendulum is perfectly still. And I showed you how the mechanics of the Foucault pendulum work. Just a quick search will show you that there's an electromagnetic donut-shaped collar in the ceiling that this pendulum hangs from that keeps it moving. So it's not Earth that is making the pendulum move, which makes it a fallacious thing to argue that Foucault's pendulum is any kind of evidence for Earth rotation.
This mad nuclear guy has been spazzing out all day.
Yeah, it's quite funny to watch.
Skywalker, I know you're in the VC. You're just being a coward, dude. Like, why won't you mic up and talk? Have the conversation. Let's go one thing at a time. Let's have a good back and forth, good question answer kind of conversation. Can you do that? You just gonna keep skanking it up in the chat? Yep. Skywalker is typing.
I really want to tell him to use the Force. Might be I'll wait until a little bit later when it's more funny.
Use the force, you must. Yes. Hello. What's up, Teal? Yeah, no, I didn't confirm or deny anything, Skywalker. I mean, you can sit there in the chat and say all these things and gaslight me all you want and never mic up, even though you're in the VC, right? That's pretty weak. That's pretty cowardice, right? So like, you made a claim. I didn't make the claim. I never made any claim, right? I just told you. I said I don't have proof. Really fucking mental, dude. Your mental gymnastics are quite spectacular, I must say. Wow. Now, why don't you ask me that in the VC, Skywalker? Ask it so the whole class can hear. Use a no ball beta bitch if you don't.
So is it really dead in here?
Not anymore.
Just
Yeah.
a dead globe.
I was wondering if anybody here knew where San Francisco is.
California, right?
Fucking
Yeah,
California.
where's Lake Michigan?
Wow. Have you ever heard of an atlas, Scott?
Yeah. It seemed like
Yeah.
somebody earlier was thinks that San Francisco's on Lake Michigan, which I thought was very weird.
Well, there are towns that have the same name as a bigger town. Like there's a Manhattan, Kansas, right? But
Mm-hmm.
you know, when you say
But is
Manhattan,
but is it
nobody.
but is there a San Francisco skyline in Lake Michigan that I don't know about?
I don't think so.
Okay. Just want to make sure. I was cooking and couldn't talk.
I'm sorry. I was saying San Francisco. I meant Chicago skyline. That was me earlier. Chicago
Okay.
skyline, not San Francisco. I apologize.
All right. So does anybody know if Effie Jedi ever posted the link that shows a physicist saying that gas particles are not affected by gravity? He was going to, but he disappeared, and I got busy, and blah blah blah. And anybody else happen to have a video that would say that?
And he said gravity does not affect gas particles.
Gas particles, yeah, he did, and he said he had a video that would show me. And he posted one that didn't say anything about gas particles and gravity. He said he made a mistake, and then he'd post the other one, and I waited for like 2 or 3 minutes and had to go get my daughter from the ski run. I had to make dinner, and I missed it if he posted it, and I'd like to see it. Because if that's true, all the physics I studied where we assumed that gas particles were attracted by gravity just like every other thing with mass was all wrong, and all the numbers I was coming up with as answers on test questions must have been wrong, and very odd.
I also have a paper describing an experiment where they measure how gas pressure changes in different gravitational fields. So that's all wrong too.
Yeah.
We should let them know. We should know those people who did that experiment that they
but
probably made a mistake, like an honest mistake.
Yeah.
Right?
There was some guy talking earlier today. He brought up something I never heard before. I was asking why, we can't fly to the moon. Which brings up an interesting question: is what is stopping our airplanes from going, smashing into the dome or whatever it was? And I know nobody here believes there's a dome. Nobody claimed a dome. But what prevents our airplanes from going higher and higher and higher? Is there something in the way? Or is there a lack of something? Throw it to the room.
I heard before that it's the air pressure that drops with altitude. I think people here agree that that's true, that there's a gradient, pressure gradient.
Yeah. And so does that pressure gradient stop at some point? And then, or is that the thing? It gets really close to zero, but the dome or some container, I shouldn't say dome, some container keeps it there anyways because you got to stop that last 0.0000 something psi.
That's my understanding. That's my understanding. That like without the container, you couldn't have that 0.00000001 psi. You'd just get like nothing.
Okay. All right. At least that's a
I
complete
asked
story.
once, it's a good question you're asking because I asked, is there like in this thinking that a container is needed to have that one tiny bit of PSI left? In that sort of logical reasoning, is there any limitation to how far the container could be? Right? I remember asking around these parts here, like, could it be, does it have to be 10,000 kilometers or could it be 1 million kilometers or maybe even 1 quadrillion trillion kilometers? Like, how far is too far not to be able to maintain that 0.00001 psi? You know what I mean, Scott?
Yeah. Oh, I hear you. The container can be outside the solar system, right?
Right, right.
Yeah.
Because, like, when I imagine this explanation in my head, right? Like, let's say I have a container, 5 meters away from the surface, kind of close, would be claustrophobic, right? Okay, there is pressure. Pressure means container, good. I move it to 10 meters, still pressure. I move it to 1,000 meters, still pressure. 10,000, 100,000, still pressure. How about million? How about millions? Is there a
Yeah,
point at which the
exactly.
pressure disappears?
Yeah. Must be.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess nobody wants to play today. Tonight, this morning, wherever you are.
See, that's the thing. It's all just a game to you.
How about an honest question? How far is the container?
Well, I'm too busy, but it is a good point, seeing as the fact that, what we see from the ISS is these flappy little flexible hatches that wobble around when they close them. We have a look at what they supposedly landed on. Looks like it was made out of tin foil. So, yeah, why can't these planes that seem to have a lot more, or would you say engineering, not be able to go there if we have been there?
Yeah, why do you think?
We have an answer. We wonder what your answer was.
Well, can I just say I find it really, really hard to believe that these solar paneled wings are surviving at 17,000 miles per hour in orbit. It's just I can't
Why?
wrap my head around that.
Why
And
not?
I try a lot.
No, they're not wings.
What do you mean?
That, right?
You really think that those panels could survive 17,000 miles per hour?
Why not?
I mean, how are the astronauts just chilling in this thing at 17,000 miles per hour?
Well, you need to tell me more about why that confuses you, and then maybe I can help you understand it.
No, I think that you don't understand why I don't understand, because there's nothing to understand. You can't understand this because it makes no fucking sense.
It does to me.
It's funny that you're saying, oh, explain
17,000
how it doesn't make
miles per
sense.
hour.
Yeah, you can
Explain
say
how it
it.
doesn't make sense. What
Emphasis.
anything here that you spun around for 17,000 miles per hour would not be able to stay in that form. Like you're saying,
It's called
explain how it doesn't
wind
make sense.
resistance.
But
Atmosphere.
Scott literally said he
No,
does not understand why you don't understand, Jenna, and he asked you, tell me why you don't understand, and you refused to. You just said fuck somewhere there. Like both
Because
Scott and
Tio,
I are kindly asking
Scott,
for you to tell us why
no,
you find
you're
it
not understanding.
so unbelievable.
I don't understand this thing. So could somebody please explain it to me instead of being like, explain how you don't understand? Like, no, explain it to me. I really don't understand how something that is like got these panels. They're like solar panels. It's going like 17,000 miles per hour. Like, I don't
They're very
understand.
flimsy. They are very fragile solar panels. Yeah. Okay, Scott, you
I
wanna explain?
Go ahead.
I'm not saying that's what they are, but I'm saying these panels are not like, how does anything hold up to speeds of
Exactly.
17,000 miles per hour?
Right. That's why we often use the existence of such objects as proof that there's almost no atmosphere up there. The quick answer is there is no resistance. There's nothing to run into. There's nothing to run into. Like imagine, if you ever walked or ran in strong wind, it was hard, but if you were in a room that was still, it's easier to run. It's just an analogy. So over there, there's almost nothing. I know someone's going to say it's not a real vacuum, so I'm very, very careful. Like there is almost nothing. There's like 1 atom per cubic centimeter or something like that of matter. So there's nothing to hit. There's nothing to hit. So you can go, 17,000 miles per hour. You could go 1,000,000 miles per hour. There's no difference.
How are they solar panels then?
Why? Well, what do you mean? How are they solar panels? They're solar panels.
What do solar panels do?
They take energy from the sun to power the station.
Yeah,
So that's
so like
hitting.
those things, that thing would freaking
Yes,
rip to
yes.
shreds.
No, he's correct. The photons from the sun are actually hitting the solar panel, and you can calculate it. It's called solar pressure. Yeah, photon pressure. Yes, but it's very gentle. And by the way, those photons, they're going at a much higher speed than 17,000 miles per hour. They're going at the speed of light. So, they're hitting that thing very as hard as they can, and the relative movement of the station does not matter.
Yeah, and
This
like
is
3,000
completely
degrees
different.
sometimes.
And like what?
This thing is traveling at 17,000 miles per hour and not getting ripped to shreds at all. It's just impervious to these crazy speeds.
What would rip it to shreds? Something needs to rip it, right? Speed doesn't rip things to shreds.
Yeah, if it is 17,000 miles per hour is pretty fucking extreme. So, like,
I
I just don't
agree.
understand it. It doesn't make any kind of logical sense in natural science. It doesn't conform any type of way with any natural science.
It does though.
Tell me how this conforms with natural science.
Well, what we know is
Things
the thing that rips things to shreds in high winds is the wind itself. It's the molecules of gas, the particles of air, hitting things. If you remove the particles of air, you have nothing else hitting it. And so if you're up high enough where there is no more air, there's nothing to hit, nothing to rip to shreds. Things just go on their merry way.
we don't have a practical demonstration of anything like this that we can be
We
like,
have satellites.
this is within. We don't have a practical demonstration of these things. You're like, oh, satellites, look right there. No, I mean, we've seen a satellite pass in front of the moon, and I don't think that the moon is necessarily in space. Some nearly 300, 300,000 miles away. So it doesn't make any rational sense for in the realm of natural science. There's like, I can't replicate this. I can't. I've never seen any kind of paperwork, anything that indicates that we've ever been able to reach a speed of 17,000 miles per hour, even here on land. And I'm just like,
Well,
this
we
thing
know we can't.
is going 17,000 miles. It's just hurling it at 17,000 miles per hour.
No, we know we can't do it on land.
Like, why do
There's
you even
air.
believe this stuff? It's crazy.
No,
Like,
the
after
thing is,
all,
they just
because it's
literally
not
just
crazy.
said their evidence was that there is satellites.
Yeah.
They just said, oh, you can see it because there is satellites.
Yeah, that's what I said. What's wrong with that?
I mean, after
that's
all of
not
this
evidence.
NASA exposure,
What would you require as evidence?
You cannot display this in natural science. That's what she said.
What do you mean I can't display it in natural science? What does that even mean?
That means
Hey,
if I were to take a solar panel and test it and try to get that solar panel up to speed at 17,000 miles per hour on Earth, that thing would rip to frickin' shreds. But it's
Yes, it
just
would.
fine doing that up in space.
Yes, and what's the difference between the two places?
I'm just wondering why you believe this stuff, like after all of the
What's the
NASA exposure, like after all of the exposure of these space agencies, like you just still believe it. Like I don't know, you believe it to believe it.
He gave an explanation though. He
do you
said
want to
that
know the
air
answer? It's because we know the difference between the two spaces. We know
How
why
do
we
we
can't
know?
do it on. We know why we can't do it on the ground, and we know why it does work in space. And it's because the
In
lack of
space, can you?
atmosphere. Which part of that
Space
don't you
is
like?
like how does space exist? How do we have this? I mean, we've got this pressure system
You
adjacent to this
changed
actual space, like this space. How
Well,
are we
that's what
doing?
Scott and I were talking about. That's why we were asking about the container. Like, how far out is it? Maybe it's way beyond the ISS, right, Scott? It could be like
Yes.
really
Yes.
far out, right?
Could be. I
Maybe we
guess.
can.
So we would like to propose that it's much further out than the than the ISS. Are
Well,
you
I
okay
would
with
like to
that?
propose. Well, that's fine. Sure, sure. You can absolutely
Okay, no
propose that.
problemo then. No problem.
Now, I would like to propose that nobody's ever been to this space, right? Nobody's ever been on the moon. There's not this ISS that's
Then
in
why are we
space.
talking
I
about?
don't.
Then why are you asking how it can exist with its solar panels if in your opinion it doesn't exist?
Just a
I need some.
survey.
Go ahead,
Hey,
Crit.
yeah, check this out. A survey they did last week says that 52% of British citizens no longer believe that America went to the moon.
Okay, that's fine, but I didn't ask.
52%.
That's okay, but that's
Okay.
what I'm asking. If I were asking you, Jenna, to tell me about the biology of a unicorn, you'd know that I'm trolling you because I believe that unicorns don't exist. So if you don't believe that the ISS is a real thing, why are you asking us to explain to you how it flies with its little solar panels? If you already know that it's not there, so are you trolling?
Okay,
No,
let's
it's not
follow the
even.
logic. You have to answer, okay? Use both yes and no and follow each one to a full logical conclusion. So if trolling, what should you do?
If I were trolling,
Yeah, if he thinks you're trolling him, what should his next action be?
his next action would be to give me some sort of evidence that would change my
Or
mind, convince me
disengage?
otherwise,
Yeah,
or
if he thinks
disengage.
yeah, if he thinks
Yeah,
you're
that's why
trolling.
we shouldn't
So
talk about
A,
the ISS.
disengage, or B, what would be the other option?
But if
Or prove
yeah,
it,
yeah,
right? Prove
right.
he's when you say to him, "Hey, explain to me this ISS thing." He's like, "Well, sure. Let me test. I think you're trolling me, but here's my evidence." See, he won't do either. Well, all
No,
he's
I'm
doing right
happy. I'm
now.
happy to do all
Well,
of
which
these
one?
things.
Pick A or B. Are you
I can
gonna
explain how the
disengage
ISS
or
works.
show
I can
your
explain how
proof?
the ISS works. Would you like me to, Jenna? But I don't want to waste your time because if you think it doesn't exist anyway, then why would I try to explain how it could exist? Are you at least considering that it could exist, you just don't understand how?
Right. He doesn't know where to start. So like,
Sure.
No, I can start anywhere. Like, what would you like me to do, Jenna? Tell you how it could exist?
Go ahead. Tell me a story.
Okay. So as you move further away from the surface of the Earth, we know that the density of the atmosphere drops dramatically. We know this from flying airplanes, balloons, all sorts of things. So it continues to drop.
Sure.
It continues to drop as we go up. And at one point, there's so very little of it left that you can travel at very high speeds without meeting any noticeable resistance. You meet a little bit, but it's a tiny bit. It only impacts you over very long periods of time. So we launch things by shooting them upwards into the sky so they can go up really, really high where there's very little density of atmosphere, almost zero, but not really zero. And then we put them into a circular motion around, well, I have to say it's spherical Earth, but okay, we don't have to panic about that. We shoot them up to where there's almost nothing, and they can just hang there. They meet no resistance. They don't have to be very sturdy. They don't experience any acceleration, any G's. They're just chilling there. There's nothing bothering them. That's how. How does that sound, Jenna?
It sounds like a cool story, bro.
It is one of the coolest stories in humankind's history.
And I mean, that's all it is a story from what I can find.
Why don't you believe it?
Because everything I've ever found, there's no authentic videos or photos of like the whole Earth in one frame. There's all of this fakery. There's green screen glitches. There's putting the quote unquote ISS on
Okay.
so
Would you
on
like
this
to see a photo?
It
on a
doesn't
high
have
altitude.
to be very sturdy, huh? Does it have to be vacuum proof?
No, vacuum proof doesn't mean what you think it means. I can explain
It
that
means
too.
exactly what I think it means.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What is the difference in pressure between the inside of the ISS and the outside?
You tell me.
Let's assume that the inside of the ISS is pressurized to 1 Earth atmosphere. I don't know if it is really, but
It
for the
is.
comfort of the crew. Okay, so it's 15 psi, right? Give or take.
Yeah.
Okay,
Word games are fun.
and the outside is almost zero.
Uh-huh.
So what's the difference between 15 and almost zero?
15.
Nice. What's the pressure in your car tires?
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, just for comparison. What is it?
There's no comparison. There's not car
Okay.
tires there.
Okay, there aren't. You're correct. In my car tires are pressurized to 30 psi against the ambient pressure. So the difference is 30 psi between the
What do you
inside of
think
my
would
tire
happen
and
if you
the
put a
outside?
car tire in space?
I don't know.
It will blow up.
Maybe,
The difference
but
is 15.
No, it will blow up.
no, the difference in my tire is 30. The
It will
pressure in the
blow
tire is
up.
against the ambient pressure, the outside pressure.
So take your tire to the
Oh,
world's
so
largest
okay,
vacuum chamber and pull it to
good point.
-6, and it will blow up.
To put to minus what?
-6 torr. 10 to the
Minus 6
-6.
torr? What is
10 to the
minus 6
-6,
torr?
yes.
Oh, what is that? What is 10
6
to the minus
dot
6
6
torr?
zeros.
Yeah, that's almost zero, right?
Almost.
Okay. So it's a little bit more than
Yeah, your
zero.
tire will blow up.
Okay, maybe because then the difference would
Oh,
be
it
40.
will blow up.
Why
Yeah,
would it
because
blow up?
45 psi. Maybe it cannot take 45. It takes
Yeah.
30.
You
It will
understand?
blow up.
You understand it goes from 30 to 45, right? You agree with
You
that?
understand what happens when you release a helium balloon?
Do you
Yes.
understand it goes from 30 to 45? Yes or no?
It's bigger and bigger. How come?
Why don't you guys ever answer simple questions? You avoid them like the fucking plague, man.
Okay, the best way to debunk that is next time you have a question, use any answer you want for any purpose you want to use it for. That way, the only person you can freak out over is yourself.
Or Crit, maybe you guys could grow a pair of balls and actually moderate the flat earthers who refuse to answer questions.
We are, which is
Or,
very kind.
or just use any answer you want. You're not going to listen. You're not going to pay
Hey,
attention.
Crit,
You don't
fuck
really
off.
care.
If you're not
You
interested in
don't even care
conversation,
what
don't
the answer
interject. If you
is.
ever want a conversation, don't interject. Go away, Crit. You don't
don't
bring
care
anything
what
to this
the
ever.
you don't care
You
what
don't
the
ever.
answer is. You don't care to listen. You don't care to learn. You think you're going to find some logical contradiction inside the flat Earth worldview. Therefore, just make it up. Just fucking make it up. It's what you're doing already. You're already in this really cringe, made up paradigm. So just keep doing what you're doing. You don't need flat Earth for that. Just do whatever you're going to do.
Why are you being so hostile, my friend?
As soon as someone
you
says
done rambling?
you've claimed,
Are you done
no
rambling?
one's
Are you done
answering your
rambling?
questions.
Crit?
I mean, anyway, I just
As
Can I-
soon as you claim no one's answered any of your questions, and you ask another question, either A, you can't even fool yourself of your own bullshit, or B, you got some sort of cringe point you're trying to make. Therefore, use
I'm
any
not the
answer
person
you
who was
need
talking. Why
for
are you
any
sending the
purpose you need
negativity
it for.
towards me?
It's really that simple.
Yeah,
Why don't you guys just change your behavior? Why don't you guys learn to answer questions? Why don't moderators mod people when they're not answering questions?
Why are you asking questions at all?
I'm asking questions of you to demonstrate that you're the problem here.
Okay, if inside your worldview, if I'm the problem, you wouldn't ask me a question.
Why does
You are
anyone
the
have to
problem here,
answer
Critter. It
anything
is
if
not
they
us.
don't
Change
want
your
to?
behavior, Critter.
Yeah,
Because
inside
they're
your
in 24/7
worldview.
VC where
Yeah, inside your worldview, if you've got questions and you know I won't answer, you wouldn't ask them. That's why I don't ask you anything. I know you
what
can't
does
answer.
worldview means, you idiot?
I
Opinion
already
isn't the
know.
same as
I
worldview.
already know
Everyone here will back
100%
me
of the
up. No one will
time.
back you up.
You will not be able to answer anything I ask you. And if you do, it will be a very poor read of a Google it. Therefore, I know inside my worldview to never ask you a single thing. You don't know anything.
No, that's your opinion, you idiot, not your worldview. Opinions aren't worldviews, you idiot.
Well, you assume that you won't answer questions. You assume that whatever answer you'll give you will be something that's dumb.
I already
Those
know
are
it.
assumptions.
Yeah, I
Those
already
are
know it.
assumptions.
No, I already know it.
Opinions aren't
It's the same
worldviews.
feedback he
Just
gets elsewhere,
repeat this
too.
back
That's
to
the
me.
best part.
Repeat this back to me, Crit. Opinions aren't world.
You can go fuck off that shit. No one's gonna repeat it. Say Simon says. No one's gonna play your stupid, retarded games.
Anyway, I dropped like 90 videos, a playlist of like 90 videos of a bunch of like green screened space agency fuck ups and fails. So if anybody wants to watch that, overexposure and Photoshop and CGI detection, lots of interesting stuff in that playlist. Honestly, it makes it hard to trust any space agency after you go through 90 videos.
Got a green screen. I'm gonna make some shit up. Oh.
By the way, Scott, I understand what you're trying to say, but you know what my response would be to that, right?
I'm not sure. Well, I lost track of what I tried to say. Sorry.
You were saying you understand it would go from 30 to 45, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's that. I get it. Yeah. Know what I'd
Okay.
respond to. Know what I'd respond with that.
You just said you agreed, which is there's extra.
Yeah. What's that require?
Well, somebody asked, they find
A
it.
container. Oh, okay, I see where you're going. A container. All right.
Somebody
yeah,
asked.
You got it there.
Somebody said they don't believe, like, they find it hard to believe how we could create a craft that can withstand the pressure of the outer space. And we just explained that all we had to do was to build something that can handle 15 psi trying to go out. That's not such a big deal, right? To create something that can contain 15 psi.
Tin can.
Is it such a big deal? I mean, a submarine has to withstand 40 atmospheres, 40 times 15, 600 psi trying to crush it.
A submarine is pushing in, getting pushed in on itself. It's round, so when it's pushed in on itself, the round surfaces don't compress.
That's correct. And this bad boy has to withstand 15 psi trying to get out. Not a big deal.
Yeah, trying to get out of all those thousands of seals.
Yes. 15 psi.
Yeah.
My car tire doesn't even have a seal. It just sticks to the rim and holds 30 psi for like months at a time before I have to top it off.
Tire there? Is that how they put it together with car tires?
No, they didn't. I'm just telling you this so you can imagine how easy it is to contain such low pressure.
I don't need to imagine. I work with vacuum chambers.
Awesome.
So
Good for you.
So it has nothing to do with the outside pressure, is what you're claiming.
Right, because there's a pressure differential, right?
Do we know if like the space station has like pressure regulating systems? That might be a thing. I haven't looked into it though.
I'm sure it does.
Has
Well,
to.
it has to pressurize the inside, like an airplane that you travel on also pressurizes the inside, right?
Yeah, I'd assume so.
Where does the airplane get its air from?
From the outside.
I guess they don't pressurize the ISS then.
No, they have to have a container. There's no air to suck into the ISS, unfortunately.
I get it pressurized if they've got a certain amount of air in there. Sure, but
A what? You just
I
mumbled
couldn't make
something.
that out either.
get air from this.
I don't know if
What?
he's breaking up or if his microphone's bad, but I can't hear him either.
Yeah, that's that cutting edge satellite science.
I guarantee you his internet goes over a cable, like most of the internet.
Or under the water, yeah. Bit like satellite TV. It's under from the
Dude,
wires under the.
you're just mumbling. It's like you're speaking to us through a toilet paper roll. I can tell from your username that you all have very interesting things to tell us, but we can't partake, unfortunately. Okay, so ISS not so unbelievable anymore? Could possibly exist?
Nope.
Nope.
Why not?
I mean, you tried, bro. You
What's
tried.
what's a nope?
Why are you begging
Explain the nope.
to believe you?
No. We're not here to beg. We're here to converse. So could it possibly exist?
Convert.
Converse.
Converse, like just
Have a
exchange
conversation.
ideas.
Have a
Yeah,
conversation. Yeah. I mean, it's
Yeah.
the politics server, right? That's what it's for.
Yeah.
Or is it some cult server where strangers are not welcome?
Yeah, and people get really
Are
defensive.
you making any Twitter videos today, Peter?
Not today. I might be tweeting right now, but I'm not even touching the keyboard. I'll let you figure that out.
Still can't hear you, Andy. It's flat. Sorry, man. Hear mumbles and you see your light go on, but not much more than that.
What if he is the first flat earther that's gonna turn us, Scott? And audio issues are preventing him from converting us to true believers. How unfortunate would that be?
That would be sad.
Though I think it's unlikely.
But AJ, can you talk? I know you said you're at work, and I don't want to bug you if you're busy.
Not really. I can't. No.
All right.
A little bit busy.
Never mind then. I'll save it.
Cool.
Because I'll put it out there because AJ said something that I seem to think it seems to me is shared by a lot of people that you don't have to answer these questions. And I understand no one has to answer any question, right? But the question is, why don't you want to? And I open that to the whole floor, all flat earthers. Why don't you want to answer these questions? Do you think you can't?
Well,
Do you think they're unanswerable? Sorry, go ahead.
Probably answer that on my behalf. I suppose it depends on what the question is that's being.
You cut off after being us.
Sorry, I said it depends on the question and how many times that question's been answered. I suppose it depends if the person question, or like you said, maybe they just can't answer the question.
All right, that's
Uh,
fair.
Someone coming in, dogs. I mean, banned from every circle, just comes in to fight and argue and carry on.
Mm-hmm.
Questions that have probably been answered prior, but his whole point and issue is that flat earthers who don't answer a question should be muted or banned. I don't agree with that. Same as Globers, ask you a question and you genuinely don't want to answer it, you don't have an answer.
All right, in that context, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that I agree. In that context, yeah, definitely.
I agree too.
Yeah, someone should come in here and be saying people should be muted or banned or yeah.
I've seen Globers get banned for refusing to answer a question.
Well, but it's their house, right? We're guests.
Yeah, the question's done like this.
I haven't.
They come here and say, why are all flat earthers uneducated who have never been to any dentist? You're like, okay, sure. Why do you think that? And they won't answer that. They won't answer why they make a claim like every flat earther has like less than fifth grade education and has never been to the dentist. Okay, dude, I'll give you a couple chances. Can you just explain inside your worldview why you think that's true? That's it.
Yeah,
that's
but
all you gotta do.
That's a trollish. This conversation in the first place. So sure, but like I've seen people get banned for like I don't know posting the wrong link. And I think the purpose of this VC being hosted on the politics server is to invite people that have a different worldview. Otherwise, you guys would contain yourselves to the other servers that are, FE blessed. So here is kind of like neutral ground, it's supposed to be, right?
Well, I've never seen anyone banned for that reason. Myself, not saying that it hasn't happened. You've also got to remember we're dealing with people and personalities. I mean, if a flat earther or a mod in here bans something, that's on them. Yeah, that's got nothing to do with me or.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Moderator by moderator basis, we're all different.
Like the guy I muted earlier, he just came in and started just calling everybody retarded. Retarded. I'll mute him. I'm not going to sit here and listen. From his attitude, there was going to be no genuine that could take place.
Yeah, they'll tell you they disagree with flat Earth. You're like, certainly, Toby. What is flat Earth? They don't know. They have no idea. Well, how do you adjudicate it as retarded if you don't even know what it is? Like, how'd you get that? They go, oh, flat earthers just give wrong answers. Okay, well, sure. Which answers? Oh, they haven't given any answers. Huh. So you've got no answers to all your questions. You've adjudicated the answer is not an answer. And also as a retarded answer. That means that all people, all flat earthers, even ones you've never met, never talked to, they all have never been to the dentist. And they all have a fifth grade education. And they're like, yeah. You
all
nailed
right,
it.
but that's just people trying to be mean to you. Like, can we talk about something else? Like, was it Scott or I who said you didn't go to a dentist? Like, let's talk about something
And you can't
like
figure out why people get banned.
Sure,
yeah, I don't want to dwell on this point. Like, I won't go against what you guys are saying.
Do we have the video of what is that, Congress, or is that the Senate? I don't remember. With Google and YouTube.
Yeah, okay. Do you guys have any cool topics to talk about? Like, why don't we, for example, let's test what was just said here, okay? And in pure, like, all respect and kindness from both sides. You guys think there must be a physical container to have pressure on Earth? Yes or no? Who wants to take this? Some physical material container. I'm not sure. I don't want to put words in in your mouth. So who wants to explain the container to me, but please briefly so we can do back and forth.
Have you not heard this argument like a million times?
I have, but I was never given a chance to ask clarifying questions.
So what would you like to clarify?
Can you tell me, so what I've heard was that there needs to be a physical container that contains the atmosphere so we can have a pressure, yes?
If there is a vacuum.
Well, now I have even more questions. So who wants to explain the container to me?
Well, you explain it. Explain the vacuum.
I already did, but you see what's happening here? Like, I'm being kind, I'm being respectful. I would like to learn about somebody's idea about the container.
Okay, it's
How
really
is that
simple,
not
yeah?
fair? How is that not fair?
Okay, very simple. Gas pressure, the antecedent to gas pressure is a container. We don't know what that container is. We don't know how high it is. We don't know what it's made of. Hell, it might not even be physical. See things like frequencies that can bend water coming from a tap, different types of effects. But do we know that we require a container? The antecedent to gas pressure says yes. Can we go there? Can we tell you what it is? Do we? No.
No.
Oh, okay. No. Wait. Can I just give me 3 minutes or 5 minutes, please? So everything you've said so far, everything, not to talk, to interact with AJ. Everything you've said so far, if I approach this with kindness and open mind, aligns completely with my view on the atmosphere. Because what you said was so generic that my understanding of why we have atmosphere almost completely fits within what your definition.
Yep.
Now, so can I ask you, since you said you don't know how high it is and whatnot, could I have it at 1 million kilometers away from the surface?
No idea.
But it's equally as possible, according to what you said, as 10,000 kilometers. Like there's nothing. Both of these numbers seem equally possible to you because you don't know. You said you have no idea. So 10K is the same as 10 million.
No, I would say according to what we're told where space is, and that this is in a near perfect vacuum, then I would say it would add to that near perfect vacuum.
Okay, our near perfect vacuum is, a million kilometers away. Does that sound good?
No. Is that the actual distance that we're told?
We still have particles.
Where is this? Sorry, I'm working at the same time. It's not easy. Where is this? Where is the edge of space? Yeah, what's close?
Hard to tell, but
paradigm.
Hard to tell.
Well,
but
I believe there is a distance that they give you guys. I
Sure,
can't think of it off the top of my head.
It's beyond the moon. That's what we know. We still see individual particles of hydrogen, oxygen around the moon, ridiculously low density, like 1 atom per cubic meter or something like that. Ridiculously low, but we see them. So it's beyond the moon.
I don't believe it is, according to your own paradigm.
No, according to our paradigm is what I'm saying.
I'd have to go and have a look at that.
Yeah, like was it measured using like spectra?
I think it was measured using things that were flying around there. I don't think you could measure individual atoms. I don't know how it was measured, but he asked me about the current status of science. I think that's what it is. Doesn't matter. But my question is, so according to you, the container needs to be there. You don't know even if it's physical. You don't know what it's made of. That's fine with me. You said it could be some sort of field or some vibration. I love that. I love that one because that's what I sign up for. But then you said it can go very far. You don't know how far. So far, so good. So could we operate within that container as humans? Do you think we could travel to different locations within that container?
Well, that would depend on what we have to do. Can't
You're breaking up a little bit. Depends on what technology.
Well, it would, yes, because we know that there's only certain reactions, other things like that. I've experienced that myself at altitude.
I completely lost you for like 15 seconds.
Out.
Yeah, someone else take over. I'm too busy, sorry. I'm going all over the place, and I'm just going to.
No worries, man.
Okay, so who wants to continue? Like, how far could we go into that, within that container?
I would say that, yeah, it needs a container if it's adjacent to a vacuum. If it's not adjacent to a vacuum, there's no need for a container. So.
Okay, but in both cases, we could travel within the container, right?
Oh, of course you can. People travel all the time, don't they?
So could we go up, like away from the surface of the Earth, as long as we stay
How
within
far?
the container? 400 kilometers.
I don't think anyone's been that high.
No, I said, could we?
I don't know. Has anyone been that high?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, well, we don't know.
Well, we don't
Oh,
know.
I think they have, but I'm asking if you think there would be any physical people who have gone up away from the surface of the Earth.
Like the moon.
No, the moon is much further. Like
Yeah,
maybe the people.
245,000.
Yeah, like
230, 240,000 miles.
Yuri
something
Gagarin,
like that.
maybe Yuri Gagarin.
Yeah, I don't think how high did he claim to have gone?
Maybe 400 kilometers, give or take, maybe a bit less.
Yeah, they're all claims at this stage. What's this relevant to?
Well, I'm trying to understand the container mechanics.
Well, you'd have to prove a vacuum before we can say that there is a container.
Why?
So,
Why?
Well, because the problem is, if you have a vacuum adjacent to gas pressure, you need something to contain the gas pressure. Now, if you don't have the vacuum, then you don't need the container. So where's the vacuum? Can you prove
No,
the vacuum?
but what I'm asking you is, let's consider both cases.
I just asked you.
I don't know. I'm trying to understand how you think more than
Well, you can't
telling you how I
separate
think.
the two cases.
Well, let's consider both of them one at a time, okay? Is that fair? Like that's what we do in science or logic.
Not really.
Yes,
because
we
you have
consider
to.
different
You got to
possibilities.
assume. You got to assume both things.
No, let's do one at a time.
What's the point of What's the point of assuming something if you haven't confirmed the other thing?
Let's just consider two cases.
You confirm the vacuum, and then we'll confirm a container.
How about we start with the second case? There is no vacuum.
No vacuum, no container, no worries.
Okay. Is there a pressure gradient?
There's always a pressure gradient. There's a pressure gradient in all containers.
Awesome. So if we go really high up, there should be very little pressure, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So do you think we could go up 400 kilometers?
I have no idea.
Do you see any reasons why we wouldn't be able to?
I have no idea.
Does anything about your understanding of the world tell you that we shouldn't be able to if we tried?
Well, I don't really have an understanding of something up that high. So I would be lying if I said I know. Yeah?
No, that's fair enough. Yeah. Like that's the limit of your knowledge about the world, and that's cool.
Do you know what's up there?
I have a pretty good understanding, yes.
Okay, so how do you understand that? From what you've been told? So that's the only way you can know.
Yes, and
that's the only way you can. That's the only way you can believe what they tell you, because you can't know it. Yeah.
Okay. Have you been told that pressure needs container?
Yes.
All right, so we're in the same boat.
Yeah. Well, there's demonstrations that show that.
Yep, that's.
When you take away the container,
I base
the
my
gas
knowledge on the
disperses
same
in all
stuff.
directions, and then
Absolutely.
and then yeah.
So I base my knowledge on exactly the same type of information that you base it on, just a little bit more, perhaps.
Cool.
All right, that was a really nice conversation, everybody. Thank you.
Good. So where are we at with that? Yeah.
Yeah,
one
you
side's
told
got
us
one
what you.
claim and the other side's got another
Oh no,
claim.
you want me to do the same thing that you did? I can do it.
No, not really. What
Okay.
was that? What did I do?
You told me what you think how the world works
No, I didn't.
when it comes to atmosphere and pressure and stuff like that. You did.
No, I didn't.
I think you walked me
And did I
through it.
say that's the way the world works?
No, not all of it, but that aspect of the world. You told me like this is how it is. You
No, I
don't
said
see any
based on
reasons.
demonstration, this happens in the demonstration. I
Okay,
didn't say
good.
anything else about that.
Yeah, but when I asked you like, do you think we could go for 100K? You said you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. That's your
Do you know?
understanding of it. Yes, I think I know.
You think you know. So you don't
Yeah,
know.
well, I am a
You're
humble
making
person. I'm a
making
humble
an
person.
assumption.
I can tell you what I think is the case.
Yeah, well, you don't know then, do you?
Yeah, if I can tell you that the parts that I feel confident about and the parts that I don't, and even the parts that I have absolutely no idea about, I will admit those as well.
Yeah, cool.
Would you like me to do that?
If you want, I'm not against people talking.
Okay, because you complained that like it was a one-way thing. I kind of asked you questions, and I am not doing the same, so I can do the same.
When
So
you complain that it was a one-way thing,
that's how I got it.
you're making stuff up.
I may have
You
misheard.
just
I
made
may
that
have
up.
misheard. I
You
may
just
have
made that
misheard.
up.
Yeah, I thought that
So
you said it was a
you made
one-way.
up. Okay, that's the way I say the world works. So you
Okay,
made that
okay.
up, and then you made up that that I said that we're having a one-way
Very
conversation.
sensitive,
Why
aren't you?
are you being? Yeah, but why are you being an asshole?
I don't know, because I'm not a snowflake. Maybe that's why. Two men can talk,
So
right?
why are you making shit up then? Yeah,
No,
we
I'm
can have a
not.
conversation if you don't make
Two
shit up.
grown men can have a conversation without,
Yeah, without
wrapping
one
everything
of
in
the
cotton all the time.
supposedly grown men making shit up about what someone said.
Okay, I apologize for hurting your feelings, and
You didn't hurt my feelings.
I
You're
actually
just
enjoyed you
making shit
telling
up.
me honestly what you know and what you don't know,
Yeah,
what the
you
limit of your
enjoyed
knowledge is, and
me
that's
telling you that, and then you made shit up about what I said.
okay.
Yeah,
I am
that's
truly
dishonest, Peter. That's why I mute you.
okay.
Yeah,
That's why
that's why I do it, because
that's
it's a
why.
dishonest conversation. I
Okay,
know
I mean
exactly
it.
what you're doing.
Stop trolling, dude. Listen,
Nah, fuck you, man.
if my words hurt you, I apologize.
All right, there you go. If you're going to have a dishonest conversation, you can stay on mute. All right. You made up shit about what I said. I never said those things. You did it twice in the space of 2 minutes. You're saying we're having a good conversation, and then you make shit up about me. You totally put words in my mouth. I never said anything close to what you said, not even on the subject, and you still did it.
Can I try and describe how the gradient works? Do you understand what the word gradient means?
Yes.
So how can you not conceive that the further away you get, the more of a vacuum it becomes?
We understand that with altitude, we have a gas pressure gradient, which is primarily because of thermodynamic and radiated heat from the surface of the Earth. And where the
You
gas
can experience the difference in pressure just by going up a mountain. If you drive up a very steep
Excuse me,
hill,
sunshine. I conceded within the very first
Excuse me,
sentence that no one denies a gas pressure gradient. I was giving you the
I
cause for the
yeah.
gas pressure gradient. So why would you then tell me to go to the fucking top of a mountain? Were you not listening to what I said?
So you acknowledge that the gas
Yes.
pressure
I was
decrease the
telling
further
you
you
all
go out.
about it.
So therefore, logically, if you go out far enough, it would reach
No, not
a
logically.
vacuum.
Logically,
It would reach
Shut
a
up and open your
vacuum.
ears for a second, for fuck's
If
sake.
the pressure
logically,
reduces far enough,
logically.
it
Sorry,
would be a
excuse me.
vacuum.
Can you solve PV equals nRT without V?
So you're giving up.
No, I'm asking you a question. It's
So basically, you're
related
admitting
to
you're a
the idea.
spastic.
It's
You're
related.
admitting you're a
Excuse
spastic,
me.
and you've given up.
Hello. Hello.
You've given up the
It's
idea of
related to what
gradient.
you're talking about, my
Given
friend.
up the idea
Gas
of
laws.
gradient, and now you're just going to
Gas
say
laws.
letters.
PV
Shut
equals nRT.
up, dude.
Pressure
Fuck's
times
sake.
volume is equal to the amount of substance in a space that we will call a mole, the ideal gas law, and the temperature of a system. You're saying that it's logical to have a gas pressure gradient that reduces out into an ever-expanding vacuum void. No, logically, when we look at ideal gas laws, we get the force from the gases pressing against the walls of the container. That will be the volume bit. I'm asking you to solve for this without the volume bit, without something for the gas to press upon.
What about the volume of the universe?
The gas isn't pressing upon it. That's literally what happens. It's the gas ceases pressing upon the planet Earth. For you go out.
Yeah,
Nothing
and
has
what's
to
it?
press on it.
Do
Nothing
you
has to press on
understand?
it to keep it.
Do you
Nothing has to press
understand?
on it to keep it
Do
close
you
to the Earth.
understand?
It's the Earth's
No, you don't
gravity that
understand.
keeps it close to
You
the
don't
Earth.
understand.
Just
You
like the
don't
way
know.
that the
Can
Earth's
you?
gravity keeps water close to the Earth, which is what
Okay.
gives it that pressure.
Okay. Can you point out to me in Boyle's law, Dalton's law, Gay-Lussac's law, kinetic molecular theory, or second law of thermodynamics, where it points out that gravity affects the entropy of a system? Can you go and circle that for me, please? And bring it
Gravity's
back.
entropy. I'm sorry, you're
No. I want you to.
entropy's got nothing to do with what we're talking
No.
about.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does, Sunshine. Yes,
pressure.
it does. Yes, it
Entropy's got
does.
nothing to do with
Yes,
pressure.
it does. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
Well,
it does.
it depends on
It
what
does.
type of entropy.
Yes,
Actually, when you're talking about
yeah,
Shannon
of
entropy.
course. It also now it depends on what type of entropy. Just a
Yeah,
minute ago, it's
Shannon
got
listen to
nothing
him.
to do with it. Now it's just depending on the type of entropy. Are you just making
It
stuff up?
doesn't have anything
I
to do
reckon
with
you
what
are.
we're talking about right now, does it?
Entropy, the
It
second
doesn't,
law of thermodynamics. High
because
energy
you acknowledge
systems
that
will
there is a
disperse.
gradient.
You're not listening, are you? Do you know what an entropy increase is?
You acknowledge that there is a gradient in pressure.
Yes, and you
Or logically,
require.
the further you
Excuse
go
me.
out, the
Hello,
less pressure you
hello,
would have.
hello. Thank you. To have a gas pressure gradient, you require a few things. One of them most definitely will be the container to press upon to achieve gas pressure.
That's an
You understand?
assumption.
No, it's not an
What?
assumption. That's a
This is a
demonstrable fact.
misuse of ideal gas
Excuse me.
laws. You can't
Excuse
use
me.
ideal gas laws in that
Excuse me.
context.
You just got to keep talking. Can you demonstrate to me then, please, that you can have gas pressure without a container? Can you demonstrate that to me?
Well, if you conceptualize,
Not conceptualize, demonstrate in the physical natural world where physically this is happening. Physically demonstrate that you can physically have gas pressure without something physical for the gas to press
you're
upon.
living in one.
because I don't have the special proof that you want, then you won't
Called our
believe it.
atmosphere.
No,
Yes.
no, you're both fucking choking on each
Dude,
other's
I will
talks, mate.
demonstrate it to you. Breathe in.
Okay.
There you go. You've done it. There's your atmosphere. It's your atmosphere, dude.
You're an idiot. Please try again.
You're an idiot. Dude,
That
your
was funny as fuck.
oxygen is not floating off into space, therefore there's gravity around you. You're the idiot.
Excuse me, gravity does not affect the entropy of a system.
Gravity doesn't affect
Excuse
gas.
me.
Is that what you're
Excuse
saying?
me.
Gravity doesn't affect gas. Is that
Excuse
what
me.
you're saying?
Hello.
Is that
Hello.
what you're saying?
In kinetic molecular theory, can you tell me what changes the path of gas molecules? Yeah, you haven't got a clue what you're talking about. Tell
You're
me in
saying that
kinetic
gravity
molecular
doesn't
theory,
affect
Boyle's
gas.
law, Gay-Lussac's law, Dalton's law. Tell me what changes the path of gas molecules. Tell me. Tell me.
You're
Tell me
asking
what
the wrong
changes the path of gas
question.
molecules.
Those
Do it.
equations aren't built for the
You
scenario I'm
sound like
talking
a
about.
fucking retard.
Yes. Tell me what changes the path of gas molecules. Tell me. Tell me in scientific literature what changes the path of gas molecules, Sunshine? Come on. What does it?
What am I meant to be answering?
Come on. What changes the path of gas molecules? Tell me.
What changes? It's
Yes.
literally the pressure.
Yes. No. What changes the vector of a gas molecule? The direction that it goes.
Well, it could be lots of different things. It could be
There's two. There's
pressure.
two.
It could be pressure. It could be a
No,
displacement
you just
of
named
pressure.
pressure. That's
Could be
incorrect. What
displacement of
changes the
pressure, or
path?
it could be
Hello?
gravity.
Hello?
Could be
What changes the
gravity.
path of gas molecules? It's a very simple question.
Normally displacement. That's the strongest
Displacement
force.
it's not even helping your cause. What changes the path for gas molecule? Let's imagine gas molecules going in a straight direction.
Lots of things could change its path.
Yeah, I'm trying to
It's
help
not
you now.
only just one
I'm
thing
trying
that
to help you
changes
now.
the path of gas.
Yep, trying to help you, treating you like a child.
You know,
What
many things
changes
have
the
the ability
direction?
to change.
Yeah, that's fine. What changes the path of a gas molecule? I'll help you. Imagine a gas molecule going in a straight vector. What's going to change its path?
Anything? A cat? Anything getting in its way?
A physical interaction? A physical
Feather?
interaction? A physical interaction?
Anything could change
A
the
physical
direction of
interaction?
gas.
Physical? When the gas collides with another gas molecule, the gas will have an elastic collision and move in a different direction. When the gas collides with a solid body, a container, for example, it will change the gas's vector. You understand that to change the vector of a gas, it has to have a physical collision. Gravity is not physical, though, is it?
Do you stick to the Earth because of a physical thing sticking you there?
Do you just want to keep going with gravity? I've given you all the gravity that you
Are
want,
you
but
gas?
gravity doesn't affect the entropy of a system. You can't solve for PV equals nRT without V. Sorry.
Yeah. Are
Sorry,
you
you
entirely
can't.
made of gas chilled philosophy, or are we talking about what gas does?
Came and sat at the big table, did
Sorry,
you?
what are you saying? I was busy. What?
So are you made of gas? Are you just entirely made of gas?
But partially, yeah. I'm partially made of gas. Not as
Entirely
much as
made
you
of gas?
guys. Not as much as you
You're not
guys, though.
entirely. So there's some solid and liquid involved, right? We're just discussing what gas does, not what solids and liquids do. So, can you try addressing what Jedi said?
Yeah, I mean, I can cite it for you if you want. It's not a problem.
It still doesn't explain why you can't conceive that there's a gradient in pressure
No, there's a
going down,
gas pressure
leading
gradient,
to a
and that's
point
because
which
of
in
heat. I
modern
tried to tell
scientists
you
don't
this
actually.
earlier. Tried to tell you this earlier. You can't have gas pressure without a container, and to have a graduated pressure system, you need a container and heat. It's quite simple.
And every time you say pressure gradient, you're using the word pressure, which requires a container. So you're already including a container.
You see, when you first came in, you talked about the gas pressure gradient, right? And instantly, Jedi conceded, yes, it's a gas pressure gradient. And then while he was continuing to talk about the gas pressure gradient, interrupted him. You went on your little spiel, right? And you didn't listen. Open your fucking ears and listen to the responses people give you. So why don't you try that?
Not just me saying this. Interestingly enough, the more research you do, you understand that quite a lot of physicists say this as well. And gravity doesn't affect the
Really?
entropy of a system.
Really?
Yes, Max Planck. Do you know who he is?
Well, clearly, though, the container would be the boundary of the pressure differential, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be
What would that be then?
it wouldn't,
What would that be?
that would
Would
be a
that be a
very
vacuum?
sudden pressure differential change. That wouldn't be a gradient. That would be
That'd be a
sudden.
vacuum.
You don't
Gas
really know
pressure
the
and a
difference
vacuum.
between a sudden change and a gradient change, do you? A gradient is
What's the
like
gas
shades of
pressure?
grey. Imagine
Gas
shades of
pressure.
grey from black to white. That's
Yeah,
a
what's the gas
gradient.
pressure? Yeah, what's
Okay.
the gas
So
pressure?
gas pressure would be closer towards the body of gravity, and then
Body of
further
gravity.
away.
Gravity doesn't
Further
affect
away.
the entropy
And
of a
in fact,
system. I've
in
told you
deep
this five
space,
times.
in
Five
deep space,
Five
there is
times.
no
Do I have to tell you again?
vacuum.
Do I have to tell
There
you
is no
again?
true.
Do I have
There's
to
no
tell
true
you again?
vacuum.
Do I have to tell you again? Gravity does not affect the entropy of a system. The only thing that changes the path of gas molecules is physical collisions with other gas molecules or the limitation of the volume of the container. Gravity doesn't affect gas.
Do you think gravity doesn't affect water as well?
No, I'm telling you right now.
Do you think gravity
telling
doesn't
you.
affect water as
Listen,
well?
listen.
Do you think
Listen to the
gravity doesn't
words.
affect water?
Listen to the words. Gravity doesn't affect gas.
Okay, but do you think gravity doesn't affect water?
Mm.
I know that you think that, but do you think it doesn't affect
Gravity.
water?
What's gravity? Let's get on to this one. What's gravity?
You acknowledge gravity exists, but no.
What is it? What is it?
So does it
What is
exist
it?
or not? Does it
What is
affect
it?
water? So you
What
can't
is
answer
it?
simple basic
What
questions.
is
I
it?
asked you if you can
Tell me what
understand
gravity is.
Answer
You're
his
saying that
you
question.
understand the gradient.
this is boring, right?
Just
You've said
bypass that.
gravity affects water. I've asked you several times to tell me what gravity is. What is it?
Gravity is the force that pulls you down to the earth,
Force.
mate.
The force. How does that mechanism work then?
It works because it works. Who cares?
It works because it works. Sorry. How is this force? How is this force between things that?
I'm going to answer my question. Do you think that gravity affects water?
At the moment, I'm trying to walk you down a logical path, one that you seem to be kind of thrashing out against because you don't want to do it. I'm trying to point out to you that one, if you could be so kind describe and tell me what gravity is. Because the next thing I'm going to do is ask you to provide me with a hypothesis, a scientific prediction that I can test within an experiment to verify the thing that you're fucking claiming. That's what's going to
You're
happen.
avoiding my question. You're avoiding my question, basically.
I'll tell you what, you're asking me if
You're
gravity is...
a pussy. You're admitting you're a pussy. You're not going to answer my question. You don't.
Well,
You're not
in
going to answer
order
whether you
for
think
him to
gravity
answer
affects
your
water.
question, you need to
Just
establish
crying
what
and muting and
gravity
saying,
is, so you can both agree what gravity is. Yeah.
No, I'm just asking you a question. Do you think gravity affects water?
Well, he can't answer that until you agree what gravity is.
it because he doesn't know what gravity is.
Well,
Chilled philosophy. You're not very chilled today, bro.
You said that it
You need to
was.
relax.
Could
It's
you
a
do me a
force.
favour? Could
No.
you do me a favour? Could you clarify what that is, please?
I muted him. You can unmute him.
He said it was a force. So he's an
I'll do it.
Einstein there. So
There he goes.
Well, dude, the common usage of the word gravity, do you think that thing that everyone commonly calls gravity, do you think that affects water?
What, the cause of the phenomenon, the phenomena itself, or the cause of the phenomena? What do you mean by gravity?
You want to describe
Whatever.
it as.
Look, no, see, now we're getting arbitrary. I need you to be very specific. What's gravity?
Basically, you're not going to answer my question.
I'm going to ask you to clarify so I can answer it to the best of my ability.
What we commonly call gravity, do you think
What's that
affects
then?
water?
What's that then?
Basically, you're going to do all you can
What do we commonly look?
avoid
Sunshine.
asking the question.
We've got
Because
two
you know
common
it's
ideas.
Google it, bro. Just Google it. It's going to make your previous claim of air having
Excuse
no
me.
interaction
Hello.
look
Excuse
stupid.
me.
You know
Hi.
that.
Thank you.
That's why you're
Excuse
avoiding
me.
answering the question.
No,
Is that,
Hold on
I'm
one
trying to
second.
ask you.
I'm in the globe. I'm a Glober mod, so just deal with it and answer his question.
There's two types of gravity. One's mass attracting mass. One's the bending and warping of space-time. I'm asking you to tell me which one you're fucking talking about from the commonly understood gravity where there's two ideas.
it's the same gravity, the one that
No,
affects
it's not.
bends,
One
that affects
happens in
space-time,
3D
and the one
space,
that
the other one
keeps
happens
you.
in 4D pseudo-Riemannian space.
Well,
Three
to be honest, I'm not
dimensions
really.
and time.
To be honest, I'm
You
not
haven't
really
got a
sold on
clue
the
what
whole.
you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
Me personally, I'm not completely sold on the
Then fuck
Einsteinian
off.
theory of
Then fuck
of
off.
of, of, of complete dilation of space-time with gravity. I'm kind of a bit torn on that. But what I will recognise
you're
is the
not a
physical
heliocentrist, then.
effects we see from gravity. I'm
No,
not
we
going to dig up.
don't see that. We don't see that with gas.
Are you?
No, everybody. Gravity does
Well,
not
you're
affect the
denying
entropy
gravity.
of the system. So we don't observe gravity acting on gas.
Do you think gravity affects water?
I don't know what gravity is at the moment, mate. You keep failing to tell
The
me.
thing that we are
If it's
calling gravity
I'm helping you now.
keeps
If
us
it's mass
stuck to the ground.
attracting,
The thing that
my
keeps
friend.
you stuck to the ground, dude.
No, stuck to
You're
the
just going
ground.
to
What
play
are you talking
ignorant.
about? What?
You're going to play
No.
ignorant. The thing that keeps you
No,
stuck to the ground.
no.
Do you think that
No.
affects water as
No.
well as you?
No.
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 No. It doesn't affect water.
No. Because the common idea for gravity is the phenomena. The thing happening, not the cause of the phenomena.
Yeah, I'm talking about the phenomena that keeps you stuck to the ground.
You're talking about that phenomena. So is that phenomena gravity? What's the cause of that phenomena gravity then?
I'm asking you if you think it affects
No, I'm
water.
asking
I'm
you
not.
to be fucking clear
I'm
about the
telling
things
you.
that you're saying.
I know the cause of gravity
cloud's
because that
water?
is very hotly debated in the world of science. What causes gravity?
A cloud's
Okay, then
water?
so if it's very hotly debated in the world, why are you fucking asking me?
Because you can see the effect of it. Do you not stick to the ground?
Gravity
A cloud's
does not
water?
affect the entropy of the system, so you can't see the effects of it.
What? So you
Are
float
you
around the
asking
room?
if the effect affects the
No.
effect?
I'd hate to be in your bathroom when you take a piss. There's no gravity.
That's very interesting. Gravity, you keep saying we can observe it. Well, we don't observe it affecting the entropy of the system. So we don't observe it.
Dude, you don't even understand what entropy of a system means.
Yes, I do.
You don't understand what gravity means.
No, you don't. In fact, most of the people that talk about entropy are talking shite. Even the physicists that talk about it.
Yeah, that's
they are.
lovely.
Yeah.
Do you know what the second
They are.
law of thermodynamics is? Do you know what kinetic molecular theory is? Do you know what Boyle's law is? Gay-Lussac's law, Dalton's law, Brownian
I know that a lot of people are calling out a lot of bullshit.
Do you know the ideal?
Right.
Globers look stupid.
That's good. Do you know the ideal gas law? Can you solve PV equals nRT without V?
What's that got to do with what we've just been talking about?
That's the ideal gas law. We're talking
You're
about gas, so
literally
it's
just trying to
fucking
ask
relevant, you
obscure
idiot.
questions with no
It's
context,
very
just to try and
relevant.
make yourself look
It's very
clever.
relevant.
And
You're talking
that's
about
really obvious to
pressure.
everyone. So why would
Excuse
you
me.
do that?
Excuse me. You're
Really
talking
making
about
yourself look
pressure.
stupider.
We're talking about pressure. That will be the PVIT. P, pressure, times volume equals the amount of substance in the space that we would call a mole, multiplied by the ideal gas constant multiplied by the temperature of a system. You can't solve for that without the volume to achieve your force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container. You can't do that.
Making assertions. But as I was saying before, if there was a container, there wouldn't be a gradient change. There would be a very sudden change. It would just
You've
be
got energy
pressure
within the
and then a wall and then no
energy within
pressure.
the system.
It wouldn't be a
Energy within
gradient.
the system.
What are we
Energy within the
describing?
system. Excuse me.
There's gradients in containers. There's gradients in containers.
You're an idiot. You can demonstrate a gas pressure
container
gradient
that's
in
holding
a
the
container.
pressure in.
Idiot.
Yeah.
If it's a
So something
container
that happens
that's
in
holding
a
the pressure.
container. So something that happens in a container is your argument for there being no container. Just let that sink in. Sure is stupid. Hey, if there was a container, there wouldn't be this thing that happens in a container. Durr. An idiot.
So you guys know that it was people who came up with that ideal gas law, right?
Oh, really?
But it was
Well,
aliens.
but do you think they had in mind that it needed a container?
I thought the Anunnaki came up with it.
No, I'm just wondering. Do you think the people who came up with the ideal gas law had in mind when they wrote it down that it required a container?
Who cares?
Yeah.
If you guys are saying it means it needs a container,
How are they going to write
shouldn't the people who came
about
up with it say it needs a container?
How are they going to write about a specific gas without containing it?
Well, I'm asking you, do you think they thought it needed a container?
For a volume?
No.
Yeah,
Yes.
probably.
Well,
That's why they've got the
okay.
P there. Volume.
Well,
Anyway,
then
why are we trying to divine people's thoughts again?
Well, because if you're trying to refer to
So
ideal gas,
you're asking the question of what someone was assuming when they did something. How are you going to know that?
well, should I answer your first question or your second?
I don't really care. I don't really need an answer. It doesn't need an answer.
Okay.
Kind of self-explanatory, you know.
And who cares who came up with it?
They
Can we
both have
discuss it
answers.
before that?
But if you're not interested in the answer, that's fine, you know.
Well, how are you going to...
Do we think the people that talked about a volume were really concerned about a volume? Jeez, Scott.
No, the volume was theoretical. That's why
Oh
it's an
my
ideal
gosh.
gas law. It's an ideal gas.
Oh my gosh.
The volume can be
Is it
any
an
number
ideal
it wants to
volume
be, yeah?
too?
Wait, do you think they thought something else, says who?
The volume's just there for no reason. It's just there to make up... Insert any number you want. Is that what it is?
Hey,
V
Mackie.
is insert any way you... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, hold on, Mackie. Drugs are bad. Okay, Mackie. Okay.
Yeah, I thought so. Drugs are still bad, yeah.
No, you forgot to say okay.
I can't do that one.
Maybe the reason there are so many Australian flat earthers because it's cope that they're so isolated.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. It's a massive cope. Yeah, well done.
Probably,
You're on
man.
Yeah. But
I didn't say all flat earthers, did I?
There's actually not that many of us. So you're just making stuff up again.
Just a theory of mine.
Basic freak out.
Based on what?
Observations of hearing so many
Observations
Australians.
of what? You've heard 5 Australians, and now all Australians are flat earthers, and it's because they're isolated.
I never said that. I said that most flat earthers are Australian in here, and that's probably because they're isolated.
No, it's just because it's daytime here. So, what? How many Australians are in here? 3?
What? The whole 3 of us?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are isolated. Like you don't even have the internet. Like you live like
Look
in
at
the past.
exactly what like 9.5 hours
like,
ago. It was exactly what I was talking about. They'll
yeah,
come
like,
in here
like
and
you
say
guys
something
don't
completely
think so 'cause
ridiculous,
you live in,
and they can't even
like-
explain it. If you ask them any questions about it, it won't make any sense. So just have them just make up your own shit, dude. You're living in a complete make believe world already. Just keep doing it. You don't need flat earth anymore. Just go live your life in your make believe world.
What he just said, Crit, relates to you saying the 5th grade education and they haven't been to a dentist.
Yeah,
Relates
exactly.
Yeah, I live on an
Yeah.
island, so like it's like for me, I have to take a boat and stuff to receive mail. I'm very isolated, so like it's hard for me to have contact with people outside my island.
Are you Australian?
That's
You
why
must be
I'm a flat earther. Yeah, that's why I'm a flat earther. It's because my island and stuff and people there, and it's like we don't really.
Well,
like,
I was going to say. Sorry, go on.
But you're all
oh,
quite
no, don't
disconnected.
worry. I wasn't saying anything
Yeah.
important. I was just being sarcastic about living on an island.
I mean, you're all quite disconnected
Yeah.
from society in general, aren't you? Let's be
I was
honest.
going to say, I hereby declare
Disconnected from
world domination.
Disconnected
hereby
from
declare-
society in what way?
It's just like
So you're assuming what? That we don't have any friends and we all sit in here all day long doing nothing and we don't work, we don't have jobs and we don't have families? Is that what you're
when
assuming?
you have conversation with kangaroos and shit, I don't expect much of you.
Fair enough. I was speaking to the English guy though. Is that what your assumption is?
Oh, but that's because you live in the British Empire and you're so far away from Britannia. It's not even like the time for me to get a letter to you. Imagine all
There's only
the
a few
boat
of us here,
traveling.
Timbo.
What's that?
We still wear loincloths in the bush, yeah? We don't even have houses, mate. We just run around the bush with our kangaroos and our little loincloths on.
Couple of trees, just sit under a tree.
Yeah, man. You are the most popular people in your neighborhoods. You've got chicks around every night. Yeah.
Don't
So
need
that's why you
chicks.
come on-
We've got
you come on
we've all
Discord just
got
for a break. Just to give you dicks a break.
Australian
Don't you?
flat
You come on
earthers in
Discord.
here have got families. Fucking
All the
moron.
chicks there, they're all flat earthers. So yeah,
We've all got families.
You just show them flat
Fucking
water
idiot.
and they get all rised up.
Bathroom.
What?
Just shows how much you guys fucking make shit up.
Well, you live on an island, so you wouldn't know.
True.
I'm just gonna claim authority over the rest of the world. You're all Australians now. At me.
Like, do
Just,
you even keep up with the meme
That's why we
culture?
have very low climate emissions here, yeah? This is why we have very low emissions here in CO2 because, the Flintstones, our cars are a little bit like that. We pedal through the floor with our feet. We don't need petrol.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, if you look at it the other way around, you guys are on the top of the Earth. So just see it that way, and then you can embrace the globe Earth. Yeah, look, we're on
It's
top of
at
the
the
Earth.
bottom.
Really, it's the perception. Upside down is just the other way around.
Yeah,
You're on
true.
the ass of the
Yeah.
world.
You need all for that.
There's no need to have red faces anymore. You can relax. You're on the top.
You'd need a ball for that, though, wouldn't you?
You made it. You made it, guys.
What do you guys
sure?
what do you guys think about that? Like a woman taking a butt plug and put it up her ass and then taking it
come
out
on,
and
man.
putting it up her
Hey, what's your name? Where's he gone? Chilled philosophy. You're not that chilled though, eh? Hey, what's your best evidence that you live on a like a ball, like a sphere? What's your best evidence?
I used to be actually quite quite globe Earth skeptic until I got on a plane which was going away from the sunset, and I got the Woodford
Wait,
Spirit.
now we got to him lie.
of experiencing a sunset which lasted about an hour and a half. And I was
So
like,
that's your
wow.
best. That's your best proof.
Yeah,
that you
because
live
the
on a
plane
ball.
literally followed the sunset, and I had an extended sunset.
So you assume that because the Earth's a ball, you following the direction of the sun kept that sun above the ball?
Yeah, I did my maths because I was astonished that a plane could keep up with the rotation of
don't
the Earth,
reckon
and
you did.
I realized that further up the
You
globe
didn't
you
do
go,
any
you
math.
don't have to
What
travel
speed
as
was
fast.
the plane going?
Well, the plane must have been going about 300 miles an hour, roughly
Must have
two
been
to 300
about.
miles an hour.
What was the
Must
wind
have been
speed?
about, yeah.
At that
What was the wind
speed,
speed?
as far up the northern hemisphere as you go, you don't have to
What was
actually
the wind
travel
speed?
as you don't have to actually travel as fast as the Earth rotation
How
around
fast
the
is the
globe.
Earth's rotation at that
Well,
altitude?
around the top, it's only rotating a
Sorry,
few
that
hundred miles an
latitude.
hour.
What
Around the
latitude?
top,
What? How high up
only
were
What?
you?
80
us
degrees north?
traveling back to the UK
From?
from in Europe. It was kind of
And
going
how does that
like
prove that the Earth's a
wait,
ball?
Wait, back to the UK from Europe. What
yeah,
latitude
but I was
line
going
were you at?
sideways. Just
What
following the
latitude
rotation of
line?
the Earth. Following the rotation of the Earth.
Are you saying that it only spins at 300 miles per hour at what latitude line?
It was years ago, but it convinced me
You
because
didn't do the math.
I'll
Said
give you
he
the
did the
context.
math.
I'll give you the
It was
context. I was
years
freaked
ago.
out.
Okay.
I was
I want
freaked out
to
by
say something real quick. I posted that it
I'll give you
looks
the
like
context.
following the sun at sunset.
I was freaked out by how long the sunset lasted, and I did a
I
lot of
posted
research.
it 8 minutes after. That's following the sun at sunset.
Did you know it's not hard for planes to go faster than the rotation of the Earth if they go like anywhere above the UK?
Yeah, that's lovely. How does this prove the Earth is a ball?
Because it proves that you could follow the rotation of the sun.
Or
The
you can
rotation of
follow
Earth,
the
and
sun
you
as it
can follow
moves
the
above
sun.
the Earth. You've still got only two choices from this, my friend. You've got a dichotomy. Either the Earth is rotating, or the sun is moving across the Earth when you appear to follow it. You still only got two choices. I'm like properly scratching my head. How the
If the
fuck? How
sun
the
is just
fuck?
moving
No,
in one
excuse me.
direction, we'd need a
Excuse
new
me.
sun every
Excuse
day,
me. One
wouldn't we? You
direction.
spastic. We need a
Excuse me.
new
One
sun every
direction.
day if it keeps
Excuse
fucking
me.
off to
One
the left
direction.
every day.
How does this prove the Earth's a ball? One direction.
Dude, if it would just went left, we'd need a new sun every day.
Just tell me how this proves the Earth's a ball, you fucking idiot.
Because it must go around
It
its
must.
rotation.
Must.
Otherwise, we'd need
It
a new
must.
sun every day.
Sorry, when you were in the sky in the aeroplane, was the Earth rotating underneath the aeroplane?
Well, could it be that the Earth is like?
Why are you not answering my question? That's interesting now.
I'm just trying to conceive of another model where that would happen.
Well, the sun's moving, and you're following the sun as it moves. Don't quite understand how this is impossible
We're
for you
not
to
following the sun.
understand.
The sun's moving past us, are we?
What are you
Or
talking about now? Like, literally the dumbest person who's been in here today, and that's saying something because there's been some
I've had
idiots.
my fill of the spastication stations. Yeah.
All right, then, sunshine. PV equals NRT. Love you long time.
This conversation was boring the entire time anyway. It's not, that dude himself was a walking straw man.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I hope all is well with everybody.
What up, E?
All is well, all is calm.
Andre, you were chiming in during the last conversation concerning gas law. I was just taking you off mute to see if you had anything else you wanted to share with us. Maybe you have a demonstration of gas pressure or gas pressure gradient without a container in real life, in reality. Do you have that?
Yeah, I was just talking in the side chat about an experiment that one of us brought up, which shows that gas being spun in a centrifuge creates a gradient.
Gas being spun in a centrifuge. Okay.
Yep, in a centrifuge, like a vacuum. A
Is it in a
vacuum being spun in a
container?
centrifuge. Yeah, like a container, a vacuum container.
So not a gas pressure gradient without a container then.
So what, you got a spinning?
Well, if you conceptualize the universe
spinning.
as a container with no like.
So what do you got? A spinning contained flat Earth? Is that the claim now, or?
How fast does that spin for the flat earthers? You didn't mention that.
If I put all this gas in a container and spin it around, I can demonstrate gas pressure without a container. I wouldn't be so stupid enough to say that.
Then you want us to conceptualize things. You want us to go into fantasy land, where in fantasy land you could possibly think of it this way, right? Oh.
That's the thing, is he's talking about spinning a container, so it's inside out, meaning it's inverted. So what is this, a concave earther or something? Like, is your Earth inside out now and spinning?
He hasn't tried to prove curve either way, so what he's got, I guess, is a spinning enclosed Earth of some kind. I mean, if this is supposed to be analogous, if this thing is going on, a centrifugal force creating a pressure gradient within a container, doesn't really answer the question. Gas pressure without a container.
Exactly.
Ah, he plugged his ears.
All right, since there's some dead air, might as well share some news. Here's some okay news, I guess. So my surgery is back on for my hernia surgery, right? So I'm gonna go under the knife on Sunday or Monday, one of those days, and they're gonna give me a lot of good drugs, my guys. Drugs are okay at this point. Yeah. Anyways, that's all I want to say. Thank you. Drugs are good. Okay, Mackie, drugs are good.
I hope all goes well with that.
Oh yeah, no,
And
don't worry.
come out a bit better off then.
Well, shit, I hope so too, man. I just need to plug up this fucking hole, in the middle of my abs. Fuck. It's okay.
Yeah, brother. We'll pray for you. I mean,
Oh no, don't have to
hope
do that.
everything
No,
comes
be
out well on
awake.
the other end.
No, I'll be awake, man. That's what I'm trying to say. Drugs are good. They're gonna give me some crazy drugs where they're gonna have the operation done while I'm awake. You know what I mean? I don't know, kind of. It's like I think they give you a whole bunch of fucking Xanax, and then local anesthesia where they're gonna slice you open. I think that's how it works. But then again, they're gonna tell me everything when I'm there. But like I said, they're gonna give you some awesome drugs, guys. Drugs are good. That's why I haven't smoked for so long. I didn't smoke weed for like 2 months now. Anyways, back to the topic. Sorry for interrupting. Drugs are good. Okay. Hey, right, Mackie?
Hey, is there any flurfers in here?
Lots of flat earthers in the house. What do you want to know, buddy?
I want to know how you know the Earth is flat.
Because it's measured to be flat, my guy. Okay, thanks for answering. It's okay, I'll mute.
No, you're fine. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, and how'd you measure that?
Elevation angles.
Just begging the question, man.
No, it's using a horizontal frame of reference to determine an elevation angle above that horizontal frame of reference. That horizontal frame of reference means sea level, the surface of the Earth. It's not begging
And that's
the
what the
question.
horizon is.
Yes, it's a horizontal plane of reference. Yet we utilise the horizon to register a horizontal plane of reference. Yep, that's right. Measured. Yep.
Well, you already knew that the horizon was
Rebuttal?
a plane of reference, so I don't know if he needs a rebuttal. He already had the proof that he asked for himself. Kind of a horizontal horizon. The horizon being a horizontal plane of reference if it's supposed to be curving. So what do you need us for?
Next question.
He muted up. He said it was begging the question, and I was hoping that he could explain how it's begging the question when, you're using the Earth as a reference.
Yeah, please explain how measurement's begging the question. That'd be awesome.
And then he leaves. Awesome.
He realized he already had what he was asking for, so he didn't need to stay.
Good times.
I kind of had the vibe of watching a kid jump into a swimming pool, not realizing how deep it was, and he scrambles to the edge, and he runs off embarrassed that it was way deeper, way over his head.
And that swimming pool is full of sharks.
Yeah. Dude, you gotta look before you leap, man. Oh, jeez. Are we talking about time zones now? We got to go backwards to even go forward with that one because you have to study the history of time zones and how modern time zones came to be. Anybody like trains?
He doesn't care about time zones. He just wants to irritate people.
I know. There's no use having history lessons with trolls.
Hey Jedi, do you want to talk about gravity?
In about 5 minutes, mate. Yeah.
Cool. I'll wait.
Shit, did I blow your mind with that analogy about the sun?
What if the answer was no?
Oh, look, another cartoon.
Hello, Ether.
How's it going?
Good, mate. How was your Christmas break?
Hectic, but everybody's doing well.
Good. How are you?
I hope all's well with you and yours, man. And
Yeah,
I'm
good,
staying
man.
blessed. I'm doing good. I quit smoking. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. So that's good.
Ah, very good. How's your appetite then? Increased?
Somewhat, I guess. Not really. It's still relatively the same. But I can breathe a lot better, and that's cool.
Globe is a funny thing. Everyone fights for it, yet they have never seen it. Claim to know what it does, how it works, have no evidence. Why do you fight for something that you don't know?
Pretty much the same with every religious person, right?
Yep. And they get angry at the other religions. And then when someone points out something like, no, well, you don't know that, they get even angrier because they actually realize that they don't know that. Just something they've been told. You don't see the globe. You never see curvature. Nothing in your everyday life is there a need for curvature.
I think it's kind of funny that the people in the chat aren't even in the voice over here. They're just being keyboard warriors. Yeah, the chat skanking over there. And the one guy who is in here, he is deafened and doing the same thing. Yeah, Andre's deafened as well.
Now, the only reason I could think of why a Christian would go into a room full of atheists and try to piss them off is if he was extremely triggered.
Yeah, that's true. Looking for an argument, like a fight.
Yeah. Which is kind of a contradiction for his worldview, especially since, and Crid brings this up a lot, his knowledge of what he holds to be true should bring him some kind of inner peace. But it's not. It's just angry.
Well, it's because it contradicts. It's a total contradiction. Like fighting with himself, yeah? Internal battle. Believe in God, yet I believe in science. And science says there is no God, but I still believe in science. But science doesn't say there is no God. Ah!
Yeah.
Yeah. He starts arguing with himself.
Sometimes I do love reading the text room. Kind of interesting. It's pretty that Dazza isn't with us at the moment, making such declarations as, I've got to read this out. Eclipses are predictable without any knowledge of the solar cycle. 100% of eclipses can be predicted without it. Okay. However, we can predict the solar cycle from the heliocentric model. That's interesting. God, I love that chat room.
Several people are typing.
Yeah, right, Timbo. Are you still there, buddy?
The discussion about the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing begins.
Indeed. Peter's asking to be unmuted, Timbo, that's all.
All right. Hey, Jedi. How's it going?
Yeah, good man. How are you?
Doing well, thanks. So I thought I don't want to have like a debate and argument and prove it or not.
Oh, for fuck's sake,
Well,
really?
I mean, I can, but I can. But
You're fine.
no, but like I could tell you what I think about gravity. You could tell me what, I don't know, why you think it's not necessary. Whatever, like let's agree on how we're going to do this. But I'm not trying to like win here, okay?
Okay.
All right. Do you want me to start?
If you want to, mate, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So first of all, the one thing that I see consistently is Einstein superseded Newton type of meme that is very common, right? Here and on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And technically it is true, right? The Einsteinian theory provides a better explanation as to what gravity does. Not what causes it, but what it does. While Newtonian is only a mathematical description of how it behaves, so to speak, and also at certain scales only, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what I like to say is that Einstein himself, in his own paper, proved mathematically that his theory is reduced to Newtonian equations on small scales. And specifically, what he meant by that, low speeds, and when I say low, I mean compared to speed of light. Low speeds, low mass, and Earth is considered low mass, and evenly distributed mass, so no weird, black holes and shit like that.
Okay.
And he shows mathematically, I can provide a link, that his equations reduce to Newtonians, and that Newton's equations can be used as the first approximation under those conditions.
Okay.
So I propose that for the purpose of talking about Earth, Moon, Sun, most of the solar system, we can just always talk about Newtonian equations.
That's what you want to do personally, then that's fine.
Yeah, that's when I say, mass attracts mass or something like that, I don't mean that it actually does, but it's a useful approximation, and I'm pretty sure neither of us can solve the Einstein equations. I know I cannot.
No.
They're
Definitely.
fucking hard.
No.
Yeah. I had to learn them in the university. I had to memorize them and pretend at the exam that I could actually derive them, and I couldn't. They're too hard. So, but Newtonian ones we can all solve. They're easy. All right. So, when I say that gravity is an interaction or a force, I'm using the language of Newton, okay? I would make a case that it can be completely presented as completely analogous to the electrostatic force.
Okay. All right.
So, in the electrostatic force, we have a property that we call electric charge.
Mm-hmm.
And in gravity, we have a property called mass.
Or energy. Yeah.
Neither of those, because I know what's coming next, I would argue that neither of those those properties can be physically observed in any precise manner, but their presence can be observed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I would argue that we cannot physically touch or see mass the same way we cannot see electric charge.
Okay.
And we can only observe it through the interaction that it creates.
You get a few more observations with magnetics and electrostatics, though, don't we?
I don't think so.
No, yeah. Because we can, for example, we can take the charge away, can't we? And then we can put it back again.
Yes, and we can take mass away and put it back again.
Yeah. If we have an object that's electrically charged or has a magnetic field, we can take that away. We can leave the object still there, but we can take the magnetic field away. With mass, we just have the object, don't we? We can't take the mass away from the object. We can't turn that on and off, can we?
Well, let me explain where I see an analogy, okay? So let's say in the infamous Cavendish experiment, those large balls, and I know that every time I say balls, people are giggling, so I want you guys to giggle, okay? When we have those large balls, imagine that we can remove the content of the balls, right? So we have a large ball that is dense inside, and I don't know, we pump out the content of it so it's less dense, right? I would argue that that's analogous to what we do in the electrostatic case because we are adding or removing electrons.
Mm-hmm.
So I know it's not exactly the same, but the electric charge is essentially the number, the surplus or the deficit of electrons within the atoms forming the object. So we are removing and adding things.
You looked at Coulomb.
Yes?
I was just going to ask if I think we spoke about this the other day, and I do hope I get the gentleman's name correct when I refer to Coulomb's law. Now, with regards to that, how that looks exceptionally similar to Newton's gravitational model, right?
It does. It's quite fascinating.
Yeah.
There's only two differences there, right?
Mm-hmm.
One is that the electric charge as a property can have both positive and negative values, whereas mass only, at least as far as we know now, has only one value, positive.
Yes. You don't have anti-gravity. I get you.
Right, and you know that only recently there were still hypotheses saying that antimatter might interact have like an opposite gravity, and recently it's been verified experimentally that it doesn't, that even antimatter particles have like positive mass, so to speak. So that's one difference, and the other difference is the property that it's the electric charge versus mass, right? That's obviously, I should have started with this one, that's the difference. And then that electrostatic can have opposing vector, and gravity always is the same.
Yeah.
Other than that, they're identical.
Yes. This is kind of fascinating.
It is. And the constants are actually irrelevant because they're just proportions between the force and...
Didn't we speak about this the other day? And I think I remember saying if we just looked at the solar system and replaced the Newton masses with Coulomb's law, wouldn't we be able to predict the same outcome?
Well, no, and because this, I know the point, I'm familiar with that point, but here's the big thing. We should be able to tell the difference because one, things should push away. If you had oppositely charged particles, they should behave differently. And like you said yourself, it's relatively easy to control the charge of a particular object. So remove, and we measure that very well, same as mass. So if we change the charge, for example, if we grounded an object, then it should levitate, I guess, or be, have no gravity acting on it. Furthermore, we could charge it in the opposite direction and it should be pushed away.
Yeah.
And also,
kind of hard to do with that type of thing in the sky, though, isn't it? When I'm speaking with reference to Mars, Jupiter, the Sun.
Yeah, but on Earth, we could do this. On Earth, we can
yeah. So this is where I get to the position of Maybe the reason why things go round and round in the sky is a different reason why things appear to go down to the floor here on Earth.
It could be. Yes, could be.
Yes.
No, but
At least-
like, let's stay on Earth. Can we stay on Earth for now?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. So I was even thinking about a thought experiment this morning, assuming that, working with that idea that it's the electric charge or electrostatics that is pulling me towards the ground.
Right. Okay, this is your idea. Yeah, okay.
Well, there are some people on Twitter, so see, I don't want to discuss it with you if you don't buy into it. There are some people on Twitter.
Yeah, the only reason was I was being clear is, that's definitely not me saying that. If that's you, and if you're referencing flat earthers on Twitter or other flat earthers, that's absolutely fine. But that's not something I say. I'm not making a point about it. I'm just saying that's not me. But okay, we can go with this idea, some kind of electrostatic force, dielectric plane or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, I have a chance to talk to you one-on-one, so I don't want to waste it on other people's ideas. So, but I'm tempted, so I'll give this thought experiment real quick. I was thinking if I were falling towards the ground at 9.8 meters squared, and if I were being pulled or affected by the vector because of my electric charge, what if I rubbed this sweater on my head, right, to give myself some extra charge? And then I let go of the sweater. That would mean that me and the sweater should be falling, suddenly change, the vector should change. I fall faster or slower, and the sweater the opposite.
Yeah, I get you.
You know what I mean? So like I let go of the sweater, because you could argue as long as I'm holding to it, it's some average charge between the two of us. But as long I let go of the sweater, and now the sweater plummets and I float, or the opposite.
Yeah.
That's how silly that is, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't necessarily hold with that idea. I mean, look, I don't know the reason why we have this directionality where denser objects that we can conceptualize of having a lot of mass appear to be the things that go downwards with relevance to other things of less density or mass that appear to rise with relative to our relative density with accordance to the relationship between each other. I don't know what that causes. Right now, we can say it's mathematically lovely to be able to describe the world using these types of ideas. Mass, and we talk about electromagnetism. When we talk about mass, we're also giving this object some kind of energy that it can impart onto an object that it's not in contact with somehow. Whether that's because we said we wouldn't talk about Einstein, but within the relative ideas, we can explain this away. And it's very lovely and poetic. And yes, for the most part, the mathematical equations seem to work whichever idea you want to use. It just shows us that we can describe with mathematics these phenomena. That's lovely. Are we actually really getting down to the crux of the issue where we are very manipulating, turning things on and off again in a scientific experiment to really answer that question? And we've been having these conversations long enough. You're an intelligent man. We've been around for X amount of years, and it's not just flat earthers saying that there do seem to be holes, contradictions, problems within the current models for gravity. And that's, that comes from the establishment as well. Being a flat earther. Hello?
Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. Being a flat earther, when we get to this position, the only real conflict between yourself and I, if we understand that you have an idea, a model based on the Earth being a ball in a vacuum of space, or that bodies of mass attract mass in vacuum spaces. We're only going to get down to the Earth, whether the Earth's surface is curved or level in that instance. Understanding as I do, and coming from a flat Earth idea where the Earth's flat and things go up and down, we can only, very manipulate relative density to make things go up and down. The reason why that is, though, mate, as always, I do not know. I don't know.
Okay, but so maybe I think it's a mix of sorry. a lot of also misunderstandings with cosmology and stuff like that. In our current theory of gravity, we don't have problems with gravity. We know that we want to be able to explain what mediates the gravity, because we have been pretty good at explaining what mediates the other three interactions. But the whole dark matter, dark energy business is more not to do with gravity not working. It's more about there being more shit in the universe that we thought there was, and us not being able to describe what it is.
Yeah.
But let's forget about that for a second. It's cosmology. It's large scales. So let me ask you this. You think that on Earth, tell me if you think that on Earth, things move towards the Earth consistently at 9.8 meters per second squared.
No.
No?
No. So that would be in a vacuum, wouldn't it?
Well, no, what I'm saying is the force that creates that acceleration is always there. Sometimes it's countered by other forces.
Okay, so in a vacuum. Also no. So it's been demonstrated that different elements of the same mass will fall at slightly different rates. The 9.8 meters per second squared is an approximation, just to keep the math simple.
Who has demonstrated that?
This is... Oh, mate, you'd asked me to scroll back a bit. Give me some time, I will find you at least 2 pieces of information with regard to that. I'll find them for you. So different elements, zinc, magnesium, blah, 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 blah.
Okay, I'd like to see that because
it's going to take me a while to do that, mate. But yeah, in good faith, we can carry on.
That's okay. Okay.
We understand things go down. Okay, cool.
So let me ask you a different question. I'm going to post an image here real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Which is relevant to what we talked about. Is it there? Oh, okay. So do you believe that, do you agree? Yeah, because this is actually a shitty way to, on Wikipedia or whatever that is, for this to be the equation is misleading. The fact that they use G. Do you agree that for a buoyant force to exist between mediums of different density, there needs to be an acceleration first?
Yes.
Right. So, because this has nothing to do with gravity. This is the same equation that talks about why centrifuges work and separate materials based on their density, right?
Yeah, it's Archimedes' principle. It is Archimedes' principle. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, but the reason why they put G here, I think they should have put an A and say some acceleration.
Yeah.
Right. So, but what a lot of flirts on Twitter say, just remove the G and it's all good. It's raw versus V, right?
No.
No,
You can't.
I'm serious.
I know. You can't do that.
Right. So this acceleration must exist. So we agree that for buoyancy is a thing. Relative density is a thing. But in order for buoyancy to manifest itself in a certain situation, there must be an acceleration vector acting on both media, let's say, both objects, in a very specific direction, and then the buoyant force goes in the opposite direction and is proportional to that acceleration by, the difference in density, essentially.
Yeah. Okay.
So we would have to explain in your model what creates that acceleration, because we can't just wave away the acceleration. You agree?
Yes. Yeah, no, absolutely. The acceleration is there. This is the... what's the word I'm looking for? But you've just taken the force out, so acceleration. It's either one of these two things, right? But like I was saying, there is obviously a directionality. The cause, though, is I don't know what the cause of that acceleration is. The acceleration is in the formula, right? It happens, energy. Okay, cool. Where that force comes from, though, I don't know. It might be the floor. The floor might be doing it. The amount of floor might be doing it. There might be something under the floor doing it. I don't know. But yes, you need acceleration, of course.
Okay. See, that's why I like talking to you and why I like coming here, because this is very refreshing. Because I have to say, everything you've said so far is consistent, logically consistent. You're not giving me any answers. I believe we as humans have the answers, but I also understand you, I don't know, you reject them, you don't accept them. But at least, like, this is, if I put my own hat on, this is exactly where we were by the time of Newton, right? Or even, well, yes, by the time of Newton, we're like, there is a freaking acceleration. That's what Galileo kind of found out. But we don't know what's causing it, right? And Newton proposed mass is causing it. And so you seem, when I heard you speak, I heard you basically describe the state of knowledge before Newton, which was there is an acceleration, we don't know what causes it. Could be something, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Well, then I think we're done because Yes.
What did Newton define mass as?
He defined it probably as resistance to inertia because that's what his equation F equals ma tells us.
Resistance to acceleration, because that is inertia.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Right. So, like, you need, if something has larger m, you need more F to create the same acceleration. Now, I'll say one more thing. Because I've been grilled by some people here about what is mass. Well, if you question mass, you should also question the word density, because guess what? It's density of something, and it's clearly density of mass, because mass equals density times volume, right? So if anyone ever ridicules mass here, they have to also ridicule density.
Density of an attribute.
No, it's density of, we just don't say it every time because we would go crazy, but we should be saying density of mass.
Which is an attribute, which is resistance to acceleration, which isn't a solid object thing.
Right.
It's an attribute
Right.
of the solid thing.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is if someone puts under a question mark the attribute of mass, they must automatically also put under question mark the concept of density. Because density is not like density of mass. You can have density of other things too, right? But here in all this context of buoyancy, it's density of mass. We acknowledge that, right? So you can't have one of the two. If you can reject both or you have to accept both. Is that controversial?
I want to ask you what mass is, but I don't know if I can be bothered for the conversation.
Yeah, that's all right. All I'm saying is it's a trollish answer would be its density times volume. Okay, I'm done. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Cool. Always a pleasure, Peter.
Likewise.
So how much density is there in 15 kilograms?
Yeah, what's the volume?
I don't know.
Well, you must tell me because density is mass divided by volume.
Oh, I just thought we were trying to work out the density of the resistance to acceleration, which is measured in kilograms.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
How much density in resistance to acceleration measured in kilograms? Let's say 15. Yeah. The density of 15
Okay.
kilograms.
No, it's nonsensical to ask what's the density of 15 kilograms, because density is
Okay.
how many kilograms you have per cubic whatever meter. If we're using SI units, right? So if you put 15 kilograms in a very small volume, you're going to get a black hole. But if you put it in the size of a watermelon, you're going to have a juicy watermelon. So that's what density is. Extreme density leads to black holes. Black hole can be of any mass, by the way. It could be like you can turn a human being into a black hole if you squeeze them into a very small, very extremely dense object. So super small volume. So that's what these two properties tells us. The density is like kind of distribution of that property over volume.
So within the ideal gas law, PV equals nRT, we understand that N is the amount of substance in a space, a mole. When you say the density is, how did you express that? All these things start sounding similar after a while.
The density is how much mass you have per unit of volume, right?
Yeah. So how much substance you have in a space.
How much mass? You see, moles always mess with my head. I'm horrible at chemistry. And mass is not the amount of matter in any way, right? It's more of
You're
basically.
right.
So basically, density of mass is how much resistance to acceleration do you have per unit of volume?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think there are densities of Scott. Back me on this one. Isn't there a concept of like density of electric charge? Isn't that essentially what?
Oh, that rings a bell. Ish, I think.
Yeah. So like there could be densities of other things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Isn't
It sounds right. It
Isn't
sounds
like
right, but I don't know it.
electric current essentially? Can't we think of electric current as like the number of electrons going through a surface at any
Yeah,
given
but I think that is
time?
more as a volume of flow, right?
Right. But there are densities of other things.
Well, wouldn't be surprised.
Because density is a very generic term, isn't it? It's just about the amount of something per volume.
Yes,
Whether it's the amount of
exactly.
electrons in current density, with the amount of mass per volume, the amount of whatever, sheep per square meter in New Zealand, density of sheep.
Right, and in physics, because of, I think, classical mechanics like the Newton laws being there first, we just use it as a shortcut when we say, buoyancy is whatever, density times volume times acceleration. It's like we should be saying mass density or density of mass, but we don't say it because it's kind of like defaults to that meaning in that context. But on its own, the word means nothing because you want to ask like density of what? So, for example, in general relativity, if the density is above a certain threshold, then you get a black hole because there's so much like mass centered in one spot that it loops space-time, around, so to speak. It's a feature actually of density, not mass. You could have a very massive object but spread over a large volume and it would not create a black hole. And you see that in those equations. It's only when you start squeezing it closer and closer together then a black hole shows up.
Can you tell us about photosynthesis now?
Not my strength, no. But I can tell you the cool thing about it, which is that all life on Earth depends on it. It's the bottom of the food chain. Actually, all life on Earth, it's beautiful when you think about it, is sustained by the sun. The sun injects low entropy into Earth, and from that low entropy, plants feed, and everybody else feeds on top of that. Without the sun, there would be no food in the generic sense whatsoever.
What is the sun, in your opinion?
It's a ball of very hot gas or plasma. Very very simple. It's pretty much hydrogen and helium and a few other things, but mostly hydrogen and helium just squished together to the point that that hydrogen synthesizes into helium, and that creates a lot of energy, a lot of photons.
Is that able to be reproduced here on Earth?
Yes. Actually, yes. That mechanism is reproducible on Earth already. At least two different methods of fusion exist. Neither of them are unfortunately useful for commercial applications, but we can make that happen, yeah, at a very small scale, and we actually have to use more energy to make it happen than we get energy out of it, but it's just those are early days. We have high hopes.
Because then we wouldn't need the sun, right?
I think we would need the sun unless we created another sun, but we can make isotopes of hydrogen become helium and release a lot of energy in the process in the form of neutrinos and neutrons and other things. So that's what's happening inside of the sun. but we do it at a ridiculously small scale and at a huge expense. But it's early days. What's cool about it, as opposed to uranium-based nuclear power plants, is that it creates zero radioactive waste.
Why is it so expensive?
Because you have to create a very specific situation to create such high pressures and temperatures to synthesize these nuclei to become, to go from isotopes of hydrogen to helium. It requires absurd precision at the moment to create such a situation that there's like a chain reaction like in the sun. But people do it. I think there's one setup in California, one in Germany that use different approaches, but they are both successful. They're just not generating any net energy. They're losing energy, but the process, we can initiate the process.
And who is charging?
Charging what?
This expense.
I think one
Like
of them is a commercial company and one of them might be a university. I don't remember exactly. I think the one in Germany may be a university and the one in California a commercial company. I don't know. There are more than two trying to do this because this is like the big holy grail of nuclear energy is to use that process instead of the fission, which is going from heavy elements to lighter elements, which is what we use today with uranium. I mean, imagine hydrogen is the most common element in the universe. It's cheap as heck. Uranium is very rare, and the certain isotopes of uranium are even harder to find. That's why you enrich it and stuff like that. So being able to work on isotopes of hydrogen is unlimited energy for the time being. If we could operationalize it, it'd be essential. I don't want to say free energy because nothing's free, but super cheap energy in terms of the fuel that you use. And clean and no Chernobyl situations either, because there's no radioactive waste from it.
Well, if it's never going to be free, then what's the point? I mean, because we still have the sun.
Yeah, sounds good.
You probably nailed one of the key killers of nuclear at the minute is that solar and other renewables currently are the cheapest form of energy that we have, and the cost of developing nuclear or building nuclear with current technology is just horrendous in comparison right now.
What is surprising is that sun delivers very little energy to the Earth. I forget the number, but per square meter, it's like, I've heard the comparison to a pile of compost, and the pile of compost delivers a comparable amount of energy in like 30 minutes. What the sun delivers that really enables life is low entropy. So that energy is delivered in very high frequency photons. If the same energy was delivered in low frequency photons, then there would be no life. You can think of it like this. The same amount of energy that the Earth receives from the sun, it releases into outer space. Otherwise, the Earth would cook to death over 1,000 years or whatever, right? If it were net receiving energy. But it releases it into space in low frequency photons, so high entropy. But it eats low entropy. You can think of Earth as a Pac-Man who eats low entropy and poops out high entropy.
Yeah, I think the peak solar insolation is about 1 kilowatt per square meter, something like that.
Yeah, and some of it is probably that it's, early tech and it could be better, but like it's not like there's some ridiculous amount of energy falling on Earth from the sun. Some unlimited, potential of energy, because if it were, it would have to go somewhere, like the ground would cook.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So it's not there. But if we can do fusion, then we can, I think we can consume more of that energy directly than what reaches us from the sun. That's how I think of it, at least.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hey, Jerry, you know what else is cool?
Yeah, I do.
What is it?
Being able to solve a Rubik's Cube fast is pretty cool.
I envy you that, because I never learned how to do that. And my son, he embarrasses me with his skills.
Yeah, like when people make like custom Mario Brothers games, like where there's no like platforms to like stand on. You got like bounce on stuff constantly, and they could do these insanely difficult levels quickly. That's pretty cool.
It is.
Yeah. My 4-year-old son's sense of humor is pretty cool. I mean, I can go on and on and on if you want. Why don't you tell me what you think is cool?
All right. What I think is cool is that when you look at the periodic table of elements, everything but the two elements at the very top, hydrogen and helium, and a little bit of lithium, I think, the entire rest was created inside of stars. So everything we're made of, carbon, oxygen, and everything was created inside of stars, because those are the only places with high enough pressure and temperature that can synthesize from smaller things from lighter things, glue them together to become bigger things. The original universe was very boring. Hydrogen, helium, tiny amounts of lithium, I believe, nothing else. Everything else was created, cooked later in stars. I think that's cool.
So you agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson when he says that we're made of star stuff?
That wasn't him. I think that was Carl Sagan, no?
Oh yeah, yeah, that was Sagan. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think neither of those two realize that they're just poetically describing it that way. Yeah. But what's even cooler is that everything above iron, so all of the gold that might be on your finger, all of the other heavier elements, they required a supernova explosion to be created. So a regular star was not hot enough, not energetic enough for those things to show up. That's why they're so rare. They required a full on supernova explosion to be even created.
Supernova, huh?
Yeah. It's a beautiful universe we live in, you guys.
Maybe that's why they can't create life. They don't have a supernova.
But we already have the ingredients. They're on Earth. It's more the reason why we cannot make gold out of iron is that we don't have those energies to synthesize gold from other things. That's why your gold coins are pretty safe for now.
Yeah, so we just need some kind of a supernova energy.
Machine, yeah, and then yeah. So the dream of all the alchemists who wanted in the past to turn lead into, iron, into gold, that might one day come true.
I like my way better. Just banging it out. It feels better.
What are you banging out again?
Women.
Oh yeah. Women are made out of star stuff as well.
So the energy that we have, see, because you need a supernova to make life, but like there's no supernovas inside of women, all right? Like something happens there between the sperm and the egg. Like that's not like superhuman energy, like supernova energy, is it? It's just like why? Isn't that weird?
I don't know. I can tell you my wife is a supernova even without any of that going on.
Yeah, there's some kind of magic going on in there.
Oh yeah, definitely. When you look into organic chemistry, it's mind-boggling. I cannot even understand it, what's going on in there, but it's so complex. It's crazy. Physics is actually the simplest of all the natural sciences, I think, because it deals with the simplest things. But chemistry and biology, they get quite complicated very quickly.
So, Peter, did you iron things out with Bev yet, or no?
Oh no, I think Bev and I will remain on a warpath for a while. Doing this for you, Jerry.
And what would you say your goal is? Like, what do you want to? What would you say you want to convince Bev of?
I don't want to convince him. I want to chase him away.
And what's your main contention? Like, aside from him, the person, like what that he says is so contentious with you.
Pretty much everything he says is absolute nonsense.
Can you pick out one thing?
All horizontals are parallel.
Well, he has an argument for
No,
that, right?
it's just a nonsensical statement.
Well, there's an argument that's like attached to it, though.
No, there isn't. He just says useless things. You see, did you hear me and Jedi speak? Like, I disagree with Jedi's conclusions. Alright? But he made sense. To an extent. Logically, he connected certain things. I think he is missing quite a few other things, but that's a separate conversation. Like, he logically made sense. He wasn't spewing random words.
Well, do you know what the argument is?
With Bev, no, there is no argument. That's the whole problem. There's no argument.
No, I mean as far as horizontals being parallel.
That's not enough for me to extract any argument from that statement. That's like all horizontals are parallel. Well, if they're
No, there's
horizontal to the same thing, they would be, but if they're different horizontals, like I don't even know what that means.
well, yeah, there's a syllogism that goes with it. All right.
Maybe.
Yeah, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other.
Yes, I think so. Like if there's a line A and line B that's parallel to it, and line C is parallel to A, then C is also parallel to B. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Why just not say that instead of saying all horizontals are parallel? Like, what is a horizontal in abstraction anyway?
It's a line or plane parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay, then yes. Then if that's how you define it, then yes. So, like on a sphere, I could have a tangent line to a point, and I could say all lines parallel to the tangent line are parallel. To each other, I guess. Okay, and like all planes parallel to the tangent plane to a sphere are parallel. Ah, the Earth is a globe. Is that like, what is that?
Sounds like nonsense to me.
Yeah, he just says it in a very obnoxious voice and repeats it like 30 times over 3 hours. So, okay. And he never advances beyond that statement. Like he just has like a deck of cards that has 3 cards in it, and he just plays those cards randomly. So it's very frustrating. And I think he did a number on you, Jerry. So that's why I don't like him. Anyways, let's talk about something else.
So, who thinks the Earth is a square? Anyone? No? No square Earth theory? No? No? Nobody thinks the Earth is a quadrilateral? Nobody thinks the Earth has 4 corners? Nobody thinks the Earth is a Rubik's Cube? Nobody thinks the Earth has 4 corners?
Star trails.
Nobody thinks you could fall off the sides of the Earth? No? Damn, everyone's leaving. Everyone's AFK, bro. What's going on here? So, the Earth is the only quadrilateral in the solar system in the Milky Way galaxy, confirmed? Yeah.
What solar system?
Milky Way solar system. There you go.
At least learn your own religion, dude.
My own religion? What do you mean?
Yeah, the Milky Way is claimed to be a solar system. That's right.
Yeah, the Milky Way solar system. You ever heard of it?
Oh boy. No, I haven't.
Oh. You should go
But
brush
supposedly
up on
the galaxy, dude.
you
Yeah,
should
though that's
brush
the
up on
galaxy.
your
Yeah,
you should brush
yeah.
up on
I
your
need to
Milky
brush up.
Wayism.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
I
not
should
my
brush
fault you
up on
don't
that.
it's not
On
my
that
fault
shit
you
you
don't
just
know
made
the
up.
Earth is a quadrilateral.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's not your fault.
It's not my fault you're ignorant, bro. The Earth is a quadrilateral, bro. We
Can you
fall
prove it?
if you go too far, we fall right off the edge.
Who's done that?
I can prove it. Like, just look at the way we look at the Earth. You keep going, you're bound to fall off.
Who's done that?
Who's done that? Columbus. That's how he died.
Okay, well, I'm done with this.
What do you mean?
Bye bye.
How many troll stars out of 5 do we give that guy?
2.5.
I think it's a solid 2.5. I agree.
Wasn't a good enough troll to make me want to carry on with it.
Nah, but he had me at the 4 corners.
It's quadrilateral.
I don't know.
2D shape. 4 sides. Okay.
My problem is I learned all of my geometry in a different language, and I don't know even the simplest English names of like the geometric objects, the 3D ones.
Yeah, quick Google will take care of it.
The other interesting thing about geometry is that most people don't formally get taught it in the Euclidean sense. They get like a modernized version. Euclid's kind of referenced as a historical artifact, but you get taught all of the same axioms and rules and things like that, but under a different kind of guise, typically. It's very rare to get a pure education based on Euclidean basics.
Yeah. And in English, all the names are like of Greek origin, right? All the names of the 3D objects are like have Greek names.
Did you say that Euclidean geometry is a historical artifact?
No, that was probably oversimplifying it. That not the geometry itself, but the language and the wording. If you were to take elements and read it, most people have never seen that before. They've seen all the principles and concepts and rules and axioms and how to apply it and do analytical geometry, but they have probably never seen it as written by Euclid, in a translation of his work directly.
Oh, I see. So the concepts are still true. It's just how they're written might have changed.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. You don't have to because his language, the translations are kind of quite flowery and I guess old world English, that kind of thing, and the wording can be quite convoluted and difficult to understand, and they can actually, describe the concepts and the rules and how to use them in much more straightforward and modern language, which kind of hides the that underlying origins of that work. It doesn't change the nature of them or the validity, just how they look and sound and what the terms and definitions may look like as well.
Them Greeks, though, there must have been something in the water back then over there in Greece, huh?
Yeah, I saw there might have even been in this channel someone was asking a question somewhere about what would Euclid do if he was brought into the current times and exposed to modern day maths, and what would he think? And most of the answers were he would be a combination of blown away and excited out of his mind about what he'd seen and what people were doing. And same with other famous mathematicians like Riemann, that chuck him in a room or in a library for a couple of weeks, he'd come out and he'd have some amazing new insight into what was going on in the place. They were just next level genius.
That guy was insanely good, and I think he did all that and died almost immediately, didn't he? Riemann? I think he died very young, and without his work, there'd be no general relativity, no nothing.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm not sure, but that does sound familiar.
And all these guys, they did their best work in their mid-20s. And I think Riemann died before he hit 30 or some young age. And yeah, they were hit their prime in mid-20s and then either die or become famous and not do much later.
And the other thing I find amazing about it is that some of the maths was very theoretical and esoteric, didn't have any real practical application until, particularly in the areas of discrete maths and things like that. And it wasn't until computers came along and got powerful enough that they were used for practical application. Like now, we're talking over voice. The whole concept of digitizing our voice and transmitting it and compressing it, most of that maths is very, very, well, I want to say very, very old, far older than the digital computer, centuries older in some cases.
You know what's funny? I read that it took Einstein, I think, 9 years to figure out how to use mathematics to write down general relativity, because he had to learn all that geometry stuff from Riemann and other things. So he had the idea in 1905 or 6, and he only published in 1915 because it took him so much time to perfect it and write and do the math. And I'm talking to some dude on Twitter who goes like, that's just shit. That doesn't work. The guy he couldn't even crack the first symbol in Einstein's equation. But he's just debunking it right there. Like, nah, that's bullshit. Okay. And he makes a YouTube video about it. That's the level of, it's truly the latter days here on Earth. Fucking experts in everything, everywhere.
So, Peter, is it just the word horizontal that bothers you? Because that word does tend to bother a lot of people who think the ground is a ball.
No, it doesn't have anything. It doesn't have anything to do with that for me. It's just like that he throws out words completely out of context. That's what bothers me. He never makes any points. He just says, "I mean it." Like that's how I feel. That's why I have like a allergic reaction to your friend Bev, because it's like either he's trolling, either he's a master troll, or he's just completely delusional.
So, what would a troll do?
Like I could do this here all night long. I could just throw out certain words, carefully chosen word salad, just to gaslight people and piss them off. I could do that. It'd be entertaining, but I'm trying not to be more of an asshole than I already am.
Would you say someone who does that is a troll, or someone who says that like horizontal curves, like that person is a troll? Like which
Well, it
person would be?
depends if they say it on purposefully to piss people off, or if they're just honestly making a mistake.
Yeah, some people mean it.
Yeah, I know.
I've met.
Then that's actually better if they mean it and they're wrong. That's better than trolling on purpose. That's why when I say that Bev is delusional, when I call him in his face as being delusional, actually I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because that's not as bad as if he were a troll.
Well, I'd say that a delusional person would say that horizontal curves. At least Bev doesn't say that, right?
Yeah, I know.
So what is delusional about saying that?
Because that's all he says. He says it outside of any context whatsoever.
Well, he says it within the context of reality, right?
I think so, but I was trying to have a conversation with him the other day about spheres, and he started yelling, all horizontals are parallel. And like, how is that relevant to the idea of a sphere? So he
Oh, that could be.
sabotages his, let's say, opponent or whatever, the other side he's talking to, by saying random shit. I don't want to talk about Bev anymore. I'm happy he's not here. Why are you making me think about him?
It's just something I wondered.
Okay.
I mean, at least he has a argument, right?
No, he doesn't. Why don't you tell me how to download a video from Twitter? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Help me with that.
Help you with how to download a video from Twitter?
Yeah, like an embedded video, I need to save it locally so I can edit it.
Have you ever heard of ChatGPT?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could ask that. I'll tell you.
I don't trust those things.
You don't trust ChatGPT?
Not about stuff like that.
Hello.
Yeah, it's not immune from hallucinations, ChatGPT. It's getting better, but it will still make stuff up occasionally.
Yeah, instead I went to Google, I said how to download a Twitter video, and guess what? There's a website for that. So, old school.
Do you still think that Euclid's fifth postulate can't be proven?
Which one is that?
The one that tells you on which side of a line a triangle will be formed if two lines intersect that first line.
I'm horrible at geometry, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, because the other day you were saying that like a lot of people throughout history have tried and they couldn't prove it.
Yeah, I think I've heard that before, but I cannot explain it because I suck at geometry.
Yeah,
But
going back to what
the fact that that postulate gets dropped for non-Euclidean geometries, that I know and I understand why, because I can see it on a sphere.
Yeah, just going back to what Daz has said earlier, that the elements has been revised over the millennia. And one thing that they changed is that
He did not say that. He said it's taught differently using different language than it is originally written.
yeah,
Big difference.
yeah. Well, something else that they switched was the fifth postulate used to be the 12th axiom.
Why is it
Because
always with they?
well, whoever these people who revised it,
There are no
like
people. Do you know that the same things get taught very differently in different countries? Like the way I was taught many things, maths, physics, is very different than the way it's taught in the US, for example. But it's just a different system, different way for many different historical reasons. There's no they.
okay, well,
Even
let's take the
between
word.
different US states, sorry, even between different US states, there
Okay,
are
let's
different
take the
ways of
word.
teaching stuff.
Let's take the word they out. Right now, the fifth postulate, in some older texts, is the 12th axiom, right? And in some other texts, it's the fifth postulate. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Now, I say that it is self-evident on which side of a line a triangle will be formed. And that's what an axiom is it's a self-evident truth. And that's what Euclid or whoever wrote Euclid's Elements was trying to put across, is these self-evident truths.
Good for him.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's pretty self-evident. Seems like the straight line is what tends to piss a lot of people off.
They must be some troubled people.
Oh yeah, I'd say so. You can't really have a sphere without a straight line. Just as an example, yeah.
I'm looking at a sphere right now. I don't see any straight lines.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Sorry, Terry, you go.
No, no. Go ahead.
Jerry is trolling. For those of you who don't know the dynamic between
Yeah,
me
I
and
do.
Jerry,
You know.
Jerry is trying to, I'm busy with
Yeah.
something, so I let him have it.
Did you want to say something, Teza?
No, I was just going to say that the straight line is contentious when there is only one definition of it that's accepted, and if it's the shortest line between 2 points in space, if that's the only concept of straight, then you need to have another word to describe other kinds of straightness that aren't straight. Like arcs on spheres that are the shortest path on the surface of the sphere, but aren't Euclidean straight lines. They still have some properties of being straight, but are subtly different.
Yeah. A lot of people think that an arc and a straight line could be the same thing, but there's different words for them.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why going back to the conversation about how people are taught geometry and the terms that they use, that sometimes the non-Euclidean geometries reuse Euclidean terms and often mix and match, and you have to be careful about how the context of how you use the word is taken, and if you don't use the right context, then it might cause confusion, and so people need to be very explicit about, if they're talking about a sphere and a line on a sphere and they say it's straight, they mean that it's the shortest path on the sphere, not a Euclidean straight line, and having a different word.
You cut out there, but I think I got your point. Yeah, I would say that in the context of reality, then the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
Here we go again.
No, you're correct there. The shortest physical possible path between 2 points in 3D space is a straight line, but the shortest practical path may not be. If your path is constrained by something, like having to work on a particular surface, or in construction, if you wanted to make the shortest road from A to B, you wouldn't necessarily cut out a mountain. You might go around the mountain because you have some constraints.
Yeah, like if you wanted to go through the mountain, you'd have to make like a tunnel, and then that would be straight.
Yeah, spot on. If you wanted to do that straight through the mountain, dead straight line, that would be the shortest path.
Yeah, Peter. I don't know why people get all fussed about this. But as a side note, Daza, I'm glad that you actually opened up your mic and spoke, because there's so many pussies who just sit in text and sit in the text chat all day and just troll. So kudos to you for that.
I'm a pussy. I'm sitting in the chat.
It can be difficult, right? We're all in different time zones, but we probably won't have the time zone conversation now. It's probably getting late for you guys, but it's not late for me. So the ability to speak depends on your time of day and what's going on at that time of day, typically. So for me, it's often very difficult. You guys are all asleep when I can talk.
So, how did you prove that the ground is a ball? I mean, do you think that the ground is a ball?
I do. For me, the most obvious thing, and I think I put this in the chat the other day, is I spent a lot of time. So I live in southeastern Australia, cool climate, clear skies, and I spend a lot of time on the coast. And there are things that I see that just don't align with what I'd expect to see if the Earth is flat. The horizon is very crisp and sharp. It's not a blurry kind of. Most of the time, the horizon is crisp and sharp. It's not a blurry sort of blending off into infinity. I'm lucky that where I spend time on the coast, there are a number of islands and things, various distances, and some cliffs. And the way I can see those changes, what I can see changes with elevation. So I go down to the beach. The islands are gone, by the time I'm a few meters off the beach. Go back up to where we stay, which is about 15 meters of elevation. Everything's come back into view again. And I've looked at the angular resolution argument about that causing things to disappear, and that these are 15 kilometers away, these islands, and the angular size difference between the top and the bottom is zero in a view perpendicular to me. So I know it's not that. I can see what refraction does. It makes weird things happen. There are, and I think I spoke on this channel a while ago that where I go on the coast under extreme weather conditions, we can see some islands that are 145 kilometers away, but it's only very rare from 15 meters of elevation, and we can see them almost down to the waterline. But that happens maybe once a year. It's not the norm. And when we do see them, everything else is very distorted.
So you're saying it's not an optical phenomena that produces this crisp horizon
I don't think so.
Yeah.
You mean by optical phenomena, you mean like refraction or something like that?
Yeah, something funky going on out there where your eye can't resolve.
Yeah, because most of the funky things are also distorting. They change sizes, they stretch things in strange ways, they invert things, or you see mirage effects and things like that. And it's when those things aren't present and the air is clear, everything's very crisp. You get your binoculars out or your camera out and you zoom in, everything's crisp and easily resolvable. That I can see these impacts on things down the coastline as well as out to sea.
All right, so if it's not optical, like it's some optical thing causing this, then it has to be geometric, right? Would that be your position?
Yeah, I think that's more or less my position. Yeah. That it appears to be something physical, geometric. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, would you say? So what exactly is going on with the Earth to cause that? Like, can you tell me?
You mean other than the surface appears to have a curve to it?
Well, yeah, like that word right there, curve. Not, like when you say curve, what does it mean? Like from your position and you're looking out over the ocean and you see the boat cut off halfway. What curve exactly are you referring to?
Yeah, so the surface of the Earth appears to be curving away, and you can even see it before the horizon. That there's just something about the way, if you've got nice steady breeze and there's small waves that are very uniform, you sort of get like a like a checkerboard pattern, for want of a better term, and the checkerboard spacing. It doesn't look like it's on a flat surface. If you look at a grid, an isometric grid drawn in perspective with equal gradients, you get this lot of pattern that fades off into the distance with a particular kind of cadence. When you look at the ocean under these conditions, the pattern, almost is telling you that it's not like that. That there's something else going on.
Okay, so when you said curve away, would that be a curve in the vertical direction, like up or down?
Yeah, so if I'm standing vertically and looking out, the curve appears to drop below me. And we're lucky where we are, we're on a point, and I can see just a smidgen under 180 degrees. And as I look around, that it appears that everything's the same, that that edge of that curve, nice crisp line, feels like it's the same distance away, right? That it's not kind of smidging off into the corners, into the distance, that it looks like I'm looking at the edge of a dinner plate, or standing on top of a dinner plate, and I can see around the edge of the dinner plate. And that's what it looks like to me.
Okay, so it would have to curve downwards then, right? I mean, it's not curving up, is it?
Oh, it's push talks pain in the bum. No, that's right. It looks like it's curving downwards away from me. So if I'm standing vertically and looking out, it is below the line of the horizon is below my kind of natural eyesight line.
Okay, so all right. So what if there's like someone else on, like, say 100 miles away, facing you, and they're looking at the same boat? Does it drop for them too?
Yeah, I think it would. I know that if I go down the coast and look back to where we stay, I get the same feeling that looking back to where we are staying, that it looks lower. It's below my eye line when I look towards it.
So there's you, the boat, and the other person. So the boat would have to be like kind of like in a valley between you guys. Is that your position?
No. That if we're both looking out to sea at a boat from different places on the coast, or if we had a big big bay and we're on, the boat was between us. Actually, if the boat was between us, we'd have to have a really big harbour. But yeah. Yeah, no, I know where you're going with this, but yeah, basically, you are standing perpendicular, lined with vertical, looking straight out at a natural, perpendicular to vertical aspect, and not use the H word because I know where that will go. The curve is always down. Yeah.
What he cannot imagine is that the curve is always down, because he's thinking that there's a top of the ball somehow magically somewhere. We've all seen the meme with a boat with kind of two, pardon my French, two boobs on each side, right? Like two bulges. Yeah. No, it's not like that, Jerry. No
That's
boobs
right.
for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to avoid boob conversation and
That's-
using the H word as much
That's
as
what I'm
possible.
here for. Yeah, that's what I'm.
Well, that's the only way that you could get a curve, isn't there? Is if it would curve down, right?
Boobs are not the only way to get a curve.
All right. Well, is the boat lower than the both of you guys? Or no?
What do you mean by lower?
Well, since you said that it curves down for both of you guys, and it's in between, it would have to
Relative
be
to the
lower.
observer. For each observer, it curves down. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just interesting.
Okay, Jerry, if you were to call both of those people and say, is it curving down for you towards the boat? Both of them would say yes. Independently.
Yeah, but it's just interesting because earlier that Daza said that it wasn't perspective. And what you seem to be suggesting now is that that it's observer dependent. I would say that's the same thing as
Yes.
perspective.
No, it's not, because every point on the sphere is equally good. Every point on the sphere is the same as every other point.
Okay, so then it's not dropping, is it? Because it's
Yes, it is from that point.
Yeah, it's below your eye line. So standing still, looking straight out, it is below your eye line.
It's
For everybody.
definitely lower, right?
Below your eye line, yeah. Yep, you're looking down. You have to look down to see it.
Right, and that's a vertical drop. So then in between you guys, there would have to be a valley. But then Peter said
no
that there is no
I
valley.
did this exercise with you once, but you refused to play along. So maybe today is better. Take a ball. It's not the Earth, Jerry. Don't freak out. Just a regular ball. They exist, right? They're not controversial. A basketball. And just put two of your fingers on two different spots on the ball. And now rotate the ball so one of the fingers is at the top. It's looking down at the other finger. Well, it's curving down for it. Now do the opposite. Rotate the ball so the other finger is on top. So you can visualize the top, right? And it's curving down for the other finger, right? Like, no matter how you rotate the ball, from the point of view of one of the fingers, the other finger is down the curve. There's no boobies. There's no valley in between.
Okay, so let's connect those two fingers with a horizontal line.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Here comes the horizontal line. I
Try
can't
not
do
to
it.
go here.
You go, you go,
Can we
you go.
connect them?
I'll
Can
go
we
on mute
connect them
because
with a
I can't
line
do it.
perpendicular to vertical?
Right, horizontal.
Well, that's a word. Can we just stick to perpendicular to vertical? That
I
describes
just
a line
laughed.
as well,
I
right?
laughed right now.
That is what horizontal is, right?
Yes, Palestine is flat because they're terrorists.
Yeah, perpendicular to vertical is horizontal because I mean, duh.
Yeah. Where Jerry is going to
So
shorten the
what's the weird?
conversation.
What's the weird? Let's just not say that word.
Yeah.
Let's stick to what?
Yeah, because
What do
horizontal
you?
has multiple meanings, right? Depending on the context that you use it.
No, it
It's a bit
doesn't
like
have multiple meanings. Horizontal
so.
is just horizontal, and it's literally just defined one way.
Yeah, so it's perpendicular to a vertical for a person.
Yeah, which is the same
At a point.
which is the same as it being. I mean, perpendicular to vertical is exactly what it is.
Yeah, but so if we're talking about,
Yeah,
why
it's
I think
not.
the
It's
Earth
not
is a
anything
globe, right?
different than that, right?
Yeah. So what Jerry will ask me next is,
How you gonna tell him? How you gonna tell me what he's gonna ask you next? I'm just trying to put a pin
'cause
on
I
my
think I've
little
seen the
brief
conversation
interaction.
before.
I
Yeah,
just thought it was funny to try to make a distinction when there is no distinction.
yeah. Well,
Now
there
you
is a
probably
distinction.
your claim overall is probably that there is, but
Yeah,
you kind of have to justify it rather than trying to sneak it under the radar, don't you think?
yeah. Okay. Well, so that,
Did you
You
cut
keep,
out? What
yeah,
happened?
like you're like occasionally cutting out for like a few seconds every couple of minutes.
Might have got a call or something.
yeah, this push to talk thing's doing something weird. I think if I put my finger anywhere else on the screen, it goes. Yeah, so I'm standing on the ball, looking at the boat, like Jerry was saying. I'm standing vertically. I look out.
What do you mean you're standing on the ball? Is this just
So
like
we were talking about the concept of what it
oh, this
would
is a
be if the Earth was
conceptual
a
argument.
sphere, right? Yeah, conceptual argument, right? Yeah, but based on the things that I've observed.
I'll
So
mute
I'm
out
standing
then
on the.
because I'll mute out. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. No dramas. Yeah, so I'm standing on the ball. Standing vertically, I'm looking out through the sea, and I draw a line that's perpendicular to vertical, right? My natural way of looking. When I look out, one thing I do notice is that the line of the horizon is below that line. So I would call that line my horizontal line, right? But if I'm the other person on the other side of the bay looking at the ship, I go through the same process, and my vertical and my horizontal are mine. And when I look out, if I look along my horizontal line, I see that my friend on the other side is well below my horizontal line. And so it's clear that our horizontal lines aren't in the same plane, even if or in parallel planes, even if we're looking out across the sea.
Well, it's interesting that Peter brought up the basketball, because in reality, with a basketball,
There's no way to argue against this.
You could
We're not
connect 2
talking.
points.
We're not talking about reality. There's really no way to argue against this.
Why not? Do basketballs exist in reality? We could make little boats, put them on a basketball, and what
hold on a second.
Daza just told you would hold true on a
Yeah,
basketball. We're not even talking about the Earth. Don't get
if you
excited.
pretend that you can put planes, at each individual point, and someone is standing on a that something is on a basketball, then I mean,
But you
sure,
can do
there's
that.
nothing.
You
There's
can
nothing to
demonstrate.
argue. Excuse me. There's nothing to argue against at that point. Which is why I'm saying there's nothing to argue against, because
Meaning that it's what?
while we understand the what is it the John and Mary situation, or whatever it is, where you see where we think that an argument against them is seeing like some kind of McDonald's arch or something, but it's just a pointless argument, because they're going to say no, because actually it's conceptually perspective. When you're conceptualizing that you're on a globe, and each point that you're standing on creates a new horizontal plane for that individual. So
Well, the problem is that Peter brought up a real basketball. Now, in real life, you could connect 2 points on a basketball with a horizontal line. But the problem is that would create a hump vertically in between them. But Daza said that it would drop. So we have a contradiction here.
No, the line has to be through one of the points. You've got to connect at the surface of the basketball where one of those points is. That's where you start your line.
So you wouldn't be able to connect those 2 points with a horizontal line in reality. Is that what you're saying?
With a straight line, no. Yep.
Wow. So you have no third dimension to your sphere then?
We're staying on the surface, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so
you're stuck to the surface. Yeah.
So your sphere is 2D, right?
The surface of it. How hard is it to understand this? Are you trolling, Jerry? Like we're connecting the points on the surface.
A big flat sphere, right? Is that it?
Well, guess what? If you drill through the basketball, it's not going to be a basketball anymore. It's going to be a useless piece of rubber. So we're not going to destroy the basketball. We're going to stay on the surface, and we're going to connect the 2 points. If you're going to claim that it's impossible to connect 2 points on a surface of a ball, you need to check yourself into a local hospital, my friend.
Okay, well, that would mean that that you can't have a horizontal then, because everyone knows that horizontal.
That's why I laugh at you every time you say horizontal out of context. Yeah. That's why I always laugh at you.
Okay.
And this is what it all boils down to, right?
Bev did this to you, that you're saying the word horizontal. It's your fetish at this point. You say it, no matter if someone asks you, do you take your coffee black or with milk, you're going to say horizontal.
Let Jedi get in, because we don't need the critiques.
Hey,
and I like
two friends argue a little bit, okay? Don't break up a friendship.
Well, I'm waiting for Jedi to get in there so he can continue to. So anyway, and also Globus, shout out to you right there. Of course, they would say that they're not doing that; they're creating. Anyway, Jedi, was that you? I heard.
No, that was me, Fusilli Jerry.
Yeah. So, Jerry, what I'd say is that the only way I can join those 2 points on the basketball is with a piece of string. I'd have to, and that would be the shortest path on the basketball. So that piece of string is how I would have to connect those points on the surface of the basketball. Pull it tight between the points, and that's my line that I can make between the 2 points that would connect them. But any other kind of line that's not on the surface would not connect those points.
All right. So, would you be able to connect those with a straight line at all?
By going under the surface, yes.
Right. So, if that line is
Or
horizontal,
going under the surface.
right. So, if we made that straight line horizontal, you wouldn't have a drop, would you? You'd have a hump.
So if we this is a chord through the middle of the ball. So this is where it gets interesting, right? The only place I would say that line is horizontal would be between the 2 points on the surface directly above, because my perspective of the world would say if I drilled a hole, made a straight line directly between the 2 points on the ball, at the perpendicular. So we stick to the basketball again, right? We're just purely the basketball scenario. If I drill a hole through the basketball from point A to point B, it's going to be at an angle to a line that's perpendicular to the surface of the basketball at the point where we draw that line.
In your opinion, do you think that you could be lower, higher, and at the same elevation as the other guy, all at the same time?
Well, this also depends what you mean by elevation, right? So if I'm talking about, so if we're talking about the surface of the basketball again, we'd say that the surface of the basketball is all at the same elevation, right, relative to the center. So that's what I would say. I would say my elevation is the same as the guy at the other end. I have to look down from my vertical to see him, and he has to look down from my vertical to see me. If I were to look straight through the earth at him, I would see the earth above that line.
So you're both below each other at the same time, in your opinion?
Now, we both look down towards each other.
Right.
We
When you
are
say
at
down,
the same elevation.
You do mean down when you say down, right?
Yeah, towards the earth.
Right.
Yeah, it is. It has to be lower, and that's why when you talk about like this as well, it depends on what you mean by what did you say exactly? It depend when
Down.
you said it depends. No, before down it was something else.
Oh,
But
yeah. It depends what you mean by level or the same
right.
height. Did we
That's what
say something
makes
like that? Yeah.
that's what brings it into contradiction when you say it depends, because look, in this instance you have an instance where you're saying that all points are level with the center of the ball, and at the same time you're struggling to say down, because that would be a drop in elevation from the point of the observer observing, the other person. But at the same
Yeah.
time, they're at the same elevation, but they can't be at the same elevation because, again, they're not level. When we talk about level being no part higher than another, because obviously they're at a lower point than you from top of the ball, from your
Yeah.
perspective, which is why it makes
So
it a paradoxical argument.
in some ways, right? It implies that there's something else.
Well, in the most purest way, if we're just talking about just truth and brass tacks, yes.
Yeah. So it for me, it's implying that down and level and flat have some context to it. So down, I think we'll agree, is always towards the center of the earth, straight under our feet, perpendicular, vertical line straight down vertically.
I don't think that, but you can.
Yeah. So the whole where am I going? Is the other person on the curve below me? It depends what you mean by below. If it's below me, isn't that I have to look below my normal eye height? He's below me, but is he at a different elevation below me? No.
I'd say that, yeah, they're at the same elevation. Because we all know what would happen to the water if there was an actual drop from horizontal, don't we?
Yeah, the surfaces of large bodies of water have constant elevation. They are not flat, but they have constant elevation.
Well, like a river, right? That those have drops, right? Because they flow. But like a canal, there is no drop because the water doesn't flow.
Daza, why are you talking to Jerry? You know he's not a flat earther, right?
Yeah,
Jerry,
You didn't know that, Daza? The thing about Jerry and his Jedi Master Bev is that they are mega trolls, so you don't know what they are. They make so little sense that they could be Triangle Earth, for what we know.
Yeah. It's imaginometry, right?
Yeah, it's the Imaginometry people, yes. And the answer is he's talking to him because that's the only person who was willing to talk to us at the moment.
I don't think there's anything controversial about what I said. I don't think there's anything trolly about what I said. But
no, it just doesn't make sense.
Right. No, it makes sense. I mean, saying that down changes and level, flat, horizontal all mean different things, like, that seems trolly to me. But
to be controversial, you have to make some sense so people can disagree.
Uh-huh.
Wait, so you said you can be above, below, and at the same height as something or someone that you can see? Is that what you said before?
All at the same time.
Yeah. So I said I can be at the same elevation as somebody and have to look down to see them, because I've done this, right? I've seen it on the coast where I visit. That if I look out and if I go up with a bit of elevation and I look out and I look perpendicular to vertical, points down the coast are below my eyesight. When I go down the coast, the point that I'm looking back to is also below my eyesight. When I try and align it with vertical. So from my perspective, that's what I see. Yeah.
So it is perspective.
No. Perspective doesn't change the relative positions of things.
Well, that's what you just said, though.
I didn't say it was due to perspective. I said it was due to my position.
Okay, so from your position, your perspective changes, right?
Yeah, perspective in
talking to a gotcha
sense I'm
moment?
looking from somewhere else. Yes. Yep.
Okay.
But it's not perspective as, perspective is a technical term describing, the change in size of things in an image. That's not that perspective.
Yeah, you have a not that, right?
Anyway, as I mentioned before, strange time of day for me to be talking. I have to drop now, but interesting to chat. Have a good
Great
one,
chat.
guys. And I'll maybe catch you another day.
Okay.
Good day, mate.
Jerry,
See you later.
I've done some more research, and I have to say, I think I agree with you. Before I was a flat earther, a lot of these guys they tricked me. Jerry, I think you're probably the only one who's correct. How can you say it's a flat Earth when there's mountains? Right? Clearly, there's some level of elevation, right?
Yeah, you can dig too.
You,
Yeah,
you know
right.
how you know how you know how. Let me see how I approach. No, I'm gonna approach it like you. You know how retarded you have to be to get the argument so wrong that you think we're talking about
the flatness of the Earth.
when
Well, hey guys, don't mute him just
in
because he said
actuality
retarded.
they didn't. When in actuality we're talking about the orientation of the surface over an extended distance. And so that being said, obviously there's a difference between like I don't know, the flatness of a table and the orientation in which you hang your TV. And I think those that don't understand the difference in what we're talking about versus what they think we're talking about is kind of retarded to think
Well,
people are that retarded.
well, I'm not. Despite you attacking my good friend Jerry, right? I'll try to remain civil here. I would just ask that you don't call my good friend Jerry retarded. I think he's one of the few good faith interlocutors who's not a flat earther. Um, so please don't call him retarded. But yeah, I think flat.
As you can hear, I was saying anyone, especially after clearing up and clarifying what the argument is clearly about and not about, anyone who suggests, like, what you suggested, that would be retarded, especially after the clarifying that just happened, is
I
what
hear
I'm
you,
saying.
but
It's
no, I
different.
hear you.
That's different for anyone who is honest and knows that there's a difference between calling someone a retard and explaining what I just explained.
Are you calling my good friend Jerry dishonest? Now, listen, you can call me dishonest all you want. Okay?
Am I calling him
Saying
dishonest,
Jerry,
or are you gonna
hold on,
are
B.
you just gonna
Hold on, hold
continue
on. I let you
to?
Right
finish.
now, I don't know about this.
Saying Jerry,
on this one.
saying Jerry is
What do
retarded
you
is
mean?
dishonest.
What do
That's a
you mean
step too
dishonest?
far.
I don't
Okay,
get that. Like,
that's
I
a
don't
step
mean.
too far.
I don't get what you're saying though. Like,
No worries.
because
Well, maybe it's fine if you don't get what I'm saying. I'm in the middle of speaking.
well,
So
it's
once
kind
I
of not
conclude,
fine because you made a
no.
claim.
So once I
You made a
conclude,
claim
then
about
you can
something that
So my
I
good friend
didn't do.
Jerry
That's what I
and
don't
I.
understand.
No,
You know what I
so
mean?
before, no worries,
I
B.
wonder who
I'll
else
finish.
is.
You
Maybe
can
no one
understand.
else is
No,
out
no
there.
worries.
It's not
You're
even
good.
that important.
I'll finish. I'll
Then
finish, and then you'll
when
understand.
there is a moderator in here, well, you're gonna get kicked because you can't just mute someone.
Oh, he got
I
muted.
hope you know that that's against the rules. Just to let you know, looking out for your interest.
I mean,
He can't
you're gonna
respond.
get muted if you keep
Oh, did he
using
get
your
muted?
mic time
Oh,
to belly. I mean, come on.
Did you say it's against the rules to be muted?
What?
it's against the rules to mute someone. For the sake
you're not a
of
mod.
local mute someone. Yeah.
Oh, this
What
happens
about
here
the
all the
moon
time.
and
I
that?
get muted like every 10 minutes.
I don't
Those
think
are
you
in guest
understand
rooms.
what local mute
Those are
means then, because I literally just said, yeah, when you local mute.
oh yeah.
Oh, what is a local mute?
It's when someone like myself, who's not a moderator,
Facetious.
mutes someone else in the conversation.
That's doable? How do I do that?
You shouldn't do
Well,
it
if you
because then when
do
they
it and
everyone
then
interrupts
you
the show.
cause audio chaos, then they don't have to ask to kick you; they just will.
Oh,
Because
so you mean if I muted
you're
like
already warned.
in my client, I mute.
Well, I mean, I feel like I've explained good enough. To each their own. It's your computer and your account, so good luck.
No, I've never done it. I didn't know it was a feature of Discord, but now I see it as.
Yeah. So you guys, how do you feel about the moon? Like when you look at it, Is it not round?
Elijah, you want to take this one?
Yeah.
Well, what is there to
Which one?
take? I wish that everyone took my stance, which is, not appease everyone who has a question, because, we get real
No, it was
tired,
quiet
right?
in here. You guys didn't have anything to talk about. You were just arguing.
Well, the
Okay.
moon looks round to
I'm,
me.
I'm not saying I'm not saying not have a conversation. What I'm saying is,
You're an asshole, and
if
I'm
we
leaving.
raise
You
our
don't even need to
level
talk to me.
of respect for our time and what we do here, there are just some questions that we know in 2024 don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like I see what you see. So let's not try to dance into an argument that again becomes conceptual at some point. Just don't have the time for it. That's not. I mean, who's that going to help? I'm not here to entertain you, and you're not really here to get information from me. So maybe someone out there does want to have a good, riveting conversation. I would like to keep the air open for that. God forbid, right?
Yeah, but Elijah, I want you to contemplate my imagination.
Hey, Flatsy, good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you too. I've missed you, buddy.
Same. I've been around. I just don't. I just don't. I just don't feel like argue. It's just ridiculous. You know what I mean? It's not a debate. We already know what it is. So it's like either we come across people who are trying to figure out what's going on, and I'm here for them, or I'm not here for trolls or people who are too dumb to understand that they're too dumb.
Very well said. I find myself having to take a break here and there, so I understand.
Like the only question that's real is how the fuck do you think it's flat? Like what does that mean? That's the only question that makes sense in 2024 because it's absurd, right? If you're someone who truly believes that it's not flat, then that's literally the only thing that makes sense. Like to come up with the I understand, YouTube basically inundates people with videos to the point that they think it's their idea when they ask certain questions like what's in the other side and da, 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 da. I get that, but um I've made excuses for them for 2 years. At this point, I'm not at the level where I can just accept that anymore. It's like, no, I have to believe and trust that the system is just and it's done its job in exposing what needed to be exposed. And so, moving forward, I have to move forward at a certain level because we're not in 1994 where everyone is still playing Pac-Man, right? Like shit changes. So, the level of argumentation definitely changing if I'm the person that's talking in the room. I don't know what kinds of arguments that you guys, whatever Glovers these guys are, whatever conversations you have. But I mean, I've been getting asked, "What do you see when you look at the moon?" for like 6 years, and it's retarded. I see the same shit that you see. I'm not gonna entertain that. You need to ask me a real question, like, why the fuck am I in this VC? What the fuck have I done to validate
What the fuck have you done?
any emotions or feelings?
What the fuck are you doing this in this VC? What the fuck have you done?
Fair enough, but I'm still rolling, so But short and sweet. Basically, it is measured flat and practically used as flat. Um, so though I haven't practically used it for navigation or anything like that, I understand the rhetoric. Um, and then there's also the idea that the horizon is some geometric blockage. I already debunked that myself at the beach looking at Jersey Shore and the horizon way beyond it. So, yeah, that's what the fuck I've done. But a ton of other shit, but basically that's right. That's really all you need to know. It's measured flat and there's no geometric blockage anywhere.
You ever think about maybe writing a short article to put those words on paper?
No.
It was a convincing argument. You could change the future of the world.
I'm not interested in changing the future of the world. That's not my job.
8 billion people missing out on those ideas and thoughts.
Well,
sucks for them.
Yeah, well, people shake hands and bank with the same people that rob them for millions during their whole lifetime.
I didn't see
Very
that
simple
one coming.
fix, but no one's doing anything about that either. Something being aware is simple phrase, interest rate.
Mm-hmm.
You're aware of that? Everything changes.
No, tell me about it. Tell me about the interest rate.
I didn't hear a rebuttal, so ultimately that's what that was.
That's what's so brilliant about your delivery, that it's impossible to rebut.
I mean, I'm just stating the obvious. What is there to rebut? I guess that's what you mean.
Yeah.
Oh, Elijah, you do make little sense, don't you?
He's triggered.
Well, he said he measured the Earth flat, Jerry. Do you believe that?
She didn't say that he did it. She said that it is measured flat.
No, he did. He said he measured it in shit and it's flat and it's game over, Globe.
See, he doesn't listen well.
But Jerry
There
doesn't like
wasn't much detail in there.
Well, there was enough detail. I mean, words mean things. And I did specifically state that it's measured flat while I haven't done any navigating myself and utilizing it as flat. But I did say that what I did do was invalidate that there's any geometric blockage anywhere, specifically with the Jersey Shore. That's it.
Tell us how you did it. We're curious.
Say again?
Can you describe to us how you did that? I mean, we're curious, like how
I
you
was
proved
at the
that there's no
beach.
blockage.
I was at the beach enjoying my mom's birthday. And I looked out and I said, I wonder what that is. And then
Is that a measurement?
What?
You looked out at the beach and
Yeah, at the
wondered?
beach I looked out at Jersey Shore and I wondered specifically like what lighthouse I was looking at, and then I realized, oh wait a minute, Jersey Shore is at this distance, and the horizon is supposed to be in front of the Jersey Shore, but it's clearly beyond the Jersey Shore. So that's what I noticed.
Is that a measurement?
It's exactly what I noticed.
It's that obvious, Yui.
It's
Did you get
a
it? It's that
measure. It's a
obvious. You can
measure.
just
It's a
eyeball it
measure.
and the
It's a measure
kilometers
of
get.
distance. It's not eyeballing. It's a measure of distance. Now, specifically, I'm not measuring that Jersey was 6 miles away from me. That's just what it is. Like we already determined how far away Coney Island is from Jersey Shore from that point. No need to get tedious. You know what I mean? So, with that being said, with all of the information I had, I knew that the horizon should be somewhere in front of Jersey Shore, and it wasn't. It was nowhere to be. It was way beyond, like, unfathomably beyond where I would have believed it to be had I still been indoctrinated. That's all I'm saying. Not saying any more, any less. Now you ask, is that a measurement? Clearly people understand, well, there's an expectation of something, that being the horizon at a distance, and it's not that. That's what I'm saying with my words. So when you ask me, did I measure? I'm telling you exactly what I did do, and if that makes sense to you or not. But you have to focus on the words that I am using, not the words that I'm not.
Well, I'll focus on the word you use. You said, "We expect." Who expects that?
Well, I just told you if I was still indoctrinated.
So someone told you that that's what you're supposed to see.
Well, every time I looked at the horizon before, I thought that that was the edge of the earth, of the ball that I used to think I lived on. But I know better now. So, in my mind's eye, every time I looked at the horizon, that was the edge of a sphere.
Yeah, you were indoctrinated to being told in what you're supposed to see. It's a good job the Globers don't say that. I don't know who told you that though.
Well, no, it's a geometric consequence. So I was smart enough to figure that out. No one had to really tell me that. Like, the one thing I thought was what everyone else thinks, is that the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere. That's
It
what
just occurred to you,
everyone
I see.
thinks about. That's what everybody just assumes. No thought necessary. Now, I will say some people don't think that, because I said this to my friend and she said, "No, I never thought that," because she was on some island and she was like, I can't remember exactly what she was looking at, but they said in this direction, 100 miles away, is this city, and she couldn't see it, and she didn't think she couldn't see it because the earth was curved. She just thought it was too far away, and she couldn't see through the haze and the distance. And I was like, oh, it is interesting that you would think like that, because at that point, she's not really expecting anything. She's just, with experience, she understands that you just can't see forever. But there are some people who, for the sake of this argument, believe that the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere. And so for those people, they definitely do make the claim that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as cited with CFI investigators, as cited with, I don't know, maybe 20 plus videos about the horizon, some labeled number one proof against flat earth, part one, the horizon. So when you say no one makes that argument, it's kind of laughable to me, but you know, it is what it is.
I'm glad I'm making you laugh, but no one's telling you you're
I am.
supposed to see
It's just 1 o'clock in the
exactly
morning,
that
so
distance.
I'm laughing real hard. You got to know my personality to know how hard I'm laughing right now. Like,
There's a few Globers in here. Globers, do any of you say that
You
you're
ever
only
smile with
supposed to
your
see
eyes?
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height?
You ever smile with your eyes?
Well,
Yeah,
I just
so,
don't
so
think
you
it's
know
that.
what it is.
I just don't think. Oh, I don't think it's anything Globers say. So obviously you're
Oh no,
told.
because they don't know about it. Of course, I'm not only like people like what we've termed anti-flat earthers. Like they know because specifically like people with just a belief, they don't know much of anything. They just know like basic stuff. Like they don't know anything about the geometry or like anything deep. They just know, oh well, the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere. Boats disappear beyond the Earth curve. Like that's something that they're programmed to say. I was programmed to say the same thing. We all were. Things, shit like that. So yeah, I agree with you. Most Globers wouldn't say that. However,
You mean
what
most anti-flat earthers would say that?
what people know, and what people believe have nothing to do with the truthfulness of everything that I've stated. So while most people don't know that they're supposed to be looking at a horizon that's like roughly 2.5 to 3 miles away when they're standing at the beach. Yeah, it is a pity that no one knows that or expects that, because then they wake up to the bullshit like I did. It's obviously absurd.
Wake up to the interest rate.
Well, yeah, you're either getting fucked by it or you're getting rewarded by it. It's pretty much as black and white as it gets.
I see.
What's up, Yui? What's new?
Am I lying?
The physisphere? That's new.
Ah, so boring. With your
Any
sphere.
lies detected?
Nah.
Okay.
You seriously have never seen the show In the Thick of It?
No, I've not. I've heard of it though, obviously.
It's one of the greatest works of art made by your nation.
We produce the best actors here.
Yeah, you do. You know how shocked
I guess that's it for Peter. That made me laugh.
It's crazy that the room will be quiet and Globers will wait for someone to have a nice little row with, rather than just accept everything that I said.
Who are you talking about? Me?
It's all of you, yeah. Well,
Um,
all of you that the shoe fits for, anyway. I'd say.
very rare that I accept anything you say, Mr. Elijah.
I mean, it's like sometimes the room is just waiting for someone who will entertain the question, what's underneath? Where's the edge? Show me the dome.
No.
How old is it? How far is the sun?
Some of them are waiting for a champion,
No,
champion.
I mean some of the Globers, like the room's atmosphere, like where the level is, like of awareness, like collectively is. The Globers just wait for anyone who will entertain whatever retarded question that they have. Unbeknownst to them, it's retarded. But like, if I make some sort of syllogism, like, then they'll be like, "Oh, that's retarded," and I'm like, "Exactly, because the rhetoric is different, but the form is the same." And they'll just be like, "No, I don't accept that," and I don't know what to do with that. So, it,
You become a professional logician like me, you know?
no, because I just made a mistake. I said syllogism when I didn't mean it. I didn't mean syllogism. I meant analogy. Sorry. I make mistakes. I only hope that I stay humble enough to call them out.
I have a question, Elijah, on the topic of logic, right? Just while we're waiting for some Globers to come in, you know what I'm saying? If I said, if and only if it's January the 1st, it's my birthday. It's my birthday, therefore it's January the 1st. Is that logical? If P,
Say that again.
if and only if it's January the 1st, if and only if it's January the 1st, then it's my birthday. It's my birthday, therefore it's January the 1st.
Well,
If and only if P.
that's only if your birthday is already known. Then it's not really. I mean,
Think
it's
about
not
it in its
really a.
purest
It's not
form, right?
really a
If and only.
proposition at that point, isn't it?
Oh yeah, if I say if and only if P, then Q, therefore P. Is that logical? Valid. Not sound.
No,
We don't care about the soundness of it, just the validity of it.
no. Isn't that affirming the consequent?
Aha. Well, actually, it's a biconditional, right? So it's even though it is affirming the consequent, it's a
Well,
valid
only
form.
if. That's what I'm saying is like,
Yeah.
but except for the fact that you actually know that your birthday is on January 1st, so
Yeah,
kind
because
of
it's an if and only
you
if
can
statement. It can
force
only be on that
something.
date, right?
You can force something into that form that shouldn't be in there. Like, for instance, a tree is a tree. Someone can say that's begging the question, except for the fact that it's a tree and we've labeled it a tree.
Yeah, because it's a biconditional. It's a valid kind of affirming the consequent, which I thought is a.
I wouldn't. I
Working.
wouldn't. I wouldn't say. No, affirming the
Of course, it's
consequent is
biconditional.
affirming. Well, it's not. It's not really affirming the consequent because you already know your birthday.
Well, the reason why it is still affirming the
No,
consequent,
you
the
can't do
valid
that
form is
because
because
really that's why I said you kind of like forcing it into this form, uh, except for the fact the birthday should be known. Like, you can't just, well, there's no way to
no,
disconnect.
but I'm talking about the validity of not the soundness of it. So because it works both way around, because they're both propositions are equal to each other
All
on
I'm
either
saying is
side.
you're making an argument out of something that's not actually an argument. So that's the fault. The
Well, if
fault
and only if
is,
statements are arguments, aren't
say again.
they? If and only if propositions are arguments, aren't they?
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you were born on January 1st and it's January 1st, it's just your birthday. It's not really something that should be put into some logical consistency argument. That's dumb. Like, why would you? This your birthday. You were born this day. I know you were born this day. There's nothing to put into an argument. That's
Well,
the fault.
if I relegate it to an if,
No,
if
no, no,
then.
no. Like you're still saying, but if I some way, no, there's no reason to try and make this some sort of an argument. There's no argument in my birthday is on January 1st.
Yeah, but
There's no argument in there.
if I relegate it to an if-then statement, it does become the fallacy affirming the consequent, right? That's my
Why I did explain to you that, except for the fact that it's actually your birthday, like, so it's not actually an affirming the consequent, because if it's your birthday, it's your birthday, dog.
Yeah,
Now
but if I relegate,
you can say if this exists, then this will be the consequence of that. You can
yeah, but if
say
I
that. At saying it's my birthday is not that. So
yeah,
it's,
but this isn't. You're missing the. I guess you're kind of missing the point because
well, I'm not missing
if
the
I said the
point.
same,
You're missing the point
no,
of a
I'll tell you
logical.
what.
You're missing the point of a logical syllogism for the sake of some sort of broken philosophy.
No, it's just a basic form, right? If I said if then,
It's not a
right?
yeah, but the form that you have the condition, like it's your birthday, dog. It's not a
Yeah, but you're
if
not understanding.
condition. It's
Yeah.
your if it's January, then it's your birthday.
That's
It's
not why it's
January
valid.
1st.
It's not valid because of its soundness. It's valid because of its form. So
No,
if I
you can't
said the
say
same thing,
it's a listen. You can't say it's a valid affirming the consequent. That
of
makes
course you
no
can.
sense.
It's called a biconditional. But if I said if then, like if it's January the 1st, then it's my birthday.
No, what
It's
I'm
my
saying,
birthday, therefore it's
you're
January the
saying it's
1st.
biconditional, but the
That's
bottom
actually
line
an
is
invalid.
if
That's
someone
invalid,
has
right?
an argument that they're trying to prove that a proposition is true. If that is the reason for the conversation, then there's no instance in which affirming the consequent is valid. That is an invalid form of reasoning. You can
Yeah,
validate someone's invalid form of reasoning, but
no,
that's it.
it's valid. The only thing that's making it valid is the fact that it's an if and only if proposition. If it was an if then proposition, it would be an invalid affirming the consequent.
Listen.
I'm surprised how many people don't know this. It's like it's spreading like wildfire, I think.
Well, why don't you go ahead and post some literature?
Search for
Because
biconditional.
you're saying you're surprised most people don't know this, but there's nothing like all I'm saying is if the argument is about validating a proposition, that's obviously different than something that's self-evidently true. You were born on this calendar date. That's self-evidently true.
Yeah, but if I said
Period.
if I said
so there's
the
no
thing, think
that we
about it,
don't we
Elijah.
I
Think about
can't
it.
even get you to a point in which we have a true disagreement, because this conversation is circular and is not making sense. Because while I'm saying what I'm saying, you're saying, yeah, but conditionally, if what do you mean? Like, yeah, if it's your birthday,
If
then
I
it's a
said
valid
no,
affirming the consequent. Well, I mean,
not if,
okay,
not if. That would be
see how
invalid,
long that gets
Elijah.
you.
That would be invalid, right? So if I said if it's January the 1st, then it's my birthday. It's my birthday, therefore it's January the 1st. That's invalid. That is the invalid form of affirming the consequence of fallacy. But if I just change it to if and only if, it becomes a biconditional. Same sentence with
No,
just if and only
no,
if at the
no.
beginning.
Start over again. You said
If I said
if it's my
it's
birthday.
January the 1st, then
Mhm.
it's my birthday. It's my birthday, therefore it's January the 1st. That is an invalid argument, right? It's not an argument. It's not an invalid proposition.
It's not an
It's
argument.
an invalid proposition.
Yeah,
However,
but
if
it's
I just
not a.
change it
It's
to
a.
if
But except for the fact,
if I say if
except
and
for the
only
fact that your
we
if
don't get
is
it.
bullshit. That's
We
the
don't get it.
problem. I
Yeah,
keep
it's the if and only if, or
no, your
if
if
then
is no,
only
your
if
if is
statement.
bullshit. You're not listening. Your if is bullshit because it's not if.
You just don't get it.
No, I do get it. Your if is bullshit
What does that mean?
because what you're arguing for makes no sense. Because at the end of the day, you're trying to say that something that's true can be an affirming the consequent. Oh shit, logic is broken. No, your if is bullshit. That's what the
No,
problem is.
the premises can both be true. It's the conclusion that doesn't follow from the premises if it's affirming the consequent. Because it doesn't follow an inference rule. Well, okay, moving on. It's just fascinating.
I just wonder what it's good for. Like, for example,
Well, I mean, it's just if you wanted to make an argument in the form of a biconditional, you're just not
like
committing the
what? Such
fallacy.
as,
Any if and only if statement, really.
such as, if because I wouldn't want to, but I mean, let's say I did, such as.
You can make any global argument you want.
No, just give an example that makes sense.
I did.
Let's just hear it. So okay, so the example is if it's January 1st, it's my birthday. It's my birthday. It's January 1st.
No, if
So
and
if it's
only
January 1st,
if.
it's my birthday. It's my birthday. It's January 1st.
No,
Or it's my
if
birthday. It's
and
January
only
1st. It's
if.
January 1st. Okay, if and only. That's so stupid. It's not if. It's if and only if. Okay, if and only if. So not if, but
No,
seriously,
if and only
if.
if only
No,
and
no,
only
not
if
like
are all
not
different
like
propositions.
if, but no, seriously, if it's my birthday, then it's January 1st. January 1st, so it's my
You're really
birthday.
struggling with it, aren't you?
Oh, that's really useful. I appreciate it. Thanks.
If no,
I mean,
serious.
just for the sake of give us an example other than
I did.
it's your birthday.
Yeah.
Ma, just go on. Make another one.
You can use any statement.
So okay, are you unwilling? I'm not into forcing, fam. I'm a grown ass man. Just say no.
Just put if and only if at the end of an if then
Bro,
statement.
bro,
At the
I
beginning,
asked
sorry.
you to do something. You either gonna do it or you're not.
If and only if the moon is made of green cheese, then Elijah will understand biconditionals. Elijah understands biconditionals, therefore the moon is made of green cheese.
Yeah, it sounds
There
absolutely
you go.
absurd.
You're figuring it out now.
Oh, did you say only if? Because that
Yeah.
would have probably changed the.
That's exactly what I've been trying to tell you. That's what a biconditional is.
So if I agree to affirm the consequent, then I've agreed to affirm the consequent. Beautiful.
Yeah, but it's not invalid. That's the beauty of it.
Right, because you've agreed to it.
No,
I agree to affirm the consequent. I agree. No, it's cool because I've agreed to it.
yeah, in your imagination. All right, we need to talk about the globe because I'll get in trouble for stalling it.
No, it's beautiful stuff, man. Real interesting and useful.
It might be in the future. Who knows?
My friends like this type of shit. They'd be like, "What the fuck was he talking about?" Dude, like, I know I think you're crazy for saying it's glider, but I don't know where you find these guys at, man. Like, there's no way. I'm like, yo, I promise you, you think the same way. All I gotta do is ask you the right question. Shit,
Oh, there's
I
plenty of things I
probably
don't know. That's for sure.
I get caught up every now and again
I
because it's an
actually lose
ongoing inundation process.
I have a principle that if you lose to me on the flat Earth debate on physics, then you must not know a lot of physics because I really don't know any physics.
Yeah. Well, most people are talking about theoretical physics. Who gives a fuck about how much I know about that? Now, the physical and natural world, we're talking about, the scientific method, cause and effect, manipulating the independent variable. That shit 5-year-olds can understand. I can get with that. I'm a very simple man. When you start talking about theoretical things, it's like, I choose not to believe. It's okay.
Yeah, is you're right. You don't have to.
Yeah. Just like it's, Matthew learns right to believe.
Well, as far as I'm aware,
And use valid affirming the consequence as well.
Matthew learns follows the principle of delegating knowledge, where if you don't have the time to learn everything about the cutting edge of a subject, you delegate your kind of trust to a body, people, and then you come to that conclusion. You come to whatever conclusion they're coming to.
It's crazy. It's crazy how much he believes. But like, it's interesting because the more you believe, it's like the more you're willing to just give over what you believe to some authority. But what's interesting about that person is that they will deny you and fight everything you say the hardest. Person who knows the least will fight you the most every time.
Yeah, I mean, we should just be for real about it.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying. Let's be for real. I don't fucking know what's underneath the earth, dog. Why are you asking me that? I've never been to Antarctica. You fucking know that, bro. You know that. Like, why are you asking? Let's be for real. Like, ask me something that I do know.
Yo, Heretic, are you there?
Don't you, real quick, don't you go to people that, like, the reason that questions happen, like, well, definitely, I don't even want to say majority or put like some sort of, but the bottom line is one of the reasons for a question is when you have a question in mind, you are intentionally going to someone that has the answer. Like, not someone who may not have the answer, but someone who you hope to have an answer to an answerable question. So I don't know why the fuck you guys ask these ridiculous questions that can't possibly be answered by anybody. It's a waste of your time. But heretic, sorry, you were called.
Nah, don't worry about that. That guy's just a troll.
Oh, well. I am not surprised. I need you to cite me that biconditional affirming the consequent, by the way. That's absurd.
Cite it to you. Search what a biconditional is.
Yeah, I did, but a bi yeah, I did. I know what a conditional statement is, obviously. So I typed in
So
biconditional
imagine,
and
yeah, yeah.
it just
Imagine if a
and
conditional
all that
statement's
came.
an
Excuse
imagine if
me.
a conditional statement's an if then. Biconditionals are just saying that both sides of the proposition are equal to one another, right?
Yeah, cite that. Because you're telling me to look it up. I don't see that. Cite that.
Is saying if and only if the same as saying because?
I don't know, but I want him to cite it. Did you just share your screen?
You graciously think that they know what a citation is.
I mean, well, because I realized we can go round and round. I know the conversation was done, but like I went back and I'm like biconditional. I know what a conditional statement is. And he's saying biconditional, affirming the consequent makes it valid, affirming the consequent, and it's just some dumb shit that I mean, obviously on Nathan's uh someone ultimately, like we know that the conversations that we have are somehow centered around the flavor of the month, so we haven't escaped the algorithm and we haven't escaped their clutches, people. But since we're having the conversation, um yeah, like I don't get that. Like, yeah, just go ahead and validate what you're saying. Like, dude literally came in, what's his name? Bev Try Thinking came in earlier and was like, yeah, it's a modus polens. Modus polens.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Yeah,
which
we
I
were asking him
Googled.
about that last night.
Instead of ponens.
Yeah, and he said no, it's not that. But then it was that, but it was just that, except for the fact that he was saying, but it's not that, which is what makes it valid. Like, they don't
No.
think that what I just said is what they're saying, but it fucking is, and that's what's retarded. Because what I
He
said
did
made absolutely no sense, but that's what they're saying.
another
That's what
one
started
as
this
well.
this whole. That's what started this whole if and only if is because Bob the Science Guy. He quotes Bob the Science Guy as saying, "If and only if," right? In this conditional statement he's making about, I can't remember now. He did post the short video. And then at the end of it,
Yeah,
Bob
it wasn't
calls it.
even a syllogism. It was just.
Yeah,
It was
Bob calls
like
it modus
the
polens.
heading was a syllogism. Like, this is a syllogism, like the title, and then it wasn't. Like, the fuck.
He's doing this stupid shit now as well. Like, if the Earth was flat, there'd be no change in elevation. There is change in the elevation, so therefore the Earth is not flat. Which, when you look at it, yeah, but that's not what we're saying about the Earth is flat. The reference, our level of reference, is flat base level, and he knows that. He's just arguing the point, saying what he's got a problem with the word flat. That's it. That's the only problem he's got, which is weird,
Some
pedantic bullshit.
somebody came in and ridiculed him for even talking about flat Earth, and that's why he won't subscribe. Guaranteed. His ego won't let him.
And then he's got his little follower Erdabear,
Yeah,
who
Depends a
repeats
little
what he
like.
says.
He
Why?
tries
Like
to.
He even
like
had to.
mini
On
Bev. He's mini
on
Bev.
one hand, I'm like, I want to ask, like, why did they think we're this dumb?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I just had like a 45-minute conversation, which for me is too much. And I'm like, but I had it. when I should have just said, go ahead and cite that bullshit that you said. But I was being charitable, trying to understand where exactly what he was saying. And it's like sometimes what you say is, hey, this I am a eep op or op op. And that's what I said. Like, yes, like yes, I can parrot you. Um and that's what it sounds like. And they don't like when I change the words but keep the form the same. They're like, no, that's not what I'm saying. Yes, it is. Eep op or op.
Yeah. Bev even had to hide to stay in here the other night.
Why does he keep dipping in and out? Are you there or are you not there? Sorry to because it's upsetting me. Are you going to cite that or not?
Who, Yui? Yui, cite it.
I'm outside right now.
Okay, like we don't fucking work off of smartphones and not being in the house, but that's
I
okay.
can find things quicker on
Honestly,
my phone than I can on the computer.
I don't know. I've got really cold hands right now. I don't know about you guys.
Oh, it's winter. Sorry.
Not even that. It was hot today. Come on. It was like it's just 27 degrees. No, well, that was a few hours ago. It's 26 degrees over here in America. Come on, bro. It's not that
Well, it's
cold.
the same here, but in a different type of degree.
Right.
So it's
Yeah.
hot.
It's interesting because we don't even realize like even the weather is like kind for instance like it if it's hotter here, it's hotter everywhere. You know what I mean? Like that I'm not really saying anything profound. I'm just saying like if it's 26 and it goes to 36 here, like it's basically doing that across the board. Damn near.
I'm still a bit confused as to why our spring doesn't coincide with your autumn, like exactly. Like, Flat Earth Dude was telling me, yeah, no, it's 2 weeks later. You get your spring, then 2 weeks later, our autumn starts. And I'm like,
Yeah,
how's that work?
ours goes by the month, and theirs goes by the equinox.
Ah, right.
Yeah, ours is made. They've made it easy, and it's just ours starts every 3 months. It changes season, but theirs goes by theirs is the proper one by the equinox or the solstices and stuff like that. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Yeah, cool.
They've stupid proofed ours.
Yeah.
Yeah, just so people remember. Oh, it's the end of the month, the start of the month, start of December, start of summer.
Yeah, I really like what I've learned from you Aussies that are flat earthers because you observe these things like the sunset and the sunrises and how you'll experience the sunrise and the sunset much quicker than we like it our twilight like our dusk and dawn are they're much slower up here in the north because the sun is still so close even when it's moved away and like even Elijah if he pays attention after the sun sets if he waits a couple of hours he can see if he's high enough or somewhere on the horizon just about where the sun is when it's across the pond and it's noon for them and that's pretty cool.
Do you guys get 14
Yeah.
to 15-hour days in the summer?
Yep. Yep. That was when I first like I mean, I went on a super deep dive when it come like cuz there was one day that it was still daylight outside, right? And it was what was her name? I forget now, but she's from Becky from Australia. And I could hear the birds chirping. And I was like is the sun up where you are? And she's like, yeah, it's been up for a couple hours. And I'm like, well, it's daytime here. I'm not even on the West Coast. It's daytime here, and it was not. Well, okay, it was like 7 o'clock at night, and the sun had just like I don't, or was it 6 o'clock? It was 7 o'clock, and it was like seven something, closer to eight maybe. I got to go back and look at all of the data that I gathered, but it like the literally the sun had just went down. Like you could still see the daylight, but the sun went down. Like and it was just like 15 minutes later. She's like, "Yeah, the sun's been up for 2 hours."
Yeah, when we went to the beach, I don't know how long ago it was, but I was paying attention to the sunsets because it was just summertime, or it was like right at the beginning, like in between spring and summer, and the sun would set, and it would still be daylight outside for like a whole maybe hour and a half after. Pretty cool stuff. Just pretty cool.
We have at the moment it says the sunrise is about 6:15 in the morning, but I'm up at 5 o'clock most mornings and it's already light. But at night, the sunset is round about I think it's about 8:30, but it's still light until around about 9:30, 9:45 p.m. But and then all of a sudden it just goes dark. Like it stays light, and then 15, 20 minutes later, it's pitch black.
Yeah, it's much more gradual for us, it seems. Even after the sun sets, we see daylight out there for quite a while.
Yeah, sometimes it takes forever. And yes, we do see it in the northeast, northwest. Um, you can kind of see where it's the direction is shining from, and it is. I'm like, oh yeah, Australia's over there that way, like know, using like compasses and
Well,
all types of
yeah,
other
well, we've
shit.
done it sometimes. I've been on with Hoss, and he's saying he's seen we're both looking at the moon, and I'm just coming home from work, like 5 p.m. and I'm saying, well, it's to my west. Oh, sorry, it's to my east, 45 degrees in the sky, and he's going, well, I'm in the middle of the US, and it's to my west, 45 degrees in the sky. You go, what the fuck? So I'm sending him photos. And he's going, and then he's sending them back, and they're just from a different direction. It's just strange.
Yeah, I think one you don't quickly realize it, but eventually you realize it. Um, it's never gonna make 100%. It's never gonna make. You're never gonna be able to make sense of it. You'll be able
Nah.
to connect some things, but it'll never, as a full puzzle, connect. Never.
Yeah, I get you.
And you could get like
It'll
a
break
good
your brain thinking about it. Yeah.
like you even it's weird because I'm gonna sound crazy, but I'm gonna say it because I don't give a fuck. Like I felt like we were experiencing this group phenomena where and it makes sense because I feel like this is what the Globers have done. So it's not a bad thing. I think it's an aspect of our reality, and you know what? I think is probably power in using it is so long as your ego is dead and you're just trying to remain true. But anyway, let me get to what I'm saying. So it just felt like amongst us guys that talked every day, relayed like, what angle the sun was, this, what bearing, all of that, like it felt like when I looked at the sky and it was time dependent. It's crazy because it started to somehow make sense, kind of like when you move to a new town, like, and it's like, damn, all of these roads look the same, but eventually they start looking familiar. So what I'm saying is, like, mentally it started to fall into place with whatever we imagined some sort of map to be. And it started like what I was imagining would sync up with, other people's imagination, like when we would come together and share, our findings, our pictures and everything. We're all imagining together, and it's like we're building this roadmap in our mind together. But then you find out that it eventually leads nowhere, and you may have one speculation going left and another one is going to have a speculation going right, because ultimately that's all you're left with is speculation, because nobody fucking knows what the sky is other than the sky. It's the sky, but besides that, it's like, you know whatever backstory you think you're gonna get is it's never gonna happen, other than like what's out there. If you believe what's in the Bible, if you believe what in whatever other book, other than that, I don't know where else you're gonna get it from.
When I was younger, I used to go out at night to the backyard and like lay on the trampoline or clean grass or whatever, and just like try and feel the orientation. Like wanted to experience being on the side or towards the bottom of a ball, looking out and try and experience and feel that orientation, right? And look at the moon and the stars and gauge where I am in the universe, like in the solar system and in the galaxy. I'd get frustrated because I couldn't grasp it. I couldn't get that feeling. It was annoying. I hated it. I never questioned, I never questioned that it might not be true at that stage. I just was like, just frustrated me that I couldn't. If this is the way it is, then I should be able to like feel it, like, no, it was weird.
Yeah, it just leaves you with you just have questions. It's like, because the thing is, you don't have questions about a chair. A chair is a chair. Things that are just things that just aren't things that we question. We question things that aren't. You know what isn't. I know I'm like talking like my language gets really weird, and I don't know if people understand. But you know what isn't? Lies. Lies aren't, because the truth is. So whatever a lie is, isn't. Does that
Truthful
does that
lies.
make sense?
It's weird.
Did I lose y'all? Did I just like say? Am I not making sense?
Yeah, I get it.
Like, lies are interesting because they're it's not something that's not like you things that is just like, okay, whatever. You know what I mean? But everything outside of that is the world of wonder, and potentially not what you expected it to be, which is in some ways good, and in other ways to our detriment. Come on, man, it's crazy that you wanted to play this fallacy game or whatever it was. Um, this logician game, and I asked you to cite me a bi conditional affirming the consequent that's valid, and you're outside, is your response after 45 minutes of bullshit. You gonna say something, Johnny Official? Just so you light up.
Oh, no, I'm just listening, to be honest. I could say something, but there's a few things I wanted to comment on, but I just was like, you know what, y'all can talk it out.
I mean, if you want to, I'll reset and relax myself, and you can go ahead. I'm about to light this spliff, so I'm pretty chill. You can ask whatever you want.
Oh yeah, same. I was really just listening to what y'all had to say.
All right, no doubt, man. Just trying to drum up conversation, and I saw your mic was lit, so that's all. Yeah, but I guess I'll just keep rambling to myself. My question is, how do you argue with something that like a true statement?
Well, like, what's the example?
Usually to do with its form, right? If the form is bad, you'll argue with that.
Well, if the form is
But if
bad,
it's
it's not.
true, why are you arguing it? If you know it's true,
Like that's what
then are you
that's
just
so
being like a
that's
jackass? Are
so
you just trying to troll? like,
bro, bro. That's
If
I'm not calling you a
there's
exactly
jackass. I'm
what
just saying if I know
objectivity,
it's
no no no
true,
no
then
no
why am I
no. Come
arguing
on.
it?
Exact
I'll
from
I'm
the
give
just
you an
confused. I'm
example.
sorry.
from the beginning. I said if it's
Yeah.
true, it's not even an argument. It's just true. It just is.
Yeah.
Well, like
Exactly.
imagine me saying something like, I don't know, just trying to think of an example. If
Well, it has to
Peter,
already be true. Remember, like
yeah.
you
So I'll give you
can't.
two true premises, right? If Peter is hot, then he's gonna wax his eyebrows. Peter waxes his eyebrows, therefore he's hot. Now, Peter might very well wax his eyebrows. Doesn't mean he's hot. He is hot, by the way. But you know, it's not a given by the fact that he waxes his eyebrows, right?
Yeah, that's just an affirming the consequent fallacy, though.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm
Yeah,
saying
that's different
premises
than.
can be true, but the form is
So that's not
problematic.
always true because in my mind the truth never changes, right? The truth is the truth, never changes ever. So if
Of
it
course,
changes,
truth
then it was
changes.
never true in the first place because
Of course.
there was always an other outcome. And even if the other outcome took thousands of years to figure out, it was still never true because we figured out the outcome in the end, and we could change that.
I
So it was never true in the first
think.
place, even though it took so long. So that's my
I
thing.
think.
Like you're right because that's sometimes true, but it's not always true, right? He might be hot this time, but next time he's not. So
Well, I think that
that's where you lose
things
me a little
that
bit.
I think that things that are true can change, and things that but the truth never changes. The truth never changes,
Right.
but
I think that
things that
things
are true
that are
can.
true now change.
Like
Yeah,
you,
like right now
like
there's snow outside, and tomorrow it will be gone. And it's true there was snow, but now it's gone. It changed.
right.
As an example.
But the truth is that it snowed. That'll never change. The fact that it did snow, it was there.
Right. But it's gone. So it was true. Well, I mean, I guess it's still true. like, but it's not like the outcome isn't current. I guess.
Right. Trying to force this into some kind of like the more you try to push it is the more it'll be absurd because there's nothing left to say about it. It's like yeah, it did
Yeah.
snow yesterday. It's not here today. How you gonna turn that into a riveting conversation? Here today, gone
Well, that was
tomorrow.
more of an example.
Yep. So yeah, we agree on affirming the consequent, but um the true statement has to be self-evident.
Well, I don't know. Like, like I said, like if the truth changes, then it was never truth.
But if but it
Like
but it's
when I say
but
change,
the
like
truth is
not the
like,
outcome of the truth, not something
but
that
it's,
happened.
but there's a difference
Let's come up
between,
with an example.
yeah, an example of
I can't think of one.
what you're talking about would be like, uh I had a uh I have well, I had a six pack. Now, 2 months from
No,
now,
no, it would be different because it's not truth that changes in that way. It's more truth that's.
well, it
I'm trying to
does
think of an
change
example because
because
that's
I don't have,
conditional. That's
but I don't.
conditional.
Okay.
But it's still true now. It didn't change in the way that now it's false. It just changed
No, no,
because you
no,
don't have it
no,
now,
no,
but it was
no.
still true in the past.
No, you didn't hear what I said to even make that judgment.
Okay.
So I will. Well, I don't have a six pack, but that won't be true in 3 months, 2 months, 3 months. However, how it depends on how I'm feeling. So that's an example of something that is true that won't be true.
Right, but that's conditional though, right? That's something that is gonna change. I'm thinking of things more like in more set in foundation, if that makes sense. Like obviously like these things come and go. Like you might get
Yeah,
fat, you might get you start taking this pill, you might start gaining weight, you take
up will
another pill, you
always
might
be
start
up.
losing weight, like whatever. Like
That's
you
true.
can change your
Up will always
right,
be up.
but
That's
whatever you
true.
have,
Down is
it'll still be
down. That will
true whether
always
you
be the
yeah.
truth.
Right. So it's things like that, right? Those are like set truths that don't change. And if they did change and somehow we figured out up was down, you know what I'm saying? It's things like that.
Yeah, a tree is a
But those
tree.
things have yet to come out. So there's certain truths that I don't question just because like, there really is no you can't question everything,
Right.
That's what I
Well,
was getting at. Like some truths are just true in
well,
general for
you
everyone,
don't
even people
question.
that don't speak our language or
You can't question everything because you don't question things that are known. Like, you know it.
yeah.
There's nothing to question. Like, so
But
if
sometimes you
which
should
is
question
funny
things that are
because
known.
this whole conversation for some people, for okay, my bad, for majority of the people, are one big question mark, and that right there just tells you the truth of it all. Because if you had knowledge, you wouldn't have this question mark. Wouldn't be, well, I believe, or well, it could be, or perhaps, well, I didn't know this, or maybe if the no, you don't say anything like that about things that are like trees. Well, maybe if it was smaller, we could call it a bush. Like I that okay,
Right.
who are you helping with that statement?
Well,
If was
sometimes
a
this is what I would say.
if. Sorry.
Some things that are known should be questioned, and other things shouldn't be. Mainly things that you can go verify, or you have trusted people that can verify. Because there's many things that people are told that are kind of just like, just listen to me. I know it's true. You'll never figure it out, but I'll just tell you it's true. And those are the things we should question. Because you're not
Well,
questioning the truth, you're questioning their authority, because their authority is the truth, and they're holding the truth above you like they know more than you. And they're
that goes
telling you
back
what is and what
to
isn't when you can't even go see what is and what isn't. So who's to say what is if you're the only one that ever saw it? Oh, well, trust me on this. Well, there's no one else to verify it, and you got three of your buddies too. That's great. It's great to see you're all in the same organization and working together. I'm sure there's no. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with that.
yeah,
I was
yeah, that's it.
generalizing on a lot of different things there. I didn't get very specific, but you understand the point.
Yeah, yeah. It's just like
So it goes both
it's
ways.
sort of it depends, like the word knowing. It's like I know that the sun is 93 million miles away. No, I don't. But I know that that's a knowledge claim. I know that, but I don't know that. You know what I'm saying? So when people say, "Oh, I know this, but we have to
Right.
question it," like you're not questioning things you know. You're questioning things you don't know. That's why you're questioning it. We don't question things that we know.
Well, I question a lot of things from what I've seen and what other people have seen and documented, and I don't know, man. It doesn't appear to
But you
be that
question
far
things you
away.
question things you thought you knew, but then you realize you didn't know. But you know what I mean? That's
Well,
not
it's, I don't know, man. I've
because
seen
do you question reality?
miraculous things.
Do you question reality?
There's a few times I've seen some just insane anomalies, and I really did question reality. Like, what the fuck? Like, what is
like
happening?
like
What is
like what?
that? I have no explanation.
Like what?
Okay, so when I was a child, I was chilling in my neighborhood, and I looked over, and there was a ball of light, like an actual, like, literal orb of light,
Mm.
midday, floating over the fucking houses, bro. Like, and I was like wiping my eyes, like, what the fuck am I looking at? What is that? And it just like went over a bunch of the houses and then like dipped into the woods. And I still have no idea what it is. There's been videos of it in different countries and different places, but none
But
near
that's
where
not
I
an
was. And
anomaly.
I
That's
still
like
have no idea what that was. That was a moment where I questioned like, what is that? I have no idea. It
but I
dude, it
wouldn't
was
I
literally a
wouldn't
ball of
call it an
light, like
anomaly
just
though,
hovering over
man.
houses. Like,
You know? I
no,
wouldn't
that
call
definitely
it
was.
like
That was not a flying object. There was no wings. There was no propellers. It was not
it's
powered by
not
anything. It was an orb. That was an orb, like a video game orb. Like you ever seen like a mana orb in like an MMO, and you pick up the blue orb? It was like that, but it was a ball of light and not blue. It was like like the
well
sun.
yeah,
It was
I
weird as
mean
fuck. Like it's
there's so
unexplainable.
many
I have no
different
idea what it was.
there's so many different kinds of flying
I'm sure there's a
crafts.
lot of explanations, but
Not explanations. There are literally tons of flying crafts. Like
probably theories.
people say, "Oh, look at that," that I saw something in the sky that made like a 90-degree turn, and it's like,
Well, this
nah,
was
no,
2 feet
we
above
don't
the
have
roofs.
anything.
This wasn't in the sky. This was maybe 20 feet off the ground. It was right above the houses. Like it couldn't have been more than 2 stories and a half because the houses
Mm.
are 2 stories. It's right above the houses. Like,
Yeah, but it's something that
and it was
happened.
it was small
It's
too.
not an anomaly
Yeah.
like you seeing your parents drive off for work and then you like turn on the TV and then your father and your mother walks by and says, "All right, we're leaving for work." Like that would be an anomaly. Like
Yeah. Okay, I get you.
not seeing
Well,
like
what would you call
some
this?
phenomena that you can't explain. Like
What
an
would you call
anomaly
this?
would be
Because I
like
don't know what to call
you woke
it.
up and you not even woke up because that could be some sort of mental. I don't like you. An anomaly would be like you having a fade and then you having a fucking mohawk. Like like you're looking at your fade and then
Right.
all of a sudden it's something else. Like that would be an anomaly. It's like, but those things don't happen though.
Well, I don't know what to call that
Clearly.
thing, but I've never
It was
seen
just
anything
something
like
that
that,
you saw that you
and
can't explain. That's all. Just it's some shit
yeah, I
that
can't
I
explain it,
saw
man.
that I described to you guys that I can't explain. That's literally how
Yeah,
you
we've
explain
probably
it.
all seen some crazy shit. Yeah.
An
Imagine.
anomaly. An anomaly. A good way to describe an anomaly would be like a fly on the ISS. How'd it get there?
Yeah, that's a good.
Oh well. Wait. Okay, so let's definition of anomaly from Oxford: something that deviates from what is standard, normal, or expected. Um, it
Right,
says
and you
or
wouldn't,
expected, so I
and
guess you
and
would
you
expect not to see a fly for sure.
right,
Like,
you wouldn't expect to see a fly in the ISS. So yeah, that's an anomaly. It's just one of many anomalies that we've noticed along this journey.
Or a rat on the rocket twice.
Seen that rat.
Bigger
I
for
seen
that.
that rat on the
Is
rock.
it
I was watching
anomaly
that
or
shit
is it
live.
just a production accident?
Well,
Because they're not
well,
like, it
on
would
one
be an
hand, I know it's
anomaly
all
if the
fake,
fly
so it's
actually
like
got to space. Yeah. But like, it wouldn't be an anomaly because the fly didn't actually make it to space. The fly is still on Earth and they're recording it on Earth. So it's
exactly.
just a production error. Because an anomaly would be they're actually in space and somehow miraculously a fucking fly got on the spaceship. But they're not in space and there is
I,
no fucking spaceship. And so
I
Right.
was
you're right
thinking
though.
that.
Like, I get
Which,
what you're saying.
I was thinking
yeah,
that, but then when I saw or expected versus and expected, it was like, okay, well, I guess if you're expecting like some hypothetical scenario in which there's
Right.
a vacuum of space in which you could travel to, in which there's something orbiting the hypothetical, the Earth, then okay, fine. In that instance, I would expect definitely not to see a fly, but I agree with you as well. None of that shit's real. They're not in space doing whatever the fuck. Blah blah blah.
yeah, that's what makes it the anomaly, is they're showing this thing that should be reality, and here we have this anomaly in this would-be reality. So it's all anomalous, ultimately.
Can I point out a fact I learned recently that is like actually very interesting? So Africa on the globe map is very small comparatively to how big it is in the real world, and it's like literally like the size of Asia and Europe combined. And when you look on the map, it's like so tiny, and it's massive, bro. You could fit most of North America, and then
I
almost
I
all
think
of Europe and Asia, bro. And it's so tiny on the maps. It's crazy. Like, I didn't realize it was that big. It's massive. It's huge.
I think that you can't
There's like
qualify
100
the
something
part,
countries just in Africa. It's ridiculous.
but I think you can't qualify the part of your statement that says Africa is this much bigger than this. Like
Well,
we know.
what people did is they measured it and they did the math and they calculated it and they compared it. These aren't even like flat earthers or globers. This is a
They're
dude who
not.
believes in the globe. He
They
did the math on how big Africa is and he compared it to the map size, and it was like
well,
2.5 times
math
smaller
is
than what it
abstract,
should
right?
actually be represented as.
But math is not a measurement, is it? Math is abstract. Second of
It
all,
is. You measure
second of all, second of
20,000
all,
miles, however many
second of
miles,
all, second of
and then you
all,
scale it down.
second of all, if you're projecting these um calculations onto any surface, it's just like a reification. It's not what actually is. So it's not. I mean, again, you're arguing that look at what they did to Africa. Like they didn't do anything, but
Right, it's scaled down, right? But if they accurately
it's
scaled it
not real.
down, then it
None
would
of
be
it is
much bigger
real.
regardless.
None of it is real.
Do my like, are there no? Are maps just not real?
No, maps aren't.
Like, I'm a flat
Us.
earther, bro, but I
You're
still
not
agree maps,
listening,
and I
bro.
still
Like
understand
you
how
asked
the
me a
circuit of the
question and I
sun
started
works. I
talking
understand
and
how
you
the
kept
seasons
talking.
work. I understand all of that.
But you asked a question and then I started talking, but you kept talking, offering up all these
I'm
other
sorry.
things that you know, and I didn't ask. But you did ask a question.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that what I'm saying is that the map is not the terrain. If you Google that, it'll go into exactly what that means. So it's not it's not complicated what I'm telling you. What you see and imagine as a size in relation to what you're looking at on like the size or amount of space uh Africa may take up versus something else on a piece of paper, on a map, on a whatever it is. None of that's real. Like it's not real.
Right, it's a rendition of what we can see and visualize. And that's why we have maps. And this is why you can read a map and navigate to a certain place without GPS. You can just get a paper map and navigate and get there in the right spot.
But
And
it's a
I'm not
coordinate
saying
but
you're
it's a
wrong, but I am
coordinate
saying
system
that
that it's a coordinate
the,
system that absolutely utilizes an aspect of perspective. Okay.
right.
Um and with that being the case, you can never draw that on a map. Like that's not like
Okay, you might not get the terrain right, but you can still do measurements. Yeah,
no, but you didn't say
like you can
like
still
we're talking about calculations that come from trying to fit everything together onto a layer of something that's not real. Like that's what you're saying we can measure. That's not a measurement of anything.
onto paper
I'm just saying that's not a
on
measurement. You're saying
onto
it's
a
a
flat map.
measure of something. It's not.
Right. It, I'm really confused. It is a measurement of something. That's how they
No,
mapped it
it's
out,
not.
and that's how
Like
they figured out that
you
it
can
should be scaled bigger.
you can go
I
from
understand because
point
they
A
measure it
to
out and then they scale it down, and then
no,
each inch on the paper is like
no,
100 miles
no,
instead of like
no.
actually being 100 miles. Each inch on the paper or whatever, it'll be 10 miles per inch or whatever the map size is, right?
Oh,
But they're
okay.
scaling it
You know
down,
what?
right?
You can believe whatever you want, and I hope that your arguments
I just
are
don't understand your
the
point.
best. No, it's don't worry about it. I wish you luck. I mean, it is what it is. Like I can only point out
Okay, I have a
where
question,
I
bro. If
think
I gave
there's
you a map, right, and it gave you
w-
directions, and it said, when you see this tree, go 200 miles left, right? And you measured out 200 miles, started digging, and you found the treasure. Is that just an anomaly? Is that just impossible? Because I could never measure out a map and put it down on paper and tell you how to get there.
listen,
That's just an anomaly, right?
listen,
Because you can't measure
listen,
out and put math on paper and
listen,
tell people how to navigate.
listen.
That's how
That is
people
not
navigate.
that's not the same
I'm really
thing.
confused what you're trying to say.
That's not the same thing as
Right.
looking at a globe and then looking at Africa on it versus the US on
Well,
it.
that's not what they're
What you're
doing.
talking about is
That's not
using a
what they're doing.
coordinate what you're talking about is using a coordinate system which has nothing to do with the sizes of continents at all. But
Okay, but what I'm arguing is you can
I
measure
don't
the
know how
size of a
much you
continent. Is
know.
that
You
just
just know
impossible?
what you think you know, and I'm not trying to cause an argument. Like I don't know what you want me to say, bro. Like you have
I'm
this
just
idea
asking
where
you
you're
what you
like
mean, because
you I'm telling you what I mean. I just told you. I just
I
told you.
know it doesn't really make a lot of sense. It leaves me
But
with too
you're
many
saying it
questions, and
doesn't see this
I've
is what
asked
I
you the
was saying
questions, and I don't really
earlier.
get the right
Like
answer.
people will say something that is true doesn't make sense. What I told you
Well,
is
how is that
something
true? You can
what I
measure a
told you
continent.
is something that I can cite. So what I told you is not something that
Okay,
can be
and I can
argued
also
with.
cite the fact that they measured Africa, and they know the
Okay, cite
diameters
it
of
then.
it
So cite it then.
roughly,
So cite it then.
roughly.
So cite it then.
All right, I will. Thank you. Like,
All right.
I'm still
Like
really confused, bro. Like,
so then
that's not answering
don't
my
be
question.
confused because the quicker you cite it, the faster you will be unconfused, and I should agree with you then, right? So cite it.
Interesting. Okay, I mean, yeah, sure.
And I don't want to hear
Give me
no
a
shit
sec.
about calculation is
Yeah,
the same thing as measurement. I want you to cite exactly what you're saying. I want to see it somewhere
I'm
else.
going to. I'm trying to find the scientific source. These are all articles about the
Scientific source.
source, so I'm
Oh
trying to
God.
find these articles and then find the actual source. Because there's hundreds of articles that are saying Africa's much bigger than
It
represented on the
doesn't
map.
matter. It doesn't
But
matter
I
because
want
at
the
the end of the
actual.
day, the source is gonna have to
Yeah,
have validation.
yeah, I
Like so
understand.
ultimately whatever the source is, all I'm looking for is the how they actually measured.
So
I want to see that part.
Yeah, Greenland on the map is much larger too. Greenland is a tiny dot on the map.
All right.
have you ever
Well,
heard?
I don't know if you
That's
want
another
agreement
country.
or disagreement, because at the end of the day, in order to move beyond this point, you just need to cite it, dog,
Yeah,
because you're
because
confused.
have you ever heard of the
I'm going
paradox?
to.
The coastline paradox,
What is that?
where they go out to measure like a perimeter of land, and the way that they have to estimate the length of the border changes day to day, so they're not able to get a, a set in stone perimeter. Like, think about it like this: maybe you'll just do little angles instead of every little dip and divot of the coastline. Like, you see a peninsula here, instead you just see an angle out and an angle back in, or you'll see all of the little divots of the peninsula that juts off of land. It's called a paradox because they're not able to accurately measure the land the way that you think that they are able to. So when they're measuring the coastlines, they have to do it in segments. And if they want to go back and measure it more in depth, they could change the actual perimeter of the coast by a lot, because they're measuring instead of in angles, and they're measuring the divots in and out, in and out. It's a coastline paradox. So you're not getting an accurate measurement of every continent at all.
Bro, even
All
fam,
right. Here's one from a college
I
source.
opened up Google Earth like when I went to the beach in Coney Island, in Brooklyn, right?
I put it
I
in the
was
chat.
talking about this
It's
early.
from a
I'm
college source.
sorry. I'm sorry. Were you not
No, I
interested in
agree
what
with
I
what
was
you're
saying?
saying, but I think regardless, even if they were hundreds of miles off, Africa would still be much larger, and Greenland would still be much smaller regardless. Even if they were 50% inaccurate, it would still be significantly larger, and Greenland would be significantly smaller.
That's not
All
a
right.
citation.
If
So
that's what you
even with
believe,
the
there's nothing to
inaccuracies,
argue
because I don't think
against.
it is accurate.
If that's what you believe, because
Well,
there's
I sent
nothing to
the link in
argue.
chat.
Is you don't is you can't. There's
I
nothing
I
to
sent
argue.
it. I sent the link.
So look.
I'm not trying to argue with you. You asked for the source. I sent you the
Someone's gonna
source.
have someone's. Do you know what a reification is? Maybe that's the problem.
You asked me
Because
to
I was
send the
gonna
source,
say it
and I
again,
did.
and I realized I said it twice, and you didn't. You didn't. So do you know what a reification is?
Yeah, I heard it the first time.
What is it?
I
It's
wasn't
fine if
listening
you
because you
don't.
won't listen to me. You asked for a source, and I sent it. Are you gonna look at it, or are we gonna talk about something else?
I didn't ask you to send me a source. I
That's
told you to.
that's why I
I didn't
cut you
ask you to
off,
send
because
me a
now we're
source.
veering off topic.
I didn't ask you to send
You
me a
did.
source.
You said you asked me to cite it. You asked me to
Yeah,
cite it. That's my
yeah. So,
citation. Read it.
so, so, is it a
That's my
citation or
citation.
is it a source?
One of them.
Well, it needs
Both.
to be a citation, not a source. Stupid.
All right. Well, read it. Let me know what you think.
It needs to be cited. What you said. I'm not gonna go dumpster diving for what
Yeah,
you
that's gonna.
said in a whole fucking source when I asked you to cite it. Either you're gonna cite it
Bro, you
or
know what I
you're
said.
not.
I
You
said
could have
Africa
said
is
no, I'm
bigger
not
than is
gonna cite it.
represented on the map.
You could just say
I
no, I'm
said
not gonna
Africa is
cite it.
bigger than is represented on the map.
You could just say no, I'm not gonna cite it.
Africa is bigger than represented on the map.
But
Is
you
what I
could
said.
just say, no, I'm not going to cite what I said when I said, this is how it's measured. Because
Africa
that's
is
what
bigger than is
Eli
represented
asked
on the
for, and
map.
I'm not going to give him that. You could just say that. Like, it doesn't have to be an argument. You can just say, I'm not going to give you what you asked for. It is really that simple.
I just told you Africa is bigger than it is on the map. This
Yeah,
is what this is
that's what
saying.
you
So
told me, but that's not where we ended our contention. I said, well, when you say
is
measure, what
that
do you
not what this
mean?
says? Have you looked at it?
When
Oh,
you say
brother.
measure,
Have
what do
you
you
looked at it?
mean? That's so I asked you to cite that part of the article so I can look into the
Oh,
methodology for
okay.
how they
All right.
measured. That's what I asked you for. If you don't want to give it to me, it doesn't have to be an argument.
It's a problem with when he's asking a question, he talks through you while you're talking, answering him. And then what we're trying to say,
Yeah, bro.
you're missing it because you're talking instead of listening.
Yeah, that is getting a bit annoying. I'll admit.
Eh, I mean, It's annoying. But it's ultimately we're at the conclusion where he doesn't really want to. I mean, he's not having because obviously I asked him. I said, like, that's what this whole thing boils down to. I'm like, okay, well, how did they measure? And he's like, well, here's a source. Okay, them saying that Africa is twice as okay. Well, what the fuck is the methodology for how they measure? That's what I asked you in the first place. You think that what you believe is going to be valid just because you believe it? No. How about we look into this together? What do they mean by measure specifically? When they say measure, is it a misnomer or is it something else? Is it equivocation? Do they want you to think measure when they really mean calculate? These things are important. If you don't know the difference, then again, I'm not arguing with you.
It's usually Globers that don't know what a citation is. I'm like, has anybody ever done a research paper?
His
I had.
his his fucking icon is NLE Choppa, the whack ass rapper, and it says Fe. He's not a fucking flat earther, bro.
I mean, it's so important that people, if they're going to present something and make claims and they have support for it, they already know what a citation is because they have to cite something from the source and then give the source that they're citing from. It's not hard,
And
but
it's
nobody
stupid
seems to
because
understand.
if you've written any papers in school ever at all, then what I'm asking is not what that response doesn't make sense for everyone who's ever written a paper for either their history teacher or their English teacher. That you know what I'm asking you, but you refuse. Like I don't. It's weird. Well, I gave you what I gave you. What the fuck? Fail. Fail. See you again next year, bucko. Like, what are you
Dang.
talking about?
Dropped him off.
Huh?
And this is how you know we're not an echo chamber because anybody, you're coming in here, you don't believe the globe or whatever. Anybody can get some, get some globers and flat earthers.
Skywalker. Literally, every single NASA employee has kept the lie going on for decades.
I love it when you
How is
guys
that?
have.
How is that helping you? How is that helping you, bro? Like, I'm over here saying that the Earth is practically used and measured as flat, and you over here talking about how every single NASA employee has kept the lie going on for decades. Is that comfortable for you?
Either way, I'm always happy to be corrected. It doesn't have to be an argument. Everybody gets things wrong sometimes. It's fine.
I think he's being sarcastic.
Well, Elijah's point still stands, sarcasm or not.
Like I asked the other guy for a citation, he basically fucking evaporated.
He
Um,
he committed an elephant hurling fallacy.
no, the guy before him. Remember the other guy? We were talking about me and the logician, and he talked and he said that it was an if only conditional affirming the consequent.
Biconditional.
Whatever. Biconditional affirming the consequent. Biconditional valid affirming the consequent. That's what he said. He evaporated. You. I see you. Let me see if I have this word right.
You don't need a citation to search what a biconditional is.
It
Google
seems you've materialized once again.
Yes, because I was called out for not citing. By the way, I never cite a source. You'll never catch me doing that. Citing
You
sources is the worst thing you can do.
No, it's actually the most valid thing you can do. It's actually a
No,
requirement.
I disagree.
Because literally, it comes in many forms. Here's one example. Um, I have a Ferrari. It's in my garage. Cite your source. Come by, motherfucker.
Yes, I will be the guy who says, "Come by, motherfucker."
So, so you just said. So obviously you're not going to agree that that's ridiculous. Like that's just that is a valid way of
No,
validating something.
that's not citing a source. That's doing the opposite. And
No,
the reason why citing a source is
no, it's
bad,
not.
right? And this
No,
is
it's
why.
not. No, it's not.
Here's a lesson.
It's
Here's a
in
lesson,
my
right?
garage. It's in my garage where I live. Here's my address. The fuck are you talking about?
I bet he thinks that it's cherry picking
Well,
without a
I don't know.
source. I guarantee you.
I think citing a source is
Like you're
bad,
just
right?
gonna
Here's why.
argue for the sake of argument. Citing a source is I said these words. Here they are in this source.
Yeah, but you both know it's not like practical. It's like giving someone a book and not telling them where it is in the book, right?
No, that's what giving a source is without citing what you said. That's what that is. What all I'm saying is the words that you said, find them in whatever source you got it from. That's all I'm at. What the fuck? Why do we have to make
I'm
a
saying
5 minute? Let's not make.
I'm saying
Let's
that
not make a
I'm
five.
saying that
Let's
you
not make a.
can
Wait! Stop! 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 Stop!
Google what a
Stop!
biconditional
Stop!
is, and
Stop!
you'll
Stop!
pretty much
Stop!
guess
Stop!
it.
Let's not make a 5-10 minute conversation.
Yes, let's do that.
An
Biconditional. So
argument into because I already Googled it, bro. So again, I didn't
that should be
find what
plainly
you.
obvious to you.
No, I did not
It's
find
not.
it. I did not find where it said biconditional affirming the consequent. Valid.
Look at what a biconditional is and tell me how you
Okay,
can't
but
make a
I'm not
difference.
arguing. I'm not. Listen. All you're saying is tell me what a biconditional is. If P, great. That's not a logical syllogism. That's
That's
just
a conditional. You don't get it. That's why. That's why you don't
you keep
understand.
saying
You don't get
it's
it.
you keep saying it's a conditional. Like I'm arguing. But you said biconditional affirming the consequent is a valid argument.
They're equal on both sides, retard.
Cite that.
Just if you search biconditional, it
No,
will
no,
tell
no,
you that.
cite that. No, cite that. Because you just called me a retard, and I'm just saying cite that because I didn't see it when I googled it. You want me to show everybody that I can share my screen and show where what you just said is not anywhere near when you Google biconditional.
There, I typed it in. There you go. You see the arrows pointing in both directions? It's because it's equal on both sides, retard.
Are you sucking a cock right now, Yui?
Yeah, this is what I sound like when I suck cock.
Two line segments are congruent if and only if they are of equal length. I guess I should keep going because I'm not in the right spot, am I? Or am I?
What'd you say?
Well, I went to Varsity Tutors. It says a biconditional statement is a combination of a conditional statement and its converse written in the if and only if form. So two line segments are congruent if and only if they are of equal length. Is an example, I guess, right?
Yeah. So if they're equal on both sides, right, then it doesn't matter which way around you put them.
Okay, so what was this argument? Like where's this argument at?
What do you mean?
Like give us an example again that matches this form.
I thought you'd get it by now. I don't get it. Like,
No. Give us not give us an example.
I gave you two.
No, because two line segments are congruent if and only if they're of equal length. I get that. I just need you to give an example just one more time. Because I don't know if your example sounded like this. I could be wrong, but just amuse everyone. Do you remember your example from earlier? Does anyone else remember his example? Like just
I do.
jog my memory. What was it?
It was January 1st is my birthday. It is January 1st. Or if January 1st is my birthday, it's January 1st. Or therefore it's my birthday.
I guess it's if it's my birthday if and only if it's January 1st. But like I said, because you already know your fucking birthday is January 1st. So, I mean, don't play me and try to act like I'm in some kind of disagreement or
You're still in
misunderstanding about
dissonance.
but don't try to play me like I'm in some sort of opposition to what I just said because I totally get it and I understand it. But I'm just trying to figure out like
Like when I
what your
told you,
point is.
if you just type it in, right, you'll just get it, right? I thought you would just get it.
Yeah, but at the same time, still, you've not given you what is this good for? Like you have to make an argument. Like
I was
you
just asking to see if you knew.
like
Wasn't really a good
other than
answer.
January. Like I said, well, it's not really an argument. I guess it's just a biconditional statement. I guess that's all. I guess it's all it is. Like because if my birthday is on January 1st, then it's my birthday if and only if it's January 1st. I'm not in opposition. First of all, am I misunderstanding anything so far?
I think you think it's tautological, which it isn't.
Am I missing anything so far? Don't
Yes,
try to be a
probably. I
wizard.
don't know what you're missing, but you're definitely missing
Don't try to
something.
be a wizard and try to imagine what I could be missing. Based on what I just said, do I understand this or not?
Yeah. If you searched it and you didn't get it the first time, then yeah.
So was that a yes to my question or no?
Yeah, you're missing something probably.
So based on what I just said, I'm gonna ask you one more time because what you just answered with wasn't an answer to this question. Based on what I've said from what I've read and the example I gave, which was yours from earlier, do I understand? Am I missing anything as far as what a biconditional statement is?
No, you're fine.
What the fuck is a biconditional affirming the consequent, though.
Well, if it's but equal on both sides, it can't affirm. You
Why?
can't affirm the
Where the
consequent.
fuck? Because affirming the consequent is if P, then Q, P, therefore Q. That's not this.
Didn't say P then Q.
Well, okay. So when I fucking said, well, I need you to cite me what biconditional affirming the consequent is, that's what I'm fucking expecting you to give me, which is not this. Respectfully.
Why is no one talking here? Please, someone talking. Why
So you
And this
called
is
me a
why it's important not to cite sources, because even when you do, some people just don't get it.
but you just told me I did get it. So you see how like you see what happens like to people. You just told me I got it because I forced it out of you because you wanted to say I don't get it, but I obviously demonstrated that I do get it. And then I said, "What the fuck's that got to do
Yeah,
with
but my
your?"
mistake was assuming that you got it the first time, right? When you seem to get it.
No, I said exactly this the first time, and then my question was, "But why are you saying a biconditional affirming the consequent? What the fuck is that?" You never justified that. I never had a problem or contention with this in the first place.
If I said, okay,
Oh,
I
suck
said
it, dick. You
it's
you
my
you
birthday,
are you
if
are
and only
mad.
if it's January the
You're
1st.
mad
It's
trash.
January the
You're
1st,
you're
therefore.
really exposed for that.
Yeah, I'm just doing it right
I
now
thought
for
you
you.
were a nice. I thought you were a nice dude because you didn't really interrupt me all that much. You were a little cock a little bit, but now you're exposed because
Yeah, I'm
clearly
exposed.
we're not in opposition, but you're trying to make it seem like I'm the one causing a problem or some sort of reasonable dispute with you, and I'm not. Other than the fact that
I
you
was about to
didn't
show you.
use again. I'm sitting here saying, actually, everyone heard that I understood, and actually, I understood the first time. But the bit with the affirming the consequent part is the part that I was asking for justification for, which you just said if P's not in there. Oh,
Well,
right.
I did
So
say
you know what? So you know what this was? This was a fucking goddamn non sequitur the entire fucking time.
non sequitur. It's not a proper use of non sequitur.
Yeah, it is. So if we're talking about um formological fallacies, or yeah, and then you're gonna go ahead and tell me, well, if P's not in there, it's like dickhead.
What? We should get on to Flat Earth before he embarrasses himself anymore.
Right.
Yo, guys, but what if you what would you do if you knew that it was a flat Earth or a globe model? Would you go to space or fucking jump across the ice wall? Because you're not allowed to do either. What would you do?
Right.
Thought so.
Was that a hit and run?
So this so he said the entire time that they're equal. Um Meaning here specifically the statement in which the antecedent and consequent are interchangeable. like January 1st, blah 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 blah. January 1st. Yeah, I get it. When I asked him to give another example pertaining to the globe, like he didn't give it. He said, well, just any globe
I was
argument.
about to, but you talked over me.
Like what? So I explain. Give an antecedent and a consequent that's interchangeable. So first
The
of
if
all,
and only if
let's just break
part
down
of the
what
proposition makes it
first of all,
interchangeable.
let's break down what antecedent means. First of all, a thing or event that existed before logically precedes another. Okay, so we understand that. Okay, nice.
Bro,
Mm-hmm.
you don't get it. You just don't get it. It's
No,
bad.
just give the example.
T-Dub will marry me. If and only if.
No, give the globe example.
Elijah will
Give the
understand
globe.
what biconditionalists are.
Give the globe example. Do that. Do that one.
The globe example? You want an actual globe example?
Go ahead and do it. Let's hear it.
I can't think of one off the top of my head.
No, well, when you do, lead with that.
Lead with that. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Want to hear how it sounds?
At least teachers are muted. Finally.
Can't believe it's the topic of discussion, and you brought this up, but
you revived it.
but don't actually have an example. I think that's pretty wicked.
I thought you got it the first time, but then apparently not.
Not getting the fact that you're just not giving an example. Like I'm asking for an example for the globe because I want others, because this, people listen to this. Like I just want others to hear what an example is. Let's see how the conversation goes on. You're actually stopping a good conversation from happening. I'm actually opening the conversation up to, possibilities. And you're not doing that. All you keep saying is that I don't understand, which is a very weird position to take in the face of me just trying to continue the conversation. Don't you think? You gonna go radio silent now or what?
I was actually wanted to say something about the citing the sources stuff, but we ended up talking about this.
Well, so you're gonna just completely ignore what I said?
Yes, I wanted to say that citing sources is always bad. Don't do it.
Well, there you have it.
What do you reckon, T-Dub? Do you agree?
There you have it. People who think in contradiction, speak in contradiction. Clearly, the man said that based on what I was saying, I understand. He said he thought I got it earlier, but everything that I'm saying now is everything I agreed to earlier on tape. Like, what the fuck
I
is
have
wrong with
one
these
for the
people?
globe like you wanted, Elijah.
Okay.
Wanted a biconditional about the Earth? Is that what you wanted?
About the globe. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Let me think 1 second.
You would just start off with if the Earth is a globe, then or rather, the Earth is a globe if and only if.
Well, let me think. If and only. Well, tell me you if it's been 20 something years since I've done this.
You
So
just need to know what's
the
interchangeable.
Earth
Like
is a globe if and only if any 3 points on its surface will form a spherical triangle. You're welcome,
There you
Jerry.
go.
Mm,
The Earth is a globe if and only if any 3 points on its surface will form a spherical triangle. How did I do,
okay.
Yui? Scott, how did I do? Scott is here. Here's my
No,
man
I
from
mean, but
geometry.
what's wrong with that?
No, I just gave you an example. Maybe this will wear you out finally.
No, it's not. I mean, why would it wear me out? Like
I don't know how much more do you have left
you
in
have a
you.
globe, and then 3 points will create a spherical triangle, whatever that is. Okay, I know what it is, but I'm obviously spherical triangle is an oxymoron there. But I do understand what you
It's an
mean
oxymoron.
with the internals and all that. I get it. All right, whatever, internal angles and yada yada yada. That's cool. Um
All right, what was the point of you asking for an example about the globe? Because I just gave you one, so I assume you were building to something.
no, I just wanted one because I'm thinking, well,
Okay, you got one. You got one.
how do you make a statement and does it actually make a case for us living on a globe? That like I
No,
guess
it
that's the
doesn't. I
point.
just gave you one because you were asking for it.
Well, I mean, yeah, it doesn't make an argument that we live on a globe, but I understand that if you have 3 points on a sphere, that it would create this spherical triangle you're talking about. I'm like,
Well,
okay,
you could just finish off the syllogism.
I can agree with that. Not that it acts like what we. It doesn't. It's not an argument for the shape of the Earth itself.
What you can
No,
finish
if
off the
the
syllogism and just say we can can
As
meet
long
3
as
points
you
on a
can,
surface.
as long as you
Well,
can, yeah. As long
yeah,
as you
if
can.
you say if you finish it off and say we can do that,
So
then
when
it's
you
a
say
globe.
measure,
We'll be fine.
how exactly
But
would you do that? What 3
just to be
points? Where
clear, the way that I formed it was if and
N-
only if
No,
Q.
forget about the we're at the
Yeah.
practical application side. So like I've already agreed to everything, right? So it's no need to. So the only thing is, yeah, sure. Like if you could measure 3 points, like I would like to see that. Like how exactly how does that work?
if you would like to see that, you will have to look for that.
Wait, I
No,
have a
yeah,
question.
but I'm saying you're one person. So how do you measure from 3 point? Like how does that work?
Why don't you look into it? You should look into it.
I have a quick question, guys.
I've looked into it. So
You seem
that's
very
why I'm trying
curious.
to
So why
figure out.
don't you do some of your
No, it's
own
not
research
curious.
into
It's not
that
that I'm
problem?
curious. It's that I understand what measure is, and I know the capability of what we can do in terms of what measurements are. So when you say 3 points, I'm wondering exactly how, other than, you know, in a reification, like how realistically, like, do we get, like, what do we do to measure specifically? Like, are we measuring?
Yeah,
Like, is
okay.
that what we're doing, or what are we
You
doing?
keep asking the same question over and over again. So how many times are you going to ask the
Wait,
same question? It's not going to answer
when
itself.
did I ask you this? When?
Well, 3 times you've repeated the same statement just now.
When? Just now?
Just now, yes, over and over again, like in a bed
Okay. So what's the response then?
movie. The response is people do that. They plant 3 sticks and they measure the angles. If you want to know more, do your own research.
3 sticks. How far apart are they? How do they measure them?
Far enough.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess one day when you want to have the conversation, I guess we will.
No, I do not want to. I know how they do it.
Oh,
You're
okay. No
curious. Why
problem
don't you
then.
find out?
Okay, no problem then. Okay.
I'm happy. I'm satisfied with my level of knowledge. You're not. Do your own research.
What do you mean? Why would you tell me that I'm not satisfied with my level of knowledge?
Because you literally said, I would like to know how they measure it. So
That's
you would
fine,
like to know.
like that
So go
sounded,
find out.
Yeah,
Go find
generally
out.
this
speaking,
argument like literally makes no sense.
generally,
I
yeah,
have a question, guys.
hold on, bro. Generally
Don't talk to me,
speaking,
monkey.
I'm never done learning. Are you saying you're done learning? Like,
Hold
was
on.
that a general statement? Because
Hold,
obviously this was
That's
something
not
that
what he
I asked
said.
I
about.
think he's
hold
done
on. Who
learning.
said that? Who said monkey?
Who cares? Moderators will take care of it. Whatever, he'll be
No,
gone.
Nigga
I am a
monkey.
mod.
Nigger monkey.
All right.
That guy said it.
All profit was it?
So I mean I just yeah I'd like to see
Are we
how.
done with this one? Are we done with this one?
No, I just like to. At the end of the day, what is it? Okay, so I would like to see how three angles equal more than 180 degrees. I guess is what
Yeah,
we're
why
saying
don't you
here.
look into it? Yeah,
So you're saying why don't you look into it? I
yeah, because
for
you
the
say I
sake
would
of
like to see how. Go and see.
for the sake of someone else, maybe someday we'll have the conversation because you're like I should look into it. Um okay, fine. You don't want to have the conversation because I'm guessing what you're saying is as far as this conversation is concerned, you've taken it as far as you want to take it. Whereas I was more interested.
Absolutely.
So I will take it
Go
with
on mute.
someone else at some point, I guess.
Could
Right?
that be not today? Could that be some other day?
Well, yeah, well, I'm not asking you, so what do you mean?
No, I just asked you. Could that be some other day?
I'm not arguing. I don't care. It could be no day. I don't give a fuck. It's not my argument. When it comes
I'm
across
happy I
my
could
desk
help.
and somebody wants to have the conversation, we'll have it.
I'm happy between you and I we could clarify some things for you regarding logic.
I don't see where you've clarified anything.
I'm not sure. You wanted an example? I gave you one. You're welcome.
That doesn't mean I needed clarification. I already understood it. What I didn't understand is
Good
him
for you.
saying a biconditional affirming the consequent, which he's yet to justify. I don't know what the fuck that means. That was what the contention was about, not biconditional statements.
Guys, I actually did the research and I did the angles. I measured the angles. So what I did was I was in my bedroom. I looked up at my ceiling. I saw a light bulb. I got some sticks. I measured them on my floor. So now I've concluded that I live on a light bulb. That's my logic. That's fair, I think.
Good for you. Good. Good. It's a good first step to do science and measurements. I congratulate you.
Yeah, according to logic, I live on a light bulb.
It's more work than most flat earthers have done. So good job.
You should speak to Mr. Grizzly, Peter. He's very interesting. Interesting
Yeah,
from a standpoint.
I've never spoken to a bear yet, so it's always the
Yeah.
first time.
It's okay, bro. It's just a joke. I'm actually a human. But the fact is, I know I live on a light bulb now because you helped me explain the shadows thing. So thanks.
I hope this enriches your life.
Yeah, simply looking up at the ceiling and using sticks. I know I live on a rounded surface. That makes complete sense.
I'm not judging.
Hello?
Hello?
How about that globe Earth?
Still there.
It has to be.
Yeah, we're still alive,
Have you
aren't we?
seen Erdebear coming in the text chat for the last 4 days in a row saying, "Don't trust Yui, he'll spread all your personal information." Like, what the fuck is wrong with him?
He'll do what?
He said, "Don't trust Yui, he'll spread all of your personal information."
How dare you, Yui?
Yeah. He's angry because I told the flat earthers here that he was bitching about them there. He considers that personal.
He's part of the Bev crew, isn't he?
Yep, that's correct. He's a little Bevite.
Gotta watch out for
And that,
those guys.
and that just means someone who doesn't say straight lines can be circles, right? Can we be clear on that?
It means people who try to regurgitate what Bev says without thinking about what that actually means.
Is that a yes or a no?
We're not sure.
Close, but no cigar.
Okay, so you're not sure, so can we stick with you're saying not that?
No, I don't know. It's too vague for me to form an
Right.
opinion.
Everything is vague and yeah. Okay.
Hello? Is anybody talking, or is it like
Go ahead, man. What do you have to say, dude?
no? I joined, but everybody's silent, so I didn't know if there was like an issue with me where I couldn't hear somebody for some reason, or if everybody was really just being silent.
You might be deaf.
What did you say?
Huh?
Say it
Very
again.
good.
No, say it
Sphincter
again.
says what?
No, wait. I don't talk to flat earthers. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you are
Sphincter says
sorry
what?
and pathetic.
Yeah, fucking retards who think the Earth is
Sphincter
flat.
says what?
A sphincter says what?
Since nobody has any flat Earth proof, I think I'm going to retire for the night. Thank you, guys. See you,
Okay.
Yui.
His globe.
Another win for the globe. Good night.
It has to be.
They say Kansas is flat, better than a pancake.
Actually, it's measured and practically used as flat, but good night, I guess.
T-Dub, when they measured the elevation of Kansas, would they have happened to use a horizontal baseline?
That's a good question.
I
Yeah, as a
haven't
matter of
read the
fact.
report. I'll be honest. I didn't read it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think for all elevation profiles, they use a consistent horizontal for the entire length. It's weird. Yeah, Yui, are you there? I just want to know if his point before was that the more conditions you add to an affirming the consequent type of syllogism, does it get more valid or no?
Yeah. Cause how the fuck are you gonna measure a triangle that comes to greater than 80 degrees, 180 degrees? He said people do it all the time. Do they? Hmm.
Star Trek. Oh my god, look at all these trolls in here. God damn.
What are they?
What?
What's up? Trolls.
False what?
I don't even know what makes a degree in arc. Like, cause we know that
Go
the
to
degrees
school.
are numbers on, like, say, an arc of a sextant, but it's not a like a literal arc. So I don't know. Whatever. I don't get it.
It's looked at like a slice of a pie. Jerry, you there?
Yeah.
I was asking a self-proclaimed surveyor earlier. How do they determine the equivalent of sea level? Below the of a mountain. So that they can the height. Didn't know. You know how they do that?
A surveyor didn't know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Proclaimed. Wasn't
Well,
licensed.
a disclaimer, I'm not a surveyor. However, I do know that they use trig points. So they're called geodetic markers. And they're all over the place. Like you could, I think in America they put them on fire hydrants. And it'll tell you above, how high above sea level that point is. So other places they're called trig points. And they'll tell you how high you are from a certain point, which is sea level. I think what they do to measure mountains is they measure angles from a horizontal baseline, which is determined by one of those trig points.
Right. So they basically like take an elevation angle from a trig, like using a trig point, and then like minus what they get. They have to make a Or an addition? Sorry, addition.
I'm not sure. I'm
something
not
there?
sure. They also use GPS, which is just a 3D coordinate system, horizontal and vertical. So pretty cut and dry.
Right. Determining your distance, because you'd need your distance, you need your angle and your elevation angle, and then your distance to the base of the mountain.
To the center of the mountain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's that would be just a guesstimate, wouldn't it?
I think so. I think like I only know the bare bones basics, but I'm sure you could find some stuff online about how they do it. Like every diagram has a right angle, which is vertical and horizontal, from the baseline all the way to the top of the mountain, and then they would take an angle, from that baseline and kind of work it out from there.
Right, and if they're already a certain elevation above sea level when doing this, and they need to then say they'd get a height from their trig point position and then have to add the extra elevation
Right.
above sea level.
Right. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Getting that center point would be tough job. It'd have to be a guess because like you're not going to measure the distance, like from your point of measurement, and all the way up the hill. I mean, that wouldn't give accurate reading, would it? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. You're not going to dig into the mountain and then Yeah.
What's going on in Flat Earth Town, huh?
Sorry?
Right?
What's up? You new to this channel?
Yes.
Welcome in.
Thanks.
You're probably curious as to what gets discussed here.
Yeah. What are we up to?
Well, we like to talk about the nature of reality and discuss how we've been told that we live on a gigantic spinning wet rock in outer space, and that doesn't comport to what we observe and measure in reality.
Okay. I mean, I'd love to hear more about that. Because my contention is probably that it's, oblong spheroid.
Oblong?
Oblong spheroid.
Like an egg?
Like a sphere.
Huh.
But oblong.
And how did you prove that?
No, sorry. A sphere is a ball.
Yes, a sphere is a ball. A spheroid is not a perfect sphere.
Yeah, but he said oblong.
Yes, oblong spheroid.
Wow. Because I've heard the term oblate.
That would be an ellipsoid.
Yeah.
An oblong spheroid is pretty much a sphere, but not because it's oblong, which makes it a spheroid.
All right. So how did you prove that? Your oblong spheroid.
I'm just gonna go with NASA here.
All right. Well,
That's not what
why
they
I
claim,
believe
though.
Stan. Well, yeah. What exactly do they claim?
They claim it's an oblong spheroid.
Oblate
Oblong, right?
spheroid. Oblate.
Oh, you blew it, dude.
Oh, sorry.
We don't live on
Did
a
I
flat
say
Earth. She's
oblong
got a
anymore?
fucking telescope.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah?
Did I say oblong
Cool,
anymore?
man. Nah, oblate, they say. Not
Oblate
oblong.
spheroid?
Go
Go
tell
to
Oblate. Oblate.
Oblate.
Not
spheroid.
oblong. Oblong would be an ellipsoid.
How about you look at all
Oblate.
the planets in the solar system?
Okay,
Cool.
oblate spheroid. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the reason you think that is because someone else said so, right?
Yep.
Okay. Good to go. All right. So Bigfoot
I mean, the
exists.
only thing I think about a lot of things is because other people said so.
Okay.
And
So
that's the whole idea
fairies
of like living in a society.
exist, right? Fairies exist and God exists. All the gods exist all at the same time, right?
No,
But people say that they do.
that's true. What does that have to do with anything I said?
Oh, I can't even imagine, right?
No, I can't actually.
Right. You believe things because people say so. Other people believe other things because other people say so. And you don't see how that has anything to do with what you say.
That's just objectively true. I
Right.
believe things because people I believe said them, and you believe things because other people you said believe them.
Right. Okay.
That's just objectively true.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So the reason that I believe what the people that I said say is because they use the scientific method, and I believe in the scientific
That's not going to age well.
Wow. Scientific method.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the independent variable of globe, of an oblong globe?
No.
They
Okay.
used the scientific method to get the shape? Is that what you're saying?
What do you mean?
You just said because of a scientific method. So they used the scientific method to get a shape.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? How'd they do that?
Yeah.
How'd they do that?
Geometry?
Yeah, but can you take us through the scientific method that they did?
Can I personally? No. That's why I said I trust other people who are way smarter than me.
Well, how do you know they did the scientific method?
Yeah.
So are you saying that I can't assume anyone is doing anything because
But you don't know
I
what
didn't
they're
say
doing.
that.
right? So
I didn't
no,
say
but that's
that.
exactly what you're saying. You're saying I can't assume
No.
anyone is
No, you
doing
can't
anything.
say that is what you're saying.
I
What
can't.
did
I
I
literally
say?
cannot trust
What did I
anything
say?
because I can't
I
trust
said,
anyone because I don't
can
know.
you show me?
Personally, I
I
don't
said,
know.
I just said, can you show me how they used the scientific method to get the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, I can pull up studies and stuff.
Go for it.
You want me to
You're there
actually pull up
yelling
the
at us
studies?
you're saying I don't know, but you're saying yourself that you don't know.
You want me to actually pull up the studies?
Go for it.
All right. So,
How
but if
did
I
they
pull up the
type in
studies, are
Google?
you going to
How
say
did they
like,
use the
oh, well,
scientific
that's just
method to get the
like
shape of the Earth?
that's just the
Try that.
scientific method, man. Like
What's the scientific method, dude?
it's
What is
observing
it?
and calculating based on observance.
Is that what the method is?
That's what the method is. It's disproving. You're using a hypothesis, and you're using the scientific method to prove it, which means
So you don't even know.
calculating.
You don't know what the scientific method is. Then.
That's what the scientific method is.
Well, there's no calculation in the scientific method.
There is.
Where does that fit on the method? What part of the method does that fit on?
Okay, so the scientific method is trying to process the real world through establishing facts, through testing and experimentation. And how do you test and experiment through things? You create a hypothesis and you try and disprove it. That's what the scientific method is.
Well done. So what's the observation?
The observation is that the Earth is an oblate spheroid.
Where do you see that?
We see that through observation.
Which observations? Where do you see the observation of the Earth being a oblong
I don't
spheroid?
understand why I'm trying to prove my point here. My point is in all of the history books. It's in everything
I'm just trying
that we read.
to.
I feel like you should be trying to convince me.
That, how did they? What did they observe?
My
To
position is the
actually do an
default position.
experiment to
You
get the shape
convince
of the Earth.
me otherwise. How about that? Let's go with
I
that.
don't need to, man. It's your journey, mate. I don't really care whether you believe in the
Well, if you
flat
don't
Earth or
really
the
care,
globe Earth,
then you're
man.
talking a lot for somebody who doesn't really care.
I'm talking because you don't know what you're talking about. That's why.
Okay.
It doesn't matter to me.
Then,
It doesn't.
then convince
It doesn't
me.
matter.
Otherwise,
It
why
doesn't
are you
matter
talking?
to me whether you're. It doesn't matter to me whether you're a flat
If
earther
it
or a
doesn't
globe.
matter to you, why are you talking to me?
Because if you're willing to engage in a normal,
I'm just doing it.
willing to engage in a normal
Get outta here,
conversation,
bro. Get
I'm
outta
happy
here.
to. You get the fuck out of here, mate. This
Somebody
is our
mute
channel,
this
so
idiot.
you fuck off.
Somebody mute this
Mute
idiot.
me. Go mute me. Where is this fucking stupid cunt?
That's tough.
Yeah, why are you asking for people to convince you when you came in here about how proud you are about how you've already been convinced?
Literally never happened.
I think it did, sir.
No,
you said that was the point of society.
Literally didn't.
Literally.
You said, isn't that the point of
Literally did
society
not.
for the thoughts of others?
You're just
And
making
then you
shit up.
said,
Huh?
and then you said it was the scientific method, and you said, well, how so? You said, I don't know. And you said, can't I just assume? You can do whatever you want. You obviously do trust them. So why do you
I
want a
trust them?
different
Because
story?
of the scientific method. Because I can test and observe.
Oh, so not
We've already
because of
talked
what
about
you
this,
said.
bro. You're
That's why you're getting
wanna
the,
know the same thing
feedback
we've
you're
already
getting,
talked about.
because you're full of shit.
Right, yeah. I'm full of shit.
Amen.
Me and the rest of the
Wow.
fucking globe. Full of shit.
Well, you don't even know how they did it. You don't even know how they proved it.
I just explained that.
How?
The scientific method.
Not true.
Okay. Great. Not true. Why?
I don't know. You're the one saying that, claiming
Oh, you
that
don't
they
know.
proved
Okay.
it through the
No, I'm the
scientific
one saying
method,
I don't
so
know,
you
but
should
you're
be
the one
showing
saying
us
you don't
that.
know.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Well, I already know. So
Oh,
to
you
find,
already know. Of course you
it's
know.
for you to find out, man.
It's just I just got to find out on my own.
That's right.
Yep. Typical progressive tactic.
This
You
is
just
not
gotta
a.
find out on your own. I don't have to do the work. You got to do the work.
That's right. It's your
That's
life,
right.
man. You do whatever you want.
Yeah. Okay. So if you come into a flat Earth Discord, they're gonna say,
And
"Hey,
you
shut
act
up,
like a
man! The
dickhead.
scientific method
You
is stupid.
get
You got to
spoken
do
to
your
like
own
you're a dickhead.
research. Do your own research, idiot."
Pretty
Well,
much.
that's the thing. You said you did do your own research, but then it turned out you didn't.
Yeah, it's called school.
But you had to look something up that you had. Do you think people in here didn't go to school?
No, I'm 100% convinced.
I'm what?
I'm not the one calling anybody dumb.
We get it. We get it. There's globes in the schools.
Yeah. And you're saying that that's
Shocker.
wrong. So you have to convince me why that's wrong.
I don't have to convince
You
you
don't
of
have to do
anything.
anything.
You can only convince yourself of anything, sir.
Okay. So why is there a
Do you
flat? I guess
fear thinking? Do you fear applying your own brain? Why in the hell are you telling people? You're begging people to tell you what to think.
AlexJones.confucian.com, and I'll figure out why the Earth is flat. Is that why? Is that where I go for that?
No. Figure out why it is you are begging people to think for you. How about that?
I just want, literally, I want an argument. That's literally all I want. That's what I came in here for. I was thinking, okay, I'll come in here, I'll say my piece, and I was very polite about it. And y'all are just like, oh, the scientific method. Oh, what is that? Define that.
You brought it up.
Like,
You
come
said
on.
that is the evidence for the Earth for your rugby ball.
Of course, I brought up the scientific method. We're in the fucking flat Earth thing. Are you
The
kidding?
utilization of elevation angles.
Okay, there we go. There's something. What'd you say?
That's it. The utilization of elevation angles, because an elevation angle is a vertical measurement with respect to a horizontal plane of reference.
Okay, here's something. Finally. Christ.
Lack of
I mean,
curvature.
I mean, it's just not really. I mean, it's just a statement. That's true.
Lack of curvature everywhere in every location.
I'm disappointed how long that took.
Did you
to be
hear?
honest with you.
Lack of curvature everywhere in every location in the world.
Well, some people don't know what that means because they don't have an expectation of curvature.
No, I don't know what that means either. That's why I
That means
fucking came here.
that
It's
Earth
ridiculous that it took me this long to get a fucking some sort of argument. It's ridiculous.
Well, what he's saying is simply that, like, say you wanted to validate that the Earth was a globe. So they claim that the horizon is the obstruction or the leading edge of the sphere, based on your elevation above the surface. And so all you got to do is just fact check what I just said by seeing if the horizon is actually the geometric edge of the sphere that they claim, and you can't. You that's invalid. I'm saying it's invalid because if you were to go and test this yourself, you'd find the same thing, but you would have to go do something. So Sasha's saying that basically there's supposed to be obstruction because we live on a globe, but there's no obstruction, so there's no curvature.
Okay. So do you think the obstruction might be our eyesight?
Your eyesight, I don't know how it would be obstruction unless you're blind. Then maybe you got like some sort of, I don't know, but no.
Well, you're saying I don't know a lot here. But we don't know a lot about
You
eyesight.
just
and
have
how
a
that works.
resolvable limit to what your eyes can see, but everybody already knows that. So I didn't think I had to tell you that, you know?
Yeah. Well, no, you're saying that the curvature of the Earth is not the curvature of the Earth because of what you can see, but you're saying,
That's not-
I don't
that's
really
not
know
what I
what
said.
you can see.
That's not what I
Because I
said.
don't know what you can see.
He didn't
But
say
that's
that.
That's not what I said.
That is what
Is
you
it?
said.
No,
but
he didn't say that.
I'm assuming you're going to say something different
Sasha.
now.
Hold on. That's not what I said.
That is what you said.
So, what do you want to end the conversation because you're lying or what?
That's literally just what you said. I'm not going to end the conversation or anything. I'm just not going to let you get away with saying something that you just obviously said.
That's why I
Can you
got
repeat
annoyed.
what?
You did the same thing
Can
to
you
me.
can you repeat what he said, and I will repeat what he said.
Okay,
Mhm.
let's let him repeat what he said. And
No, if you repeat what I said.
No.
Because you don't know.
Wasn't listening.
No, because I know.
You don't
No,
listening.
I'm not going to play this game for y'all.
Okay, what he said about what he said
So wait
about
a minute.
curvature.
So time out. So time
I'm
out.
not
So
gonna
time out.
bark on command.
So time out. So time out. So time out. You're talking about the limitation of your eyeball for
Yeah.
whatever reason. I'm not. I'm talking about seeing a building, 60 yards away.
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm talking about. So the horizon is like a building that you should see, that you would see 60 yards away in my example, or the horizon being 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, giving you the distance to wherever the fuck that would be
That's
based
amazing.
on your height. So what I'm saying is you don't see that. You
Do you
don't
think
see
your eyes make
you
these
don't see the
calculations?
so
I just don't
well
make calculations.
no you obviously he's not listening.
Do you think
So
your eyes make
so
these
why
calculations?
so why justify anything he's saying with any more conversation? Because he's clearly not.
That's a
He's
good
either
point.
not listening
That's a
or
good
he's being
point.
an asshole.
Why justify?
There you go. See you later, dude.
Why do they have to put words in our mouth?
Yeah, he did the same thing to me. You said this. No, I didn't.
But for
And it's got
example, Timbo, you were looking like it was looking like you are attacking him. I know that you're not attacking him, but Elijah was not even sound like he's attacking him.
yeah, and he got
was
the
only
same response. Yeah,
and yeah.
yeah.
And he
I'll
doesn't
try
want to engage only. And he asked, okay, I only want to know, I was polite, I only want to know why you people. And Elijah starting to explain, and he doesn't listen. Interesting.
It's just not worth the time.
Do you know what is interesting? They will not listen your position. That's the point. When you want to tell the position, they will not listen that position. They will listen everything else, but not your position.
You said this. No, I didn't. Yes, you did.
Yeah. We
Why
are
don't you
also
tell me
listening.
what I? Why don't you tell me what I actually said? Repeat what I said. No.
Ridiculous.
How dare you ask me that to repeat?
That is what you said. So what did I say? No. Yo, like it's like me asking the other guy, cite where you have a bi conditional affirming the consequent.
Oh, you still
No.
didn't get it.
Right. No.
Come on, Yui. You're still in here. Where's your biconditional?
He still doesn't get it, does he? He still doesn't get it.
After telling me I got it.
Feel like Jerry when he tried to teach me geometry once. Didn't go well.
He said, "Well, do you understand what a biconditional statement is?" I'm like, "Yeah, okay, but what is a biconditional affirming the consequent?" So you don't get it. What the fuck? And then the guy says, "If and only if the Earth is a sphere, then you could have 3 points on that sphere equal a spherical triangle, which would be a triangle in which the angles are more than 180 degrees." And I'm like, "Measured where?"
Yeah, well, you could, but you wouldn't be able to see the points that you're measuring to unless they were line of sight. So
That's what I'm saying. And line of sight, like by definition, is like, I mean,
Yeah, I mean you can do it on a ball,
line of sight. The
like a
fuck.
basketball, but then it becomes not a triangle.
Well, people have done it already. Look it up.
Yeah.
What? Because you believe that? I mean, because I know people say they've done it, and there's surveyors, and there's a whole thing. But like, I'm not about to get into the whole minutia with you about how actually no. They just take a bunch of. Oh my god! Like, I don't even know, bro, what these
Well, it
guys
makes
really want.
like I don't know how it doesn't make sense to them that they're measuring 3 lines of sight, 3 points to line of sight, all line of sight, and then they're saying then we get spherical excess. But how do you, if you've got 3 straight lines, it's equaling to 180 degrees because you can see the two, they're all straight lines. It's 180 degrees. There's no other option. It's when they transfer it onto a ball that they get spherical excess. So the measurements are not spherical excess. It's crazy.
Man, when you
3
say
lines of
angle,
sight.
They're afraid that people will actually understand, because if they understand, then they won't agree, or at least they understand. Like, because I mean, yeah, actually, 3 points on a ball, you know, I don't know.
Gotta get one of these magic surveyors in here, Yui.
Because at the end of the day, when it's like, yo, it's used and measured as a flat. Okay, so then what about my argument about spherical triangles then? Like, what? What about it? I don't know.
What did you say, Jerry?
I said you
It
got to
hurts
get
to
one of
admit
these
you.
magic surveyors in here.
Oh, I don't know any.
That's a shame. Well,
I sit in
maybe
an
Peter.
office all day, you know. Don't meet any surveyors.
I'm sure you've seen them on the side of the road, right?
I can't tell because if I see someone who looks like they have a theodolite, first of all, I'm too awkward to go and say hi, and second of all, I can't tell. I've not actually seen a theodolite properly. I think it might be a theodolite because I've seen pictures, but I can't tell if they're doing something else. I'll ask them if the Earth is flat if I see them next time.
Well, we expect you to go and say hi, so do better.
Yeah, I'll ask them if the Earth
Ask
is
them
flat.
if the Earth is flat. Don't ask them that. Ask them if the horizontal plane that they project out from their instrument ever bends. Ask them that.
They're not, because they think, well, that's a little trickery, because they don't know what you're asking. You mean you can't use a little sleight of hand and imagine that something that is really isn't what isn't is. Oxymorons like spherical triangles.
I feel like you shouldn't have said spherical triangle. I feel like there's a problem.
What?
I don't know if this is right, but I would just say in excess of 180 degrees, not spherical triangle, you know?
Say again?
I don't know if this would be equivalent, but I would say just in 3 points would be in excess of 180 degrees, not a spherical triangle, because that's just going to cause all sorts of semantic issues.
Well, you can't have, I mean, angles of what? How many angles? 3 angles that meet? That's a triangle.
Well, these angles would only exist on a horizontal plane. I don't know where they're getting the excess from.
Yeah,
There
three
is no
angles that
such
meet
thing.
is a triangle.
There is no such a thing
I
like a
guess you can't really
spherical
avoid the
triangle.
semantics issues then.
There is no such a thing like a spherical triangle.
Oh, Sasha's here. All right. Anyone got a translator in?
Yeah, Sasha is
Maybe
here, but I'm
Croatian
telling you, there
translator.
is no such a thing like a spherical triangle. I'm sorry.
I don't know what he's saying.
You can draw it that like
I don't know what he's
something like with three curved lines. That is not a triangle. That is something what looks like a triangle, but it's not a triangle. That means there is no such a thing like a spherical triangle. That means that you can make a spherical spherical rectangular.
spherical rectangular.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not make? Why can't you make a spherical rectangle? Of course you can.
Or how you call the square? Spherical square. Yeah. Because you
Spherical
make
square,
this.
spherical rectangle.
Yeah, you can draw it. Yeah, like with all four lines like curving, and that is spherical square. Oh, geometry is so philosophical.
I mean, it's kind of a square with celestial navigation. So there's a spherical, spherical box there.
Mountains are not flat, they are spherical.
I had no idea.
I'm curious about something. What's the mechanical explanation for
You're still
why Earth
curious about these
Earth
balls in the sky, aren't you?
No, I
For
don't care about balls in the
fuck's
sky.
sake. No, this
What's
is
the
like, hi, I'm Tom. This
mechanical
is like 10-second Tom. Hi, I'm Tom. Hi,
Hey,
I'm
let him ask
Tom.
a question.
What's the mechanical explanation for why Earth is shaped the way it is? What's the
Oh, we
mechanical?
don't know. We don't know what shape it is, and we don't know why.
So, for example, if I look at a human, right, I could maybe have a explanation about evolution, about what ecological niches would be served by having opposable thumbs.
Well, that's
What's the
not analogous.
explanation?
That's not
What?
analogous, is it? Because if you look at a human, you could just say, "Well, it's human shape. Why is it human shape?" That would be an analogy to your question,
Mm-hmm.
in
So
which we
what?
don't.
Yeah. So if the flat Earth doesn't have any predictions it can make because you're not able to determine
I have a
what
prediction.
shape or anything about it.
I have a prediction on flat Earth. There
Go
is
ahead.
a Bolivian salt flake, lake. It's a 4,000 miles squared, flat, and it will not change the surface. My prediction is that in next 100 years, that surface will not change.
Why would it change?
Okay,
For the next
how we
100
will
years?
call that surface then if it doesn't change?
I'm sorry?
How we will call that surface if it doesn't change?
How will I call it a surface if it doesn't change?
That surface, particularly that surface in Bolivia, that 4,000 miles square. How we will call that then?
How will we call that? I don't understand the question. Does anybody else understand the question?
There is a 4,000 miles squared in Bolivia, changing elevation 1 meter. How we will call that surface?
What
think he's
shape
asking
would you
for a
call?
McDonald's
What
in Bolivia,
shape
I'm not
would you
sure.
call the surface? What shape would you call the surface?
I'm not sure. I don't know what shape the lake is in. Maybe
I'm
it's a
telling you. I'm
maybe it's a
telling you now
square.
that I'm
Maybe it's
telling
an
you.
oblong.
Yeah, I'm telling you the data. it's 4,000 miles squared with elevation change 1 meter. What is that telling you? That it's a mountain there, that it's a curve there, that it's spiraling there, or what?
Yeah, like I said, you haven't given me enough information to tell me what
Okay,
shape it
that's
is.
you
I can
don't
tell
want
that
to say.
it's flat. You can tell me it's flat. I just
Yeah,
don't understand what shape
is it
it
that
is.
flat? Hard to say that surface is flat, or is it some another word to give for that surface?
Well, claims about it being flat don't seem to make claims about what shape it is, which is the question you asked me.
Ham,
Is it
are
a
all
flat?
perpendiculars to a
Is it
plane parallel?
is
Are
it a flat shape?
perpendiculars to a plane parallel? Was that the question that was asked of you?
Yeah.
Sure.
No. Okay. Jerry, what's the next part of the script?
Script. Well, everyone knows all
Well,
perpendiculars to a
Jerry's a
plane
good
are
faith
parallel.
interlocutor. He doesn't have a script. He responds to what people say. So I don't know why you would
Yeah.
accuse him of something like that. Go ahead, Jerry.
Is it possible to establish a horizontal plane in reality?
It sounds like it is.
Yes.
Sounds like it is, yeah.
Sounds like it is.
Well, like I said, everybody, Jerry is a good faith interlocutor, right? It's not a script, because as you can see, he just said what I said back to me. So he's able to understand what I say, right?
Yeah,
That's
that's
what I
called
like
steel
about
manning,
Jerry.
right?
What's up?
Steel man.
It's a
That's
steel
a
man.
steel man, right? Yeah.
Exactly. A good faith interlocutor like Jerry, that's what he does. What did you want to say about it, Jerry?
All right. Well, if it is possible to establish a horizontal plane in reality, then just by logical extension, it would be possible to have all perpendiculars to that plane be parallel.
Could you give me the syllogism for that?
No.
You said it logically follows. So, just curious
Yeah.
as to why it does.
Well, yeah. So
what inference rule are
if,
you using to come to that?
well, the horizontal plane is a plane, right? Not curved, right?
So the question I asked was, what inference rule? And your
Is that
answer
a yes
is
or
Maybe it's by a conditional statement.
Your answer was, it's a plane, right? So I don't. Hold on. Let me Wikipedia this real quick. It's a plane inference rule. Doesn't
Yeah, you
seem
can
like
write down
that's
whatever
an
you want.
inference
Yeah.
rule.
Right.
Could
So
you
if you have a
clarify what
horizontal
inference
plane,
rule you're using?
so if you have a horizontal plane, since that is a plane, all perpendiculars to it will be parallel.
Okay,
Right.
hold on. So you have a horizontal
Wow.
plane
This is very good, man.
inference rule. Nothing's
Yeah.
popping up here. What inference rule were you using? Sorry, you're gonna have to clarify.
Reality?
I really like this guy. He's fun.
Reference is reality. Is that okay?
When I first listened to Ham, I thought he was just an autistic philosophy, but now he's growing on me. He's quite entertaining.
He is.
I'm just not sure what you're referring to.
Reality?
Reality. Well,
Reality?
Like a tool known as a level, right? So you establish a horizontal plane with that, right? And all verticals will be perpendicular to it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they'll be parallel.
Yeah.
Great.
So, for example, if I get like a pool table, everything's going to be parallel to that.
No, I'm saying if you have a horizontal plane, all perpendiculars to that will be parallel.
Yeah, like if I have a pool table.
Well, the pool table might not be horizontal.
Well, I don't know what kind of pool tables you're buying. The ones I buy are horizontal.
Okay, well, if you have a horizontal plane, all perpendiculars will be parallel.
Well, Jerry, I was doing some research, and I don't actually know if I agree here. Before I was convinced of the flat truth, but you actually convinced me that the Earth isn't flat. Right? We know that lakes they go concave, right? Mountains they extend upwards into the sky. You convinced me of that the Earth isn't flat. Why are you arguing for the flat Earth now? I thought me and you we were gonna
You think
convince the flat
horizontal
Earthers.
means? You think horizontal and vertical mean flat Earth?
Well, yeah, that's what it sounds like.
What's the logical inference rule that you used to arrive there?
Modus ponens.
Okay, could you lay out the syllogism?
If you use the words horizontal and vertical, that means that you are referring to a flat Earth. That's premise one. Premise two
Wow.
is you use the words horizontal and vertical. So the conclusion is that you were referring to a flat Earth. So
You
if
realize that
P
this
then
would
Q,
render
P then Q. That's the
you,
inference rule.
you realize this would render all surveyors to be flat earthers because they use horizontal and vertical. I hope you're not saying that, right? Because surveyors are definitely not flat earthers, right?
I don't know why they wouldn't be. Everybody knows the Earth is flat.
Okay.
I agree. At Yui, watching my wine glass quiver as this ham interlocutor reaches shrill pitches. Sorry, I almost misread that. I apologize. It's quite entertaining. I'm
I
sorry if
figured
my
I would follow
voice.
your lead.
I'm sorry if my voice is.
It's your
a
coping
little
that's
high.
creating your voice
That's
to
just the
go so
natural.
high.
Yeah, that's just the natural form of my voice. I apologize. I don't mean to annoy you in any way. So
No, it's not annoying. It's quite entertaining.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, would you happen to be going through puberty right now?
Or do you think it helps your argument?
Is 13 years old? Is that puberty?
Well, one of the signs of going through puberty is having your voice go up and down all the time.
And saying interlocutor all the time.
Do people going through puberty use the word interlocutor?
Shut up, Ham.
I thought we were
No, you don't think. I don't
thought-
think you think. No.
I thought you and we were gonna
I
fight
think
the
you thought
good
you
fight.
were a honest interlocutor.
I thought you and I were gonna fight the good fight against the global liars. I'm just not sure why you're
Well,
so
they're not.
opposed to
Most of them aren't lying. They're just as duped as you are.
Well, everyone knows that NASA's lying. So we need to fight against those guys.
I think we need to fight against the bodies of water.
But what's wrong?
We need to go to
But
the
what's
beach
wrong?
and to swear,
But what's
water,
wrong?
please. Sorry,
Yo,
really lied.
but what's wrong with him affirming the antecedent?
Oh, which antecedent?
Well, you said it was modus ponens.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
what was the modus ponens?
Yeah. If Fuseli Jerry, the Discord user, is using the words horizontal and vertical, that means he's referring to a flat Earth. That's P then Q. So P, and then now the second premise is going to be that he did use those words, horizontal and vertical. So now the conclusion is going to be Q. Can you guess what Q is? He's referring to the flat Earth. P, then Q, P, Q. Pretty simple. I hope I answered your question.
Very profound.
When you say affirming the antecedent, just want to make sure. Let's be for real. Do you mean denying the consequent?
No.
What is do you think affirming the antecedent
is the same thing as modus ponens?
Is that an inference rule?
What, a logical syllogism?
So you can have a logical syllogism that's not pertaining to any particular inference rule. So no, that's not what I'm referring to.
Okay.
So I'm just curious, is affirming the antecedent, is that an inference rule?
Is it? I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. Not really sure what the point of this one was. Anyway, to go back to fighting the good fight against the global liars.
Like I said, you're the one who thinks they're lying. They're just as equally as duped as you are. They're just gullible. They're willingly believing a myth. They're not lying.
Is NASA? I don't know. I don't know how you willingly.
Yeah, I know you don't know.
I don't know how you willingly.
I know you don't know. So why are you
I don't know
wanting
how
to
you
get up on a
willingly
soapbox?
He's telling you
believe in
now.
a lie by producing fake
But
images.
he's telling you now that it's not a lie. Two times he told you.
Well, yeah, the producers of those images are long gone. Those were made in the 70s. Everyone else just believes them.
Is the people who are at the ISS or other
The green screen
scientists
show
who believe?
They're lizards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, can he finish what he's saying, guys? Like,
Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's be for real. Yeah, so those guys fighting the good fight. I think we flat earthers, we should be able to answer some questions, and I'll present them to you. So one, what's the mechanical explanation for why the Earth is flat? Right, that's a pretty basic question we should be able to answer.
for the purposes,
what is
for the purposes of a horizontal reference.
For the purposes of a horizontal reference.
Yeah, because basically, they've created the globe with it. Whatever people think is the globe. So our coordinate system, how we read the sky, how we understand our position based on the timing of when things are where they are in the sky. Apparently, things like that. So that's my answer for probably why it would be flat, because that is a necessity for everything that we utilize the plane for that we live on.
Well, that doesn't necessarily answer it. Like, you could say it comports with other facets of reality we know to be true, right? So that would be a reason to believe it, but it doesn't actually explain why it's the case.
Well, other than being the creator to say, "Hey, it's flat," because no, I mean literally, like without a horizontal reference, like literally none of the construction or the traveling could be done, like which is a necessity of life.
Wait, the creator? What do you mean, the creator?
Well, the rhyme and the reason for all things being all things.
Are you referring to God right now?
I'm referring to the rhyme or the reason that all things are all things, because I don't think that things come into existence from nothing, right? Like, so that's all.
So we're using it in the same way we might say like atoms,
Whatever. Whatever.
like we don't actually think atoms
If
like.
that's what you believe, I don't know.
What? I'm just asking what you mean.
Well, I mean, I told you what I mean.
Yeah, you think that there's
think
like
that-
a uniformity of nature, right? And you're just saying that uniformity of nature is like a creator of sorts, right?
No.
Oh,
that's not
I'm
what I
sorry.
said.
Okay, I must have misheard. Could you word it in a different way for me? I apologize.
Meaning that things don't pop into existence out of nowhere, like, nature, for example, information, for example, things like this. So there must have been some sort of antecedent for all of those things. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Yeah, I totally agree that there must be some sort of substrate by which these things ought to rise off of. That's totally fine. But it sounded
And
like
you
you
just happen
thought
to believe a Belgian priest.
it sounded like you
Mhm.
thought that there was like a certain level of intentionality behind particular designs.
Well, I mean, in order to inform, you have to be informative, which would take some level of intelligent in design. Yeah.
See, I thought, and Jerry, you can back me up here because I know you're a good faith interlocutor. I thought we were interested in scientific discovery. I don't know why we're talking about intelligent design right now.
I don't either, because you're the one that red herringed away from the point that I actually made,
Mm-hmm.
which I can't remember right now, to be honest.
That's
But
fine.
it was definitely you, not me. Because red herring being you latched on to something I said, which wasn't the overall point. The overall point that I actually made is the thing that you didn't address.
I thought, okay, here's my.
And it also
Oh, go
didn't
ahead.
have to do with science, because that would have to do with the physical and natural world, and we're not talking about cause and effect and natural phenomena and things like that. So, but what I mean, what was it that we were talking about?
Yeah, this is the thing I was gonna say is I don't think I engage in any sort of red herring because the specific question I asked
Mhm.
was, what's the mechanical explanation for why Earth is the way it
Right.
is, right?
And then
And
I
your
said,
answer
well,
was there's like,
and I said, because, right? You said, what's the mechanical explanation? I was like, well, because you're the one that asked for the intentionality. You're like, no, specifically why? Which is a very weird way of asking it when I already told you, well, mechanically, the reason that it might be a plane is because we need it for all other things that we do as it relates to travel and or just coordination.
well, I can imagine a kind of universe, right,
I don't know why you would have
where
to imagine all that.
yeah, so it's it's
But
fine.
what do you
I'll
think about
I
what I'm
understand you take
saying about
issue.
what do you think
Oh,
about
go
what I'm
ahead. No worries.
saying,
I don't
like
mean to
the
cut you off or
actual,
anything. So you can go ahead. I apologize.
because I don't hear, like, I'm telling you how we practically um engage with the surface of the earth, and you're saying that's not a sufficient answer for why the earth may be practically a plane, right? I mean, because you did ask mechanically, why would that be the case? It's like, well, I only know that if it wasn't the case, we wouldn't be able to do all the things that I mentioned. So it's pretty damn important, isn't?
If I
In
go to
fact,
one of
it's a
those,
necessity.
if I go to one of those NASA liars, right? They might say something like, "Okay, the Earth is a globe, and
NASA liars. What do you mean?
we see. Oh, hold on.
But
We
NASA
see other planets
themselves
are
use
globes, and
planes.
we know that
NASA
these
themselves,
planets are
they
globes because there's
yeah,
a
but
mechanical explanation. That being
that's
that gravity, uh, gravity pulls in a sort of way from all sides, right? So making this type of shape requires a lot of mass. Planets have a lot of mass, so it can make that shape. Okay, that's their mechanical explanation, which we all know is a lie, right? The NASA liars.
well. You
Why do
said
you
Now
it's
believe
your
it?
mechanical
answer.
explanation.
So your answer.
You're saying that
So
that's a
your answer
mechanical
was
explanation, but
that
that's just a
if we didn't have it this way, then it wouldn't be
based
able
on,
to
like,
function in any
pure
other way.
mathematics,
But
right?
that's not an
So,
answer.
well, it is an answer because actually NASA uses a plane as well. It's a plane of reference
Mhm.
for everything that they do.
What was my point?
So
Let's be for real. Could you?
your point
What
was
was my point
some
specifically?
mechanical explanation, but I'm telling you the mechanical
Hmm.
explanation is that it's actually a plane, not everything you think it is. Like, oh,
Oh,
it's a globe, it's this mass, and it's nothing mechanical about that.
yeah. Let's be for real. You're a good faith interlocutor, which I can appreciate.
This
Just
guy
making
is a
sure we're on the
joke.
same page. Just making
Your
sure we're on
point
the same page.
was the
What
creator was
point
brought
did I
up.
make that you were responding to?
Excuse me?
So you're a good faith interlocutor. Let's be for real.
So just making sure we're on the same page so we're not talking past each other. What point did I make that you just responded to? What were you responding to specifically?
Well, you said that mechanically they would explain how
Mhm.
we live on a certain mass and I'm assuming certain dimensions. I didn't listen to everything you said,
No worries.
but I'm assuming that that's the gist, that they have all of these, and I already know that no, either what you're saying is true or what I'm saying is true,
Mhm.
because they're in opposition to one another.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so either like what we have to do now is probably produce some information, right?
Mhm. Yeah,
Because that would
no,
be the only
so
thing that makes sense
no,
to
I
kind of.
totally understand. So the point being brought to your attention was that there were two different kinds of explanations. Um, you gave an explanation which was not mechanical. You gave one that was about how it fits in line with the rest of our observations of reality. Right? So we need
No,
it to
not
be
fits in
this
line. No,
way
not
in
fits in
order for
line.
these
No,
other
not
things
fits
to
in
happen.
line.
Right?
Not fits in
Which was my
line.
point.
Not
Now
fits
that
in
the
line.
other point that was made
Well,
was about
excuse you.
NASA, which was a mechanical explanation,
Excuse
which
you.
wasn't
Is there
about
any
any
moderators in
sort
the room right
of
now that can mute
importing.
him for a second? Because he's gonna
It was
keep going.
about a mechanic.
Is
Do you understand the
anybody in
difference or
here
no?
a moderator that can mute him for a second? He's gonna keep
Oh,
going.
was your answer to the question, can somebody mute
Is
me?
there a
I don't understand
moderator
how
in
that
the
answers the question.
room by any chance?
Just maybe use your ears, Ham.
Because it's not a measurement is not an observation, right? Not
Yep,
just
I
an
never claimed it was.
observation. Exactly. So there's
Mhm.
something mechanical in measurements. Now, what I said
Mhm.
is everything that we use to build this
Mhm.
idea of a
Yeah,
heliocentric universe on top of everything else
totally.
is built off of angles, elevation angles to be specific,
Mhm.
to the things in the sky. That's
I
one
totally
of.
agree with you.
Okay, so if you totally agree
Mhm.
with me, where am I not answering your question?
No worries. So as I previously stated, maybe my mic cut out, that, or maybe your headset cut out, because that's the only way that I wasn't clear. But I can repeat myself. So what I said very specifically was that there were two kinds of explanations for us to be able to determine that the Earth is flat. Right.
So
So the first kind, which is the kind you gave,
is
is
that
that it
count?
comports to reality. Right.
So does that
We
include
need the Earth to
measurement,
be
like in
flat
the
in order
actual
for it
practical usage
to comport
of
with other
measurement?
observations we make.
So
Right.
does
That's
that
the kind of
include
point
the
you're
actual
making. But the
application of
second point that
measurement,
was being made
or is
was
that not
why
the
it
case?
is the case,
Because that's
and
all I wanted to know.
that is a
That's all I
completely
really wanted to
distinct
know. Because
explanation,
like, if you
which
were
is what
like, a
NASA
genuine
does.
interlocutor,
So now
of
that
good
we
faith,
recognize those
you would
two
probably
distinctions,
answer that question.
can you give me the
Because you
first
said
one?
that
Or
it
sorry,
had
can you give me the
nothing to
second
do
one
with it,
rather than the
and I'm
first one?
just trying to figure out what's going on. That's all. Well, you weren't listening.
Did my mic cut out again?
No, you just weren't. You just weren't listening.
Oh, I was answering your
Because
question. I can
I
repeat
think you
myself,
just
but you
pretend
can go
that you're
ahead.
not listening when you're talking. So
Mhm.
I mean, we can both do the same thing, but
Mhm.
the reality is, when you say we have two positions, position one,
Nope, I didn't say that.
I'm asking you if that would include measurement.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about positions. Again, maybe your headset cut out. I was actually talking about
Well, no, that's not
explanations.
true,
They can
because
comport with one
everybody
another.
heard you say it's option A or option B.
Yeah, I didn't say that. We're actually live
Not
streaming right now, so you
verbatim, not
can
in
go
so
to
many
YouTube and
words,
check.
but you did.
Yeah, we're live streaming right now, so you can go to YouTube and go back about
Yes, so he
what is it,
did
2
say that,
minutes?
not in so many words, but he basically said it's either option A or option B.
Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you wanna open up your own little live stream? Go to YouTube.com and go
I
on
don't know.
Flat
I
Earth
mean, it sounded
24/7.
like you were going
Check
to
what I said.
repeat yourself. Now would be a good time.
Oh yeah, I could totally repeat myself.
All right,
Yeah.
so go ahead.
So there's two kinds of explanations we can have, both of which can comport with
Two
one another.
kinds. Would
They're
that
not
be
mutually
kind
exclusive.
one and kind
The
two,
first
option A
one
and option
is
B, or
a
what?
kind of.
So would that be option A and option B, or can we not say that it's option A and option B, kind one, kind two?
Oh, sorry. My mic cut out again. So
So
that's the only
I
way you
guess
can
that's
misunderstand. So
ridiculous. That's
Zero
too
Good
No
made the
need to
point.
ridiculous.
apologize.
Option A and option B, and option A consists of just observations and things that can comport, not anything actually practical like a measurement. Oh wait, because my example utilizes a measurement though. So that's what I'm saying. Like, because you disagree with me, which is why you're saying, which is why you're explaining. You can give two explanations because you're saying the one I gave is really just an explanation of things that like kind of comport with other things, not exactly a mechanical explanation. And I'm like, suck my dick because you're being a super passive aggressive jerk off when you know I did exactly that.
Triggered.
Oh, my headset cut out during that time where I was muted. I don't know exactly what happened. Could you repeat yourself? I couldn't
No
hear
one
you the entire
cares.
time. I apologize.
No need to apologize.
You could go
Thank
to
you.
We
the
know you're sorry.
yeah, you could go back to the live stream, maybe come back and
Oh, I actually
Actually, what?
If we could just stick to ideas and ask questions, that'd be cool.
well, he's not. He's just here to not
He's trying
be
to break
a
wine
genuine
glasses.
interlocutor. That's all. Obviously not being a genuine interlocutor because he's like, what is the mechanical reason? What other than the fact that we need measurements to like with the reference of horizontal to do anything as it pertains to building anything? How could that not be a mechanical explanation for the reason that it would be a plane?
Because I think you misunderstand what mechanical reason means.
Okay, so well, when I said, well, would measurement not count? And he said, well, he wasn't, he wouldn't agree with that. So what would you say? Would you say that measurement doesn't count?
No, so measurement doesn't count as a mechanical reason. A mechanical reason would be what are the causes that determine the shape of the Earth to be planar?
What?
To who?
What is the what is the cause of the first of all, that's a cause and effect question. Like, what is the cause of something coming into being is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
so
Oh, I
like
get it.
to
So
have a
you
tree
have
grow.
Let him explain. Hold on. Let him
you
explain how he's
so
gonna. Let him
I
explain
get
this. I want to hear it. I want to hear
so
it.
I totally get it. I totally get it that they have like a belief, a cosmogony and a cosmology as to how things came about using something that breaks the first law of thermodynamics. They call it gravity and then say, whoop, there it is. My mechanical explanation for the thing that I can't prove is in existence in the first place. How quaint
Oh,
and how cute.
is gravity energy?
I don't know what it is. What is it?
Is gravity matter?
What is it?
It's not energy or matter, so it doesn't violate the first
Well,
law.
how do you define it in physics? Best not have it come into contradiction with anything or have multiple meanings.
Yeah, so what's the contradiction again?
We don't know what it is.
We don't know what a contradiction is.
No, the contradiction you stated. So you said gravity
Well,
somehow
I
violated
didn't
the
say
first law of
anything was a
thermodynamics.
contradiction up to this point. I said the word
So
contradiction.
if you say gravity is violating the first law of thermodynamics, that would mean that gravity is a contradiction
Oh,
within our
okay, yeah,
model.
right. You're right about that. Because all the matter is supposed to be expanding faster than the speed of light to the point that the universe is flat, except for the fact that Gravitational accretion would have the opposite of that happen, supposedly.
Let's think about that. So, if there's a central point at which there's an expansion outward in all directions, why would the universe be flat?
No, that's just what they say. I don't believe this shit.
Well, what do they mean by
What do you believe
flat?
in?
Well, I mean, it's flat specifically. Like the expansion was so fast that you want me to get a? It's not my belief. If you don't believe it, it's not. We don't have to stay here. It's not.
Well, have you
I
ever
mean,
blown
it's
up
not
a
a part
balloon
of.
before?
It's not a part of my argument or anything. I understand what you're saying. Like it's more like a balloon. Some physicists try to explain the expansion of the universe that way. I get it. I'm not. I'm not tripping. It's
Okay,
obviously
so
two
in what
different
way is that a contradiction?
mind's eye. Well, I wasn't even talking about that. So how could I be saying something's a contradiction I didn't even talk about?
Because that's the question I asked about. I asked, what's a contradiction with
Well, you
gravity
asked about your
and
idea
physics?
of a balloon expanding, and that is clearly not the description of some physicists may give. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, so maybe you should have asked about that instead of strawmanning, right?
Why ask? I didn't strawman anybody. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you did. You strawmanned.
Shots
No one
fired.
gave an argument that I strawmanned.
Pew
Nobody.
Great. Well, how about this as an argument? Gravity, being an apparent force, is non-baryonic. It isn't composed of matter. It isn't an energy. It isn't a photon. It isn't anything like that. It seems to be the cause of bending, warping space-time from objects of mass. And so because of that, it doesn't violate any of the laws of physics, like the first, second law of thermodynamics, none of those. So there doesn't seem to be a contradiction with gravity existing
Okay,
and the
that sounds
laws of
like
the universe as we
pseudo-Riemannian force
understand it.
space. And okay, because what I was talking about was like, a force of gravity. So we're not even talking about the same thing. So it's cool.
Force of gravity. The force of gravity is what I'm talking about as well.
No, you said apparent force. So we know that there's a difference with your rhetoric. So let's just stop it.
No, so anytime someone says a force of gravity, it's just a semantics problem where they're not using the
No,
right
it's not
connotation
really a
of force,
semantics problem
and they're not
because there's
couching the
Newton and
fact that
then
it's an
there's.
apparent
It's not
force and
really a
not an
semantics
actual
problem
force.
because there's Newton and then there's Einstein.
No, it's always apparent force. If someone uses the word force, they're wrong, but they can use Newton's equation as a simple
Yeah,
way of describing
whatever
how
you
mass
say.
attracts
I
mass.
mean,
They
regardless,
can't call it an actual force. So,
whatever you say,
is that another straw
regardless.
man of the model?
Well,
How many straw
no,
mans are you going to
I
do
didn't
before you
straw man
realize it's
anything.
not
All I
okay?
said was gravitational accretion is bullshit. And second of all,
Well, you
you can
said,
even. It's not like you can experimentally validate it anyway. So why are you arguing with me?
why can't you experimentally validate it?
Because you can Google if you can manipulate gravity, and the first thing you come up with is no, it can't be manipulated. So what do you want me to say?
Of course, it can be manipulated. You notice how my
Can't
points
be
went up?
manipulated. What are you
It,
talking about?
yeah, of course it can.
No, it can't.
Yeah, it can. Like, let's say you have a fire and you want to manipulate a fire. You can't get your fingers, touch the fire, and somehow make the fire hotter or colder using the magic will of your mind. You need to manipulate the things that create the fire. So you put in more oxygen or you put in more wood, and that makes the fire get bigger. That's you manipulating the fire. And the same thing happens with gravity. If we want to manipulate gravity, we manipulate the objects that have a gravitational attraction that we're trying to record and the distance between them. So we manipulate the distance or the weight of those objects to manipulate gravity.
Okay, so I mean, all I'm saying is right here it says gravity is one of the most fundamental forces in nature. Okay, that is a baseless assertion. It governs how objects move and interact with each other. Another baseless assertion. Scientists have long sought to find ways to control it, but so far they have been unsuccessful.
Control it. How are they trying to
Yeah,
control
control isn't the
gravity?
same as
What are you talking about?
control isn't
Is
the
the
same
same
as
control isn't
like
the same as manipulate.
as
Control isn't the same
no.
as manipulate. Okay.
No, control would mean that you'd have the ability to create gravity without creating mass first, or to
Okay.
change the gravitational attraction
Control
of a mass without interacting
aka
with the
change,
mass.
aka
First
manipulate.
order manipulation, but you can manipulate gravity by manipulating the mass of objects or the distance between them. So, in the same way you can manipulate fire, we can come to test and understand gravity.
You can
Do you have an
manipulate
argument
fire,
against that?
but you can't manipulate gravity. Sorry, bro.
But I just gave you an argument. Do you have a reason why my argument's wrong?
What argument? What argument?
So to manipulate fire, you put in more fuel and you put in more oxygen. And to manipulate gravity, you put in more mass or you change the distance between masses. You can manipulate both in the same way, even though you directly can't, with your mind power and your fingers, without using other tools, manipulate the heat or intensity of a fire.
Well, I mean, you definitely have to put more energy into have a fire burn more, but how do you get more of a gravitational anything?
You add more mass.
Or
you change the distance.
No, because mass being weight is no. I don't accept
No,
that.
mass
Because mass is not
mass is
because
inertia.
mass is not defined. Exactly,
Mass is inertia.
No,
Yeah, I'm
inertia
pretty sure
is
mass is inertia, isn't it?
inertia is inertia. I'm pretty sure.
No, let's
Oh yeah.
Google it. Is mass inertia?
Well, inertia is inertia.
Yeah, and mass is also inertia.
No, mass can't. Remember what I said in physics? You need to have something that's well defined. You can't have mass being inertia. No, inertia is inertia. And if
where is it?
I mean, shit.
Inertia is something in motion.
Mass-
Mass is just is what we
Something
try
in
to
motion,
explain.
yeah, no.
Oh, this is this much weight, but really that can be manipulated. It's not set in stone.
So, mass can be experimentally defined as a measure of a body's inertia, meaning the resistance to acceleration change to velocity when a net force is applied. So the object's mass also determines the strength of the gravitational attraction to other bodies. This is just a wiki for
If you
mass.
beg the question or affirm the consequence, sure.
What question did I beg?
Like, because we're gonna create a standard, a standard of measure. Okay. We're gonna call that weight. Okay, great. And this weight is due to some gravitational force. Let me add more of this weight. Yeah. That's all that is.
So
That's not
what?
proving that there's some sort of, again, like, for example, I'm talking about an attraction between two objects. There's no proof of that. There's no scientific validation of two objects coming together. Spooky action at a distance.
That's got nothing to do with
I
gravity, though.
briefly heard
That
you
violates
disagree with
gravity.
that. Mm-hmm.
So anyway, so here's the
Yeah, I
problem you've
thought I
just
heard you
had. Like you
briefly
said, four
disagree with
incorrect
that. Did
things,
you
I
or did
think.
you not?
So thing that
Did
you
you
were
did you or
incorrect
did you
about,
not?
number one, is the
Did you or
idea
did
that
you
you're
not
adding more
agree with
weight
that,
to the object to
sir?
change
Or
the
are you
gravity.
gonna just ignore me? Because there's no reason to continue talking to you if you're just gonna be like
Well, I'm
that.
addressing everything you said. Am I not allowed to do that?
No, just address the spooky action at a distance. Are you in
So
agreement?
spooky
Like,
action at a distance is a quantum effect, and we know that we haven't managed
no,
to
I'm not
couple
asking you
gravity
any of that
with
shit,
quantum
bro.
gravity.
Listen,
And
are
so
you
spooky
jacking it
action
or are
at a
you not?
distance
That's all I want
would
to know. Other
violate
than that, I'm going. There's no reason to talk to you
gravity. Spooky
if he's
action
not
at a
listening.
distance spooky action at a distance violates relativity. It doesn't violate gravity that I know of.
Well, shit. Okay, so again, though, that's not what I asked you. My question was much simpler. All the fuck I asked you was spooky action at a distance. The yay or nay?
It's not a question.
Yay or nay? Say you.
No, that's a statement. Do you not understand basic communication?
Spooky action
Spooky
at a
action at a
distance.
distance?
Do you believe in it? Is it a postulation of yours or not?
Oh, so it's been experimentally validated, so I believe in it.
So is it a postulation of yours or not, bro?
No, it's a postulation of a scientist that then predicted it would happen, that then validated it multiple
So yeah,
times
that's
in
what I'm
multiple different
saying.
ways.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
now I
Doesn't
believe
exist.
in
That's
the
what I'm saying.
postulate of the
Doesn't exist.
scientist.
That's what I'm saying. Doesn't exist.
Are you paid for
Idea
every
that
time you
two
interrupt
things
in
are
a
attracted to each
condescending
other,
way?
because if that was the case universally for all things, then that would be the case for gas, and we know that that's not the case.
Oh, you've muted me. Oh, how do you know it's not the case for gas?
What do you mean, how do I know? My dog just farted.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And we have
And it,
evidence that it is the case for gas.
and it diffused into the room, which is the
Yeah, but
opposite of which is the
it will
opposite of
settle.
which is
Is your room
which is the opposite of what you're talking about.
a closed container, completely closed, airtight?
Listen, none of that is irrelevant. None of that is relevant.
Ooh, so
Bottom
you
line
got
is
upset when I didn't answer your sweet reaction.
you have two atoms or more not collapsing in on themselves, forming little fart spheres in my house. Okay, that's not happening. And
So
that's the
do you think the
postulation
attraction
that
between those
things come
particles is
together.
greater or lesser than the attraction of the Earth?
Look, listen, the bottom line is we've
Oh
never
man, you're not
seen
answering
anything
questions
like
now.
what
Right,
I've explained.
bro.
And it's like he'll say something with his fucking shit train of a mic, and then
Oh,
the moment he
buddy.
stops,
So
when I
butt
start
hurt.
talking,
Really
he
got him
starts
Triggered.
there,
talking
buddy.
again.
Really got him there.
Shots
So,
fired.
okay, so I'm just going to quickly explain you what happens. When your dog farts in your room, it dissipates, but it then creates a gradient in the atmosphere, and that gradient can only be caused by
Okay,
some
which is
apparent force
another
causing downward
affirmative
acceleration.
You have
Now,
no
that
fucking
downward
idea. You're just
acceleration is going to be
postulating. You're just
greater than
Why are
postulating
you
that
the
there's
interrupting?
just.
acceleration between two particles.
You're
And
just
the way that you know
postulating
this to
that
be true is because you
there's
know
just
that
this
there's no other
stratified.
force that can account for it.
Listen, the atmosphere isn't
He's
stratified.
interrupting.
You're
He
You
so
don't
only
have
knows
scared
when
to
it's
let me
wrong. That's why he
talk.
doesn't want to let
okay,
anyone
so you
talk.
know
I can
how
hear your little voice trembling.
guy, can I just fucking say what I'm saying?
Sounds
So check
personal.
I
this
like
out.
how he gets muted, but Let's Real doesn't get muted, although he's always interrupting somebody. That makes
No,
total
because
sense.
I'm actually making sense. So he wants to talk about
No, you're
gradient,
not.
but the real gradient, like even and it still wouldn't make a valid argument. But at least if you have all of these different elements, right? And all of these different elements kind of stratified, and they made layers because one was of a bigger mass than the other, then we would see the gases in layers. We do not. We just see all of the air mixed together in one homogeneous mixture, and it always spreads out. That's the way we experience it all the time, every time. So this idea about the gradient, it's like, well, it's not like there's a gas gradient with different levels of gas because it's settling. Like, it's fucking
Right.
absurd.
Right. That's ridiculous. Yeah. I agree.
Awesome. So there is a gradient on Earth. How do you deal with that?
I don't. What do you mean? I don't have to deal with. It's not a you. You're the one making a claim, and you haven't made a justification for your argument about gas particles being attracted to each other.
Yeah, great. So gas particles are attracted to each other, and we kind of know this to be the case because gas particles are made up of mass. We know them to be made up of mass. That's why when you cool them enough, they'll condense into a liquid and then a solid. And since they're
Liquid or
made of
solid
matter,
is not a gas.
since they're made of matter, and matter attracts
Exactly.
mass attracts mass, then you know that the gas
He's
particles
just
will
saying it.
necessarily
Look,
attract
again, look,
each
I
other.
just gave examples.
Dude, you interrupted me halfway through what I was saying.
I
It was an
gave examples of shit, and he's explaining how my examples aren't them. Like, okay, well, to your examples, fuck them, because let me just explain how actually it does the opposite of what you're explaining. Or maybe it does what you're saying, but really, as it pertains to the entire Earth, it's not doing that, but it's still going to, like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
What?
So, I'm going to finish what I was saying. So, what I was saying is that the particles are attracted to the ground. We know this because of the layers in the atmosphere of different, the density gradient. And because of they're attracted to the ground, and that's because of mass attracting mass, which we've experimentally verified, and particles of gas are made of mass, we know that particles of gas will attract each other, but will be attracted to the ground greater because the size of the mass and the distance influence the attractive force or the apparent attractive force of gravity. Ta-da! Deal with that argument, please.
Right. Okay. See, so attraction, I would assume, is like, from like literally like two things coming together. So, all you're saying
Incorrect.
is ta-da, gradient. But here's the thing. See, all of the air, right? All of the gases, right?
But shit
I
can
guess
repel
they
each
kind
other.
of what?
You can attract things and you can also repel things
Yeah, but okay, I
simultaneously.
was in the middle of saying something though.
Yeah, no, I know you were saying something, but I'm just saying that
But you
you're
just
trying to make the
decided to
case
talk
that,
anyway.
oh, am
Oh
I
my
not
god,
at liberty to do so?
hypocrisy! Sweet
When I'm
hypocrisy, mate.
talking, are you asking
Sweet
me if you're not
hypocrisy,
at liberty
buckaroo.
to talk
Let's
when
be
I'm
real. The
talking?
sweet hip.
Hey, what the fuck was that? Yeah, yeah, I want to talk when you're talking. Is that a problem? Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, I mean, and I didn't. It's not like she couldn't do that. I was just like, okay, what's the point that you're making? And she's just totally not even. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. When I interrupt, it's because, well, again, back to this idea about the air being attracted to the ground. Fam, the gas is what's the word? The it's not produced, it's not made, it's converted at ground level and then goes up
Absolutely.
and out. That's not particles are literally going up and out, not being
Like
attracted like you're
helium.
talking about.
Like helium, for instance, is
No,
produced from
like
the
all
ground.
gases. Fuck
Right.
like all of them.
Well, I
Like
mean,
each and
especially
every one
helium,
of
because
them.
they're trying to say, oh, it's lighter than air. It's up in the atmosphere, and we're running out of it. And they, it's just a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, but it's all of the
Right.
it's everything. It's just air. It's just air. The
Right.
gases, like you have a gas leak, it just leaks into the air. Like it doesn't leak onto the floor. Like the fuck.
The air is a gas. It's all a gas. Or what we call gas.
He's
You know,
like deal
like
with
what
that
is a
argument. Well, his
gas? You know what I
premise
mean?
is that the mass is attracting mass and the gas particles are made up of gas. But okay, except for the fact that the gases expand and go up from its conversion here at the ground level, which is
Yeah.
the opposite of it being attracted to the
Yeah.
ground.
It's
So
like
how is that not a justifiable rebuttal? Can somebody unmute him now and ask how that's not a justified rebuttal?
Yeah, great. So the reason it's not a justifiable rebuttal is that you'd be able to feel that expansion outward, since there's such a huge pressure gradient between the base of the Earth and, say, the top of like Mount Everest. There's such a huge change in pressure that you would have that great rush of pressure from the ground all the way up to Mount Everest all the time. But we don't have this 100-mile-an-hour wind going from the surface of the Earth upwards to Mount
So is
Everest.
everything you're saying right? Does that make what I said wrong, or am I wrong about what I said about the gas?
Yes, you are wrong about that. So
How does it
the
rain then? How does it rain?
gas condenses into clouds. Water vapor
From
condenses
where?
into clouds. Sorry.
Where does precipitation happen?
I don't know the exact distance up, but like you
Oh my
mean
God!
the
No,
water
wait.
vapor
Listen.
comes from the Earth's surface
What
and then
begins
goes up in the
precipitation?
atmosphere.
Right? Do
Yeah, evaporation.
evaporation of what?
Water.
Where's that at?
The surface. I just said
Okay,
that.
so when it evaporates, where are those particles going?
Fuck, I'm much smarter than you, so there's no reason to answer these stupid questions. Make an
So
argument.
then where are those particles going?
I mean, okay, on the Sahara Desert, is there,
Nah,
for
nigga.
some
Where are
reason,
those
a difference
particles
in the pressure
going?
gradient?
Tell
They're
me
going
how the
upwards, but
particles that are going away from the surface of the water is fucking attracted to the earth underneath the water. Tell me that. The water
because
itself, because let's
they have
face it,
higher energy. They
the
have
body
higher
of
energy.
water
They have
itself
higher
is a huge
energy. They have
mass,
higher energy. They
liquid
have
mass.
higher energy. They have higher energy, which causes them to go upwards.
Oh,
Greater energy
I mean,
causes them to be
that
more
sounds like
energetic,
an
which means that they'll
excuse to
move
me.
further.
It sounds like an excuse to me. I have this claim that everything is attracted to the earth, except I don't have an actual phenomena
aka something happening. Cause if I'm looking at what's happening,
Honey, he
the
just said
gases that are
400 times
converted
higher
here on
energy.
the surface level are actually not attracted because those little atoms are going everywhere but down because they're leaving the surface. So you can give an excuse as to why what I'm saying is in full contradiction of what you're saying, which is like what we was talking about with gravitational accretion and whatnot. So it's eerily similar. Gravity doesn't affect gas. Who the fuck told you that, by the way?
I gave you a logical argument that you haven't dealt with. So this whole thing with water vapor, the water vapor is more energetic, which means it can push other particles out of the way and means that it can escape the vector of gravity upwards more than the other particles can because they're less energetic. That's why you have to heat water in order to create water vapor, and that water vapor then go up and turn into clouds and condense into rain. But the problem with all of this is that we don't feel a wind difference. Say if you're at the ocean and there's evaporation, you're not being sucked up with that evaporation as the wind flows upwards. The Sahara Desert doesn't have the evaporation and there's still the pressure gradient. So that completely, unequivocally disproves your hypothesis. Also, do you remember my logical argument for why gas particles attract or must be affected by gravity? That's a no.
I like that logical argument, as if to convince us that it is logical.
Yeah, what's not logical about it? Can you explain? If you can't explain, just say no, I can't explain and move on. No, you're just going to sit there in silence. Absolute shame.
His globe has to be. No.
Well, it must be
His
because he
globe.
says so.
His globe, that's
Entire
what the
NASA
evidence
said
is.
it has to be.
Look at this.
Um,
Okay, so in an insulated container, gases do not slow down and eventually condense. Elastic collisions. The gas molecules do not interact with each other except for colliding with each other. Gases expand to completely fill a container. They would not if they were attracted to each other. So I'm assuming this statement would be true with or without a container because it's talking about the behavior of, well, quote unquote, behavior of gases.
So it doesn't logically follow that they would condense if they're attracted to each other through
Well, I
gravity
don't know. I was
if
just
they're
reading
on
from
an Earth with higher
westfield.ma.edu,
gravity.
so I guess. I mean,
You
what
cut off the end of my sentence where I gave you the conclusion to my argument. So the
you
reason why I
say?
think that is because we're on an Earth where the gravity of the Earth would stop that from happening.
That's begging the question, dog.
No, it's not begging the question, actually.
Yes,
It's
it
taking
is.
your logical
Yes,
argument,
it
running that
is.
logical argument to see if it's
Yes, it
necessarily
is
true,
begging the
and
question.
showing that it isn't necessarily
What
true.
I read wasn't begging the question. Why you gotta beg
It
the
definitely
question?
was, yeah. It was begging the question because you only put
How
one
was it begging
thing
the
in that could be the
question?
cause.
It's
It was.
describing exactly what happens.
No,
You're
it
not
was begging the
describing what
question.
happens.
Do you want me to explain how it was begging the question using a logical argument?
Listen,
So what you said is that if gas
you're
particles
saying
were
no.
attractive,
My argument is wrong, specifically because you have the Earth and there's a gravitational pull on the other, which is what you asserted from the beginning. My argument is to defeat that point. Like, and it's
I'm
not even an
saying
argument; it's just a description. And I read it from westfield.ma.edu.
I'm
Because you
saying,
didn't believe me that
ironically,
gas
you
expands
begged
and doesn't collapse in on itself like they
you
claim in
begged the
gravitational
question.
accretion for the beginning of the fucking whole universe,
So
which is
you
what
begged
this
the
is all
question.
about.
You beg the question of whether that would happen in a container if we're on an Earth that could potentially have gravity. So
No,
you
the fuck,
beg the
that's not
question
begging the
of that
question,
actually
you
happening.
moron.
You have to show that it's necessarily true that they will come together as gravitational accretion in that
Excuse me.
container.
That's
So
what
can you
gas
show it's
pressure
necessarily
does.
true?
It
Because
expands and
currently
fills
there
the
are other
available volume.
explanations.
So he's not even listening. That's what
Yeah, you
gas
said
does.
that's
It
what gas does. It
expands. Oh, you're
expands to
still not
fill
listening. You
a
hear me
usable
talking, but
container.
this is why you get muted, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you talk and talk and talk, and then I start talking, and then you start talking when I start talking. Make it make sense. Gas fills an available volume. If there's no if there is no limit, the gas is just going to continue to expand outward. That's what gas does. It dissipates. I don't understand why you're saying you don't agree with that.
Have you run out of
Awesome.
fight the flat Earth talking points, dogs or gods, or do
So
you want to keep going?
I was just going to explain why that's begging the question. So the question he begged is that through some gravitational force, if you had a container where the particles were to
No, I didn't.
condense, so the energy was to be
No, I
used up,
didn't. I
those
didn't say
particles
that.
would
I
somehow
didn't say
come
any of
together. But
that.
that
I didn't
doesn't make
say any of
sense.
that. That's a straw man. I said none of that. I
No,
said
you did.
none
You
of
you
that.
mentioned gravitational accretion. You
I
mentioned that
Okay, what
gas
is
held in a container will
gravitational
condense.
accretion? The only reason I mentioned it is because I said that's the claim. Now, separate from that, here's how it's debunked. And all I did was just describe gas behavior. I didn't beg the question of shit.
Yeah, so if gas flows out in all directions and equalizes, it doesn't do that on the Earth. There is a gas gradient, and the gas gradient can't come from gases going from the bottom to the
No one's
top
saying it's going to
because
equalize.
I
No one's
debunked
saying
that.
it's going
So
to
I've
equalize.
debunked your
No
only.
one's saying it's going to equalize, though. So I
You
don't know
just
why
did.
you're
You said
saying that.
gas will fill the container.
Well,
You said it
gas
will
does
equalize.
expand and fill the available volume. That's exactly what it does.
Okay, why hasn't it done that on Earth?
I don't know.
Holy fuck! Great. So what are you arguing about? What's the point of bringing up the gas expanding?
What do you mean? Because you're telling me that particles are attracted to each other, but gas expands. That's the point of me bringing
Yeah,
it up.
of course, because the energy within the
Yeah, of
particles is
course.
greater
It
than
doesn't.
is greater is
What the
great.
fuck?
The energies in the particle
So
creates a greater
obviously,
force. Excuse me a second. Can I finish what I was
obviously, it's
saying?
not
Can
me
I
begging the
finish my
question.
answer, please?
You're talking about energy. Listen, bro.
Can I
Like
finish my
the
answer,
energy
please?
of the gas particles. No, the gas
Why,
particles
why can't I? Why can't I
the
finish my
gas
answer?
the gas particles themselves should be attracted to each other, not
Okay, so I'm going to finish my answer because this directly deals with what you just said.
energy to go away from each other. Like there's no such thing
Of course it is.
there's no such thing as gas like losing energy and then
Of
falling back
course
in
there
on
is.
itself.
So what happens with
There's no
gas,
such thing.
right? Is gas has energy. It absorbs energy like all things. It has a frequency which is dictated by the energy within it. And the energy of gas causes it to bounce around and bounce off each other and bounce off the edge of the container. In fact, a container with gas with no energy in it would only register pressure wherever the larger force of gravity is, so the base of the container. Now, the energy within those
There's no such
particles is
thing as
greater
a
and
gas particle with
overcomes
no
the
energy. That
gravitational
doesn't
attraction
exist.
between the particles.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as a gas particle losing its energy, first and foremost.
What do you
So
mean? Does air cool over time or not?
air cools.
Oh, great, air cools. So that's it losing energy. Heat is energy, a form of.
No, but here's the thing.
No, but what? No, but what?
Here's the
No, but what?
here.
Tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me
See
how
what
I'm
I
wrong.
mean? I go to rebuttal, and it could be just a nice, clean, but you keep fucking yapping.
Yeah, but you also do the same thing. You interrupt me halfway through a sentence consistently.
Well, I
So
interrupt to
stop
tell you that
complaining.
I'm not saying something that you're saying I'm saying.
I literally just
That's
did
when
that
I
to you
interrupt.
like 2 minutes ago, buddy. You were
When I
trying to.
interrupt,
You stopped me halfway through a
it's not
sentence,
to stop
said
you
something
from
that
saying
you would
something
have
new.
known if I
It's to
hadn't finished
stop
my
you from
sentence.
saying that I'm agreeing to or I said something. That is when
So
I
does air
interrupt you.
cool?
You're
Does air
interrupting
cool?
literally after the second word that I'm saying.
So does air cool?
I just said air cools, but here's the thing, though. It's intrinsically linked to temperature anyway. Like, it's
That's
not
not an
like you can
answer.
just decouple it from temperature. Like, temperature is a part of the equation, dog.
What gives something its temperature is the energy held within that thing. That's why
Okay, so
mercury
how you gonna
expands
separate
when
you?
it gets
So
hotter.
okay, so you agree with me then? Great.
No, I don't agree with you because you said that
Oh my
gas
god.
doesn't give off energy, and it
Oh
does
my
in the
god.
form of heat.
I didn't say gas doesn't give off energy. I said it doesn't lose energy.
That's a synonym.
No, it's not a synonym.
What do you mean? If I look up give off, what do you fucking think it's going to say in the dictionary, buddy?
Give off uh 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 what's the project?
Lose? Maybe lose?
Leak.
Lose energy? Lose? Maybe? Lose energy?
Okay,
Synonyms?
so
Yeah, what do you got? So, are you reading a script right now, or
once
what's the deal?
again, elastic collisions with the let's open it up.
Oh, it's a script. Elastic
Gases
conditions.
are
What
in
about it?
rapid motion and they undergo elastic collisions with each other in the walls of the container. That is, momentum and energy is transferred, not lost during collision. Now,
Transferred into what?
transferred.
Bing, 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 bing. They could be transferred into the walls of the container. And then the walls of that container can express that energy outwards. That's why if you have a warm cylinder, the warm cylinder will have a higher pressure because the elastic collisions within that cylinder will be greater. And then as that cylinder cools over time, so if you were to put it in the shade from the sun, then it would start to contract because the elastic collisions decrease within the container as the particles in the container shed the heat into the walls of the container, which then sheds it off into the environment in the form of
Okay,
heat.
I get all this.
Ta-da!
I get all this, but there and then is all of the sun's supposed radiation coming in from, you know, all around, right?
Sorry,
So,
I don't know what you just said. Could you repeat?
because yeah, that's another contradictory belief, right, of the system. Because one would think, well, actually, the sun's energy is obviously everywhere, which is why we have not which is why we have an exosphere, but they say we have an exosphere, and that exosphere kind of protects us from the sun's dangerous radiation. So I'm trying to figure out, like, when exactly this gas is supposed to lose energy. Now, I understand that we do have a gradient and it is colder the higher up you go, but it still doesn't comport with the whole idea that, well, I mean, there's the sun and the radiation from the sun is supposed to give the gas particles energy anyway, but they don't.
Yeah, so the radiation within the sun causes heating of the atmosphere. The atmosphere being dynamic means that the hotter energy particles will rise up. They'll then go to a much cooler section of space where they'll cool down, and that'll
So
happen to
it's
the
not
point where
heating them
that
from the
energy can
top.
then
It's not
radiate
heating them from the
as
top down, you
radiating
mean?
energy off into space.
So it's not heating it from the top down, you mean? For some reason?
It heats. It does heat from the top down. There's just not very many particles high up. And if there's less particles, that means that there's less particles for the photons to hit and energize.
So wait, but the
I
particles
know science is
they're
hard.
on their way. They're on their way out because they're not going back. They're on their
What's
way.
not going back?
All
What's
of
not going
them are
back?
on their. There's no going back. There's no particle loses,
What's,
accelerates, and falls down to the. There's no such thing as that.
but gravity would cause that, right? If gravity affects all mass,
No, but
which
there's
is
no
what the
such
experiments
thing as
show,
that though.
then what you'd
You
have is you'd
believe
have the
that, but
particles
there's
would
no
try to
such
move in
thing.
every direction, and there'd be one direction that there's a force pulling them back from, which is up
Except for
being
the
pulled
fact
down.
that you can't. There's no. You can't experimentally validate that. All you have is this affirming the consequence.
How is it affirming the consequent?
Because you're sitting here and saying that it's begging the question on top of that because you're like, we live on a
What question's
and
being begged?
because of the attraction, this is why we have a gradient.
But that's been
You're telling me
experimentally verified, the attraction.
well, no, it's not experimentally verified. You're saying what we see as a gradient is experimental verification. No, it's not.
No, I'm saying that we have experimentally verified gravity, or the mass, the attraction, the attractive apparent force
Yeah,
of
well, you
masses.
haven't
And since that
manipulated.
is true, since we've shown that to be
It's
true,
not true, but it's not
well
true.
then fire isn't true. Have you manipulated fire?
You can manipulate heat. That's for damn sure.
How do you manipulate fire?
You add to it. I don't know. You add heat.
Do you just change the fire for some reason, or do you use more oxygen and more fuel to change the fire?
Well, you can add more energy or heat.
Yeah, okay, cool. So in the same
I
way that
guess
you do that for fire, you can do the same for gravity. You can add more
fuel would be an
mass
energy
and you can
source, I
change the
guess.
distance.
Right? Fuel would be an energy source, I guess.
Yeah,
But
it's a
again, but
potential
guess what
energy.
fuel is? But guess what fuel is? Fuel is an actual thing.
Yeah, and so is mass.
Okay, but it's you're not nothing is happening. You're not doing anything.
Yeah, you're changing the amount of mass, or you're changing the distance between the masses.
No, you're not. No,
Yes, you are.
so you have one mass, and you're like, okay, now I have two. Okay, now what?
Yeah. Now you have those masses at a certain distance from each other, and then you get them closer, and you measure whether there's a change to the amount of force being registered between those two masses.
Yeah, no.
You know where the energy comes from when you burn fuel? It's a question for Let's For Real.
From the fuel?
Yeah, but like what about the fuel?
I don't know. No, I don't know.
Okay. Well, it comes from the bonds between the atoms that make the molecules. And that basically just means the distance between the charges, the electric charges. And so the bonds in gasoline have more energy in them than the bonds in carbon dioxide. And so when you burn gasoline, you get carbon dioxide out, you're releasing the energy by shuffling around the distances between those charges into a new molecular configuration. So what the other guy's saying about potential energy, when you move the distances between the masses, it's the same principle as when you move the distances between charges.
Okay, except I don't know how much of that is conceptual.
Does fire heat up when you put wood and oxygen on it?
It grows, sure.
Okay, so that's not conceptual, that's been
But at the
verified.
same time, this isn't like so okay, so why don't we just put it into a hypothesis then? So if this, then that.
Okay, for what? The gravity or?
Natural phenomena observed first, though.
Uh,
What's the naturally observed phenomena?
all masses on Earth are attracted to the larger mass of the Earth.
So things falling down, you're saying?
No, I said exactly what I said. So if you have something that isn't a mass, it won't be attracted.
Say again?
If you have something that isn't a mass, if it's not a particle, if it's non-baryonic matter, which I know we haven't verified, it won't be attracted. So I'm using specific words here.
So what's so energetic about asbestos?
What do you mean what's so energetic about it?
I mean,
It's not
'cause
very energetic.
okay, so then why the fuck does it just linger in the air versus not doing that because of what you say?
It doesn't. It settles. It's just that it's very, very light, so it doesn't take a lot of
Okay,
energy being put in the
yeah,
system
but
to
it
cause
settles
asbestos to fly up in the air because it's very thin, very small amounts of particles that can be lifted
Okay, but
easily by a
small
wind.
amounts has nothing to do with this universal everything falls at 9.8 meters per second or whatever
Yep.
the fuck it is. So it's like,
Mhm.
okay, you talking about how thin or how small, all of that shit is irrelevant to the universal law that you claim is the situation.
It means if you were to put asbestos in a
So I don't
vacuum with
know, man.
absolutely no particles, it would fall at 9.8 meters per second. But because the atmosphere is in the way, because the particle difference between asbestos and the particles that make up the atmosphere isn't that great, you wouldn't actually get the straight falling. It'd keep hitting particles, and there'd be enough mass within those smaller particles to deviate the larger mass of the asbestos, because it's not that much larger.
Specifically, this is called Brownian motion, if you want a term to look up. I think that's what Einstein actually won his Nobel Prize for.
I'm going to have a Brownian motion
Einstein
later.
wrote a paper on it. It's one of his big things.
Going to be some Brownian motion later when I get home.
Anyway, this was fun. Yeah, have fun, guys.
Bye. Are you leaving? Oh, thank dogs.
You know, for how long you hear people debate stuff for years and years, do you think they'd get better at communicating to people more effectively?
No, the thing is, he's angry. Dogs is angry. So he's going to come back day after day and be angry. He's not going to communicate. He's going to be angry with people. That's it.
Yeah, it's like walking down the street and somebody's trying to tell you something, and then they put up their hands, right? Like, are you going to listen to them, or are you going to be like, whoa, it's like, are we about to have a fight here, you know? Or like an animal, like let's say a stray cat walks up to you, right? And you're like, here, have some food, and you're running at it. Of course it's going to run away. It's going to see it as a big scary thing. It's going to be like, whoa, who are you? Who is this big scary thing? You know, of course it's going to run away. They're not going to have any part of it. Whereas if we get on our knees and slowly approach them and be like, here, I have some food, right? It's their choice to whether to take it or not, right? So like listening to people like get all emotional and personal and screaming and belligerent and all this other nonsense. It's as if that like they're like, I'm right, you're wrong. You know, of course that's going. You know, I mean, we pick up on that the instant they open their mouth before we hear a word of what they have to say. We absolutely convey that to people. So it's not about the audience that we're speaking to. It's about them being like, oh, I'm right, you're wrong. Right? Like, you're not going to get anywhere with that. It's just, people got to learn how to talk to each other. Just, like, if it's one-on-one, just ask questions, and it's not even about our beliefs. It's about bringing the beliefs out of them, right? Because deep down inside, they probably know what the truth is, right? And if they don't, well, I mean, it's like a jigsaw puzzle, right? You have two pieces that don't fit together, right? Like your idea and their idea. Well, at the end of the day, that's the beauty of it. At the end of the day, they have to throw one of them away, right? Because they don't fit. That's their choice. That's their decision.
Yeah, what if someone's having like a monologue? What do you do then?
Kind of like what I'm doing right now. That's another thing. Like, it's so important to get to. If we're talking more than they are, we're doing it wrong. So I'm kind of being a hypocrite here. Like, it's so important to have other people involved in the conversation. Otherwise, right, again, it's not about what I have to say. It's about, I forget what I'm trying to say. Hopefully you get what I'm trying to say, though. Right? It's back and forth, you know? I see something, someone else sees something. Back and forth. That's a healthy conversation. You know, like not listening to me ramble on and on about some nonsense.
Certainly a lot of nonsense around.
Or like, I guess you could ask somebody, okay, what is more effective? You know, running at a stray cat, be like, here's some food. Or to get on your knees and slowly approach them and be like, hey, here's some food, right? Which approach is more effective?
What if the cat doesn't have food, but he thinks he's going to survive without it? Do you just sit there and laugh at it? I would.
You know, I'm still trying to learn how to talk to people, right? Like, that's one of the things I'm trying to work on, is to not like rant on and on and on, like to you know, the whole back and forth and making it about the audience and not about myself, right? Like get them involved in the conversation.
Well, what do you have to say?
Good question. What am I trying to say? What would you guys say is the single most important topic that needs to be talked about? Like, if you could talk to 10% of the population, what would your message be? What would be the subject, or your idea of or ideas of how things should be that could change the world for the better if 10% of people.
They should get rid of the designated hitter in baseball.
I was going to say self-sustainability.
Let's see. Let me ask you this: do you
Hold up. I have one. They should get rid of daylight savings time. That going an hour ahead, going an hour back really fucks up my mojo, man. Fucks up the sleeping schedule of babies all over the world.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a fucking bullshit. Okay, go ahead.
They do
Oh
that
no.
shit.
I mean, but time is an invention, though. Like, time isn't real, right? Like we invented that. Like what is time? Like what
Yeah,
is
but
the
people's work
future?
schedules are real.
What is the past? What is that? Does it exist? Or do we?
It's a memory.
Right, but what is a memory though?
Oh, but it says it was God in the
It's
beginning.
imaginary.
It
It only
says in
exists
the
in your book.
beginning, God created the heavens. In the beginning, so that's time.
Right now, this very moment, boom, it's gone.
But technically, the way our mind works, we are kind of always living in the past. In a way, that might
No,
not
we're
make
always living it.
that might not make sense, but it's how our mind works. It's I don't know. It's weird.
See, who mentioned be self-sustained? Like if there's one subject or topic that we could tell 10% of the population, she said that to be completely self-sustainable.
Let me give you an example. When he said, "All right, though," all right, when he said, "All right, though," that became the past.
Well, I wanted to ask them, well, what are their thoughts on an authoritative government over the masses? Like, do they think that that's morally right?
For me, it depends.
Should there be a group of people governing other people?
There has to be organizations because how else are people gonna get food and water and stuff like that? There has to be organizations at some level.
You don't think people will get it anyway?
How?
Well, people do get it, right?
Well, yeah, through organizations
Yeah,
and
but this organization uses violence, right? So, do you think people would be able to sustain themselves without the threat of violence? Is the question.
Through farming and stuff, though, you would have to have the knowledge to do that. And how would you learn how to do that without some kind of.
You would learn.
Without somebody teaching you? You have to be taught in order to learn.
Yeah, okay.
And there'll have to be people that know to teach you. And in that way, that is an organization of sorts.
Right, okay. So, what's the problem? Are they doing it at gunpoint?
Teaching at gunpoint, I don't think. Well,
right, well, we are talking about government here, right? Like
I was about to say I don't think teaching at gunpoint is a thing, but it actually has been a thing. So, yeah. I mean, organizations are necessary.
Well, organization is necessary to get a certain task done. Right.
Yeah.
But organizations don't really exist, right? Just the people do. And the people do things.
Oh, yeah, well, and they organize themselves.
Yeah.
Which is an organization. That's what we call people organizing themselves. Organization.
Yep.
And I don't think we can have any kind of society or anything like that without some kind of organization.
Like, let's say there's an organization of surveyors, right? And do you think this organization of surveyors would ever be able to measure a point being above, below, and at the same elevation as another point all at the same time?
We can be above a hill, below a town. It's not the same thing, but it's the same elevation as another hill at the same time.
Well, just pick 2 points, right? Is it possible for both of those, for one of those points to be higher than, lower than, and at the same elevation as the other point, all at the same time?
No.
Yeah, because there are people who think that that's possible. There's no surveyors.
Well, with 2 points, yeah, but surveyors do multiple sometimes.
Yeah.
And in that case, it is possible.
Well, we're only talking about 2 points.
But it's not based in reality, but okay.
What's not based in reality?
Surveyors don't just do 2 points all the time. They do multiple sometimes.
Yeah, but all those points can't be above, below, and at the same elevation as all the other ones all at the same time, can they? Like, some are higher, some are lower, some are at the same elevation.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, that's why when I look out over the ocean, I know that the boat isn't lower than me. Like, when it gets cut off, bottom up, I know that it's not lower than me. Because that would mean I'd have to be higher than it. Like, when it looks back, I'd have to be higher than it. All right, but it's not.
its horizon and it is your horizon, and you, from yours, a perspective thing. From its perspective, you would be lower, and from your perspective, it would be lower.
Right. It's perspective, not objective. Like, no surveyor could ever measure that. Ever.
Well, and the question is, why do you see that? I thought perspective was things shrink as they get further away.
Well, it doesn't really matter what you think about what's going on. It's about what you can prove. And you can prove that you can't measure a point being higher, lower, and at the same elevation as another point at the same time. All that other crap that's going on out on the horizon when a boat gets cut off optically and angular resolution, that's all up, up for grabs. Like you could talk about that until the cows come home.
Huh? But your both example turn out all three at once. It seems lower. It doesn't seem lower, higher, and at the same elevation at the same time. It seems like it's lower.
Well, if you're saying it's lower, then from the boat's point of view, you'd have to be higher than it, right? It would have to look up at you, right?
3D. I'm trying to think in 3D. It's it's not that easy to think in 3D.
No, like the road up is the road down, right? So if you look down at something, that something will have to look up at you.
Well, it depends where you're coming from, one side or the other. One side it seems like it's up, and one side it seems like it's down.
Yeah, seems, right? But isn't.
Well, you actually go downhill if you go from one way, and you actually go uphill if you go the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more than seems. It is. You are going uphill, going one way, and going downhill, going another way.
Yeah. Right. So you have a slope, right? So do you know how to tell which side is lower? Like what the best way to be? What the best way to find out would be?
Try, but the other person you're arguing against can always switch to the other way, where the other way seems this way.
No. This is regardless of perspective. Do you want to know how?
All right, tell me.
Yeah, water.
You can establish a level thing, but I mean, I don't know. It's always level, but it doesn't say anything about the shape of the earth or anything.
No, let's forget about the shape of the earth and let's start with what we can prove in reality, right? So when something is lower than something else, then water will flow towards it.
So you think in your ship example that water is flowing towards the ship?
No, I say that we're at the same elevation. I say it just seems like it's lower. It's not really lower. Because if it was really lower, then we'd have something like a river, right? The water would flow.
No, you said exactly what I said you would say, that water is flowing towards the ship if it was really lower.
Right, only if it was lower. But it's not lower. The water's not flowing.
Hey.
Hey.
How's it going? So that conversation, Books of Gods, I was listening, and I was writing silently in the background a couple of times. It inspired me to do a little bit more, asking some questions. Yeah, inspired now to like learn a bit more. That raised some questions for me. Because I'm gonna have to check this. I'm chatting with the chat GPT, asking me some AI some questions. Just this one paragraph that it's given me here. I just want to read it out. So and it's actually got little references, your little reference numbers and stuff, so I can and check all this information comes from I want. It says the decrease in temperature of a gas does not result in a loss of kinetic energy of the gas molecules. According to the kinetic molecular theory, average kinetic energy of gas particles is directly proportional to the temperature of the gas. I've asked it some questions before this, right? And I said, this is strange because it seemed to be saying in one breath that there is a loss of energy, and in another breath saying that there isn't a loss of energy. It did state that there's loss between there can be loss of energy from an individual molecule, but not the total energy of the system. This is boggling my mind. But anyway, I'm going to look more into this, right? Yeah, but I'll continue. While the individual speeds of gas molecules may change during elastic collisions, total kinetic energy of the system remains constant. This is due to the fact that elastic collisions between gas particles or collisions with the walls of the container result in a net loss of energy. For the decrease in temperature leads to a decrease in the average kinetic energy of the gas molecules, but it does not involve a loss of energy from the system. If anybody else finds it interesting, but I thought it's relevant to the conversation that Books of Gods and Elijah were having. So I was like, yeah, okay, because like, yeah, like, yeah, because I mucked around and with bottles and cooling down, empty bottles, plastic ones, watching them, like contract and then heating them back up and expanding. So like there has to be some sort of energy exchange there, right? How can there not be? Claiming that the gas molecules are speeding up and slowing down dependent on the temperature. Where is the temperature coming from? Is it's being exchanged? Like they're if you add temperature or heat to or actually like take the reduce the temperature. Walls gas behaves in a certain way And on that temperature, you're adding or taking away. To be some sort of energy exchange there. Or am I not right? Am I off?
Seems purposely confusing, doesn't it?
Yes.
'Cause if you ask dogs or gods about it, he'll say that no, that's not right. It's like arguing over the interpretation of a Bible verse. Like you're never going to get anywhere with these people if you talk about their model.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah. I'll look into it anyway a bit more. I'm gonna. I'm not sure I understand what they mean by kinetic theory either. Like, is this theory that's like scientific theory established through experimentation? Is it more of a colloquial sense? Because I understand it's a set of basically it's a set of axioms, and to help them understand behavior of gas and one of the axioms is that external forces such as gravity is negligible. You don't need to worry about it. It's not important.
So kinetic means like in motion, right? So it's something that's in motion has kinetic energy, right?
Right. Yep.
But gas is always in motion. So, so what are they trying to say? Like, what is that? The entire, I guess, cosmology is built on the presupposition that everything is in motion. Like the guy said before, mass is inertia. Inertia is motion. But like, there are things that aren't in motion. Like, we could see that. And they get out of that by saying, oh, it's
But
all relative.
right.
So from there, it's like, well, are you going to buy the magic trick, or are you going to say, no, some things are not in motion? Like, we know when Earth is in motion because there's earthquakes, right? Like, what motion?
At what they say at a molecular level, atomic level, like things are in motion, even things that like appear motionless. The matter it's made of is moving around, right?
Yeah, everything. But you can't measure anything if everything's in motion. Can't have a plumb line if the string is moving. Got to be still. So a Foucault pendulum that's not swinging is a plumb bob. No motion.
Wouldn't they say, well, you can hang a plumb line on an airplane? Moving? Right?
Yeah, but can you take a water level on there? And if you do, will the water spill out? And if the answer is no, then you're not deviating from horizontal, my friend.
That's true. But we've literally had people tell us that there's a downward acceleration of a helium balloon, observably going up. No, I struggle with that one in my head too. Like to conceive the idea of something that is going up but going down at the same time, or going down but going up at the same time. I mean, no, I don't think so. I mean, like a piston in a car, right? It's going up and down. When the car starts moving forwards, is it now going up and down and forwards at the same time? Is it a vertical and horizontal motion simultaneously? Or is it zigzagging now?
The problem is you're thinking logically. You got to stop that.
What are you getting at?
I mean, I don't know. It's got to this another we're on, but Yeah.
Yeah, the piston's going up and down, but what do you mean?
Is it zigzagging now? It's traveling diagonally in a kind of a vertical fashion, horizontally. So it's zigzagging. It's like
He's talking about in time and space or whatever, like while it's going down the road, that now it's zigzagging because it's going forward or backwards or whatever.
right. Yeah. Yeah. You couldn't actually describe it as going no longer going like up and down perfectly vertically parallel to horizontal. It's moving forwards. It's traveling in a diagonal fashion, reaching its apex, and then traveling
What do you
diagonally down.
what are you trying to say? I'm trying to figure out what you're getting at.
No, I was just talking about the contemplation that I have. Something I was trying to conceive of something that can be in one direction and another direction simultaneously. I don't think you can. It always just end up being line that you draw conceptually, that you'd be drawing a single line, not two lines at the same time. I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is getting into mathematics, like calculus stuff that I never did any of that. My education didn't involve that. Like if you think about it, like, okay, so the helium balloon, it's going up in the air, right? And people would conceptualize that the gas inside the balloon is going up with the balloon, right? And I would argue that that's actually the case. The individual gas molecules are increasing in altitude only because of the limitation space available to them to move around within is moving in direction. The gas particles are moving in randomly in all directions, making collisions with each other and the wall of the balloon, right?
There's no such thing as random. Random doesn't exist.
Well, that's how the way it's described to us, right? That's the way we're taught. Motion. A gas particle inside the balloon that's traveling towards the bottom of the balloon, or the balloon's going up. So the gas particle is not simultaneously moving up and down. Right? It's only going down. It collides with the bottom of the balloon. It's going to it's going to collide and turn around, then go up or to the side. Whatever angle it's going to hit the wall at, and you know what I mean. So it's not traveling two directions at once. Somebody might conceive, conceptualize that inside the balloon is only moving in one direction. It is only moving, but it's going up, right? It's only gained altitude because of the limitation of its environment. Right?
It's like when we were little, someone tied a giant knotty ball, a big, like a ball of string, and it's all knotted up and it's all tangled, and they stuffed it in our heads. And now we're trying to like untangle it and straighten it out. My thing is just throw the fucking thing out, man. Who cares? Just like I could hear the gears in your head going. It's like purposely made that way to confuse and baffle and just force you to throw your hands up at the end of the day and say, "Oh, well, there's people smarter than me. They figured it out." Blah, blah. Fuck that shit,
About
man.
about what?
What he's talking about with the gas.
Yeah, like what is a gas? We have to question all these supposed definitions, right? Like they call it a gas, but I mean, what,
If only there was, like,
you know,
textbooks about
because we can only call it and identify what it is by putting it into a container. Be like, okay, well, this is this gas because it has these properties, right? Like,
Is that true?
Originally, that's how they started identifying different gases by the different behaviors.
it's kind of
That's
like
not what I asked.
kind of like
I asked if that's
oxygen,
true.
right? They say that we breathe in oxygen and then breathe out carbon dioxide. You know, as if like our lungs is like this chemical converter, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what if, you know, it's just air? Right? They try to say it's hydrogen and oxygen. And then you'll see people try to separate the hydrogen supposedly from the water, and they make this gas that's flammable. But if you've ever seen that done, is the water still there when they're done taking the hydrogen away? Right? When it becomes a gas.
Yeah.
Is the state of the water still there? Like, is all still there?
Yeah, you should definitely read a chemistry textbook, and it'll explain it to you.
You can fill a flask in the lab with some hydrogen, and of course there'll be some oxygen in there, as well as molecules in the air, nitrogen. Then they'll
I mean,
ignite the hydrogen inside the flask, and it will burn up, and they'll say that it will react with the oxygen, condense, and form the particles on the interior of the flask. Say that that's evidence that water is made of hydrogen and oxygen.
like let's separate the hydrogen, right? Is the water still there? Like it's at a certain level, then you start producing hydrogen. Is the water still at the same level than when you started?
They'll say no. There's a measurable difference. Yeah, they will say that through electrolysis.
Just a side note here. Do you know who the guy is that figured that out, or quote unquote figured that out? That water is H2O.
Is it Cavendish?
Yeah. Yeah. Same guy.
Yeah, that's another one. Well, that's a big one. They say water is H2O, 2 atoms of hydrogen, 1 of oxygen. Well, oxygen isn't flammable, but it is an accelerant. Like it is required for a regular combustible fire, right? Like it's the oxidizer. Yet hydrogen is extremely flammable. But yet you put those two gases together and now we have water that doesn't ignite. Does that ever make you kind of curious, like what's going on here.
No, it's pretty well understood.
All right, tell us then.
Yeah.
Water's like a less energy than the hydrogen and the oxygen, or the other way around, right? Like it goes from one
Right.
energy state to the other, and it doesn't go the other way around.
Great, you just saved us from having to read a chemistry book.
No, I mean, I would encourage you to go and read it in more detail. Right? I'm just going off the top of my head, haven't studied
Yeah, I can
chemistry
tell.
for years. But you sound like a schizo. It's like, oh, why doesn't water explode? If
I get it.
hydrogen and oxygen explode, why doesn't water explode? Well,
If you think I sound like a schizo, you should hear some of the people that come in here.
Sounds personal.
No, the other guy.
There's a couple of guys on YouTube that ask a lot of these sort of questions, and they bought a air compressor like thing. It's what it's a hospital grade oxygen separator, basically. It has an exhaust through which the nitrogen is supposed to be expelled. So they collected some of the gas coming out of the exhaust, and held a flame to it, and it did what the flame would do, as if it was filled with air. You know, they're asking questions. Supposed to have just oxygen, and from one end, and only nitrogen from the other end, mostly. What's going on here?
So you're saying that there's two containers, one of oxygen and one of nitrogen.
Yeah, like it. So this gas separating device is like it's hospital grade. It's it's supposed to be how they oxygen air to give to patients, right? It's just oxygen. It's supposed to be mostly just oxygen.
Oh, I mean,
Little
nothing's
to no
perfect, right?
nitrogen.
But they want to increase the percentage of oxygen, right?
Right. Yeah. I don't know how the machine works, how it does what they claim it does, but apparently these two guys bought one of these machines, which apparently is hospital grade. Hospitals use to air into mostly oxygen. Then so they collected some of the gas, the air coming out of the exhaust, which was supposed to be mostly nitrogen, and held a flame to it. Just did what it would normally do, as if it was just normal air, not mostly nitrogen, which would be to extinguish the flame, right?
You're suggesting you can use nitrogen to extinguish fire?
Is that's what it does, isn't it? Is that what happened? Or maybe they were looking for a certain. I can't remember what nitrogen does. To the flame. Does it combust? Does it give off a flame, a colored flame, certain flame, or does it extinguish the flame?
I mean, you're making the claim that this machine violates the laws of chemistry.
So. What do you mean?
So does it? Like, what did you expect would happen, and why?
Hang on.
And what was the outcome?
Does
what he's saying violate the laws of chemistry?
Well, nitrogen is used as a fire suppressant, kind of like argon. It's a
supposed to extinguish a flame, right?
Right. Well, it
Is that
displaces
or is
the
it
supposed oxygen, right, or the air.
right? If you take out the oxygen, there's no fire.
Well,
But that
for
doesn't mean that
regular
nitrogen will.
combustible fires, but I'm not sure if that works with like magnesium and all these chemical reaction fires, kind of like lithium ion, like Teslas that just
Yeah,
burst in flames.
and also in Game of Thrones, there was the that fire that's like you put water on it. What was it called?
What, combustible fire?
No, there's like a chemical reaction that will it combust when exposed to water, right? So you can't put it out with water, and it was a plot point in Game of Thrones.
He's talking about dragon fire,
No, I think it's called wildfire.
wildfire, but that's just a
Yeah.
made up thing. In reality, we have things that actually do that. I mean, just oil alone. If you set oil on fire, put it in water, rises above it, still on fire.
Sure.
Kind of fascinating if you really think about it. Like, why is that? Right? I get that oil is lighter than water and it floats to the top, but like, you just put more and more water on it and it just spreads. It never like stifles, the air from it. It's just
Because the oil itself is burning, and if it repels the water, so
Yeah, they don't mix, it just spreads it out, yeah.
I mean, that's my basic understanding, and I'm sure it's a little bit more complex, but it's not like any of us are really scientists over here.
Not with that attitude.
What would being a scientist change? I mean, he's going to have a story too.
Oh, yeah, basically working within set of strict parameters, right? Conventions.
I have a neural net processor.
What was that?
I think Arnold has joined the
Yeah, to
call.
the chopper.
Yeah. Watched The Sixth Day the other night.
Anyone seen Total Recall?
The good one and the bad one.
1990, the original.
The good one.
Someone was talking about it yesterday, and I was like, "Dang, I need to watch it." I've never seen it before.
You've never seen Total Recall? It's a shame.
I have not.
That is a shame.
I saw both Total Recalls.
Second one was such garbage.
Was it that bad?
It was pretty bad.
Did it have Arnold in it?
No. Colin Farrell, I think, was it.
Not even a cameo.
Man, you can't take an Arnold movie and then not have Arnold. Like what?
That's if you consider it to be like an Arnold movie. Like, if you come with the assumption that they're remaking that like 80s thing, then you might be disappointed. But they kind of sold it as if they're just, sticking true to like the source material.
Came out in 1990, but yeah, pretty much 80s.
Star Trails.
But I
Where's
think
my
there could
mute?
be a good story.
Where's my mute? Huh?
Are we talking about Star Trails?
Remake was
Mhm.
too serious.
Tell me more about Star Trails.
No.
We're talking about
Star
Philip K.
Trails
Dick.
says it all.
Star Trails. Tell me Star Trails, please.
You gotta watch Scanner Darkly.
No,
That
I'm
movie's
good.
a trip.
Would you say Star Trails can help prove that the Earth isn't flat?
Of course.
Can you explain to me or show me something that can show
No.
this?
I thought Star Trails was a video game. What are we talking about?
It's not our responsibility to educate
It's not
you.
your responsibility to educate people. So is the Earth
Mm.
flat?
If you think so.
You're a weirdo, bro.
Go get a job. See how it
I
works
do
out
have a
for you.
job. I have a better job than you do.
Sure you do.
What do you do for work, man?
I'm 18.
Huh?
He's telling me to get a job when he's 18. You're crazy.
My
He
penis is
does
larger
daily
than
dose of
yours.
internet
You're
on
weird.
YouTube, man. Daily dose of internet.
He does
Yeah,
nothing.
see?
Ban this
What
troll.
was that, old man? What are you chatting over there?
Why do you sound like that? Someone
Vector.
ban him, bro.
I'm quiet.
Hey, Daily
It's like
Dose is a
6
cool
in the
guy.
You're
morning.
daily dose of internet, aren't you?
It's
No, do
7
not
in the
compare
morning. My
those.
mom's sleeping.
I'm a Daily Dose fan. Don't compare him to him.
I have a mom, I live with my mom, unlike you.
Everyone has a mom.
He said
I
I've
bet
got a
yours
mom.
kicked you out. Like,
This guy's
flat
acting
earther, what
like
do you mean? Get out. Look at you all in here. Holy crap. 30 trolls. Just racking up them hours, huh?
Trolls?
Yikes.
I thought someone
Yeah,
was
isn't that
just
what you are?
joining and leaving over and over. I mean, that
Or
was
is that what
actually
makes me
people
a
coming
troll?
in.
Because you mute me all the time for no reason?
I feel like you get
Maybe
muted
because you
for
come
being
and
a
call everyone
donkey.
trolls.
One at a time, old man.
I like this guy. He's funny.
I'm just bored in the morning. And you seem very generous. You haven't muted me yet.
You're the only one here. Why would he mute you?
I know, like I'm the only one here. There's like 30 of you. Holy crap.
All muted.
Such trolling. 99.
You'd like being muted, don't you?
I do. I can't complain, actually.
Now
Domination.
you've said that. I'm not going to do it.
I'm not gonna do it. Oh, you will. That's just what you say now. I actually want to get out, but like I can't do it unless you mute me. It's against my religion. And listen to some.
What
old
religion
man.
are you?
What religion am I?
Yes, what religion do you abide to?
I'm Catholic. Christian.
You're 18.
What?
You say you're 18?
Mm-hmm. I'm not a child.
You're gonna get.
I mean,
you're gonna
you
get married
kind of
and
are.
have kids soon.
Oh, what? I didn't hear anything. There's like 5 of you speaking at the same time, trolls.
Nah, I said you kind of are a child still.
No, I'm not.
I mean, you kind of are.
My birthday was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, put it this way: when you turn 40 years old, ask yourself again: is being a child 18?
I wish I was 40. How old are you?
I'm 37.
Oh, close one.
Oh my God, Lord Jesus Christ!
What's wrong with
What's
being
up?
37?
Don't you have any kids to attend to?
Nah, I got a fiance at home. Right now, I'm fucking spying on an employee to see if he's fucking cheating on the clock.
Oh, micromanagement. Yeah, we love that.
What roused suspicion?
He's on his CTV camera.
Don't we all
Women's
love
bathroom.
micromanagement, guys? We love micromanagement.
So, I can
Are
see
they
when he
in
clocks
here?
in. No. Morning.
God damn, I can't even type in chat. You're so mean.
So, no, he's been clocking in at like 8 o'clock in the morning. And the type of job we have, you need daylight. So if the job's an hour away, you need to be leaving your house at like 7 in the morning. So, he's not doing that. And I also want to see if he's clocking in when he leaves his house and then goes to like a deli or something to eat breakfast, because his first destination yesterday took him over an hour to get there. And I looked at it, it's only 40 minutes away. So it's like he's either clocking in from home, going to the deli, getting his breakfast, then clocking, and then heading to the job. And we're paying him to what? To do what? To go get breakfast in the morning?
What do you? Is this your business? Like, what's your business?
I'm a land surveyor.
Oh,
And
a land.
I'm the supervisor for the New York region. So
this is a government position.
no.
What?
No. There's private land surveyors. They're not all. They don't all work for the government.
Good afternoon.
Okay. The fuck?
Why would you assume it's a government position?
Because you said you're the supervisor for the New York region.
Yeah.
Okay.
So private companies can have offices in multiple states. Yeah.
Franchise. Shit, there's someone older than me in here.
So let's say he is cheating the system.
Mm-hmm.
Then what?
Oh, I'm going to give him a warning.
Problem solved.
Not completely.
Well, if he does it again, he's gone, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I trust. Like, I take no pleasure in firing someone. I've had to do it a couple times. One just because fucking business slowed down, and fucking, we had to lay off like one of the least performing person. Shit sucks, man. Fucking shit really sucks.
How aren't you licensed?
Oh, so you don't need to have a license to actually just like do the survey itself. You need a license to put a stamp on the map that certifies it. So a licensed surveyor has to go over the survey, look at like your raw data. And when I say raw data, it's like we actually have to upload this file, and it shows like each one of our setups, how high the instrument was set up, how high the backsite was when we shot it, all these things. It checks into, like, and we find all the control in the neighborhood, the monuments or pipes or anything that represents a property corner. And then we have the file maps and the deeds of the local area, and we are able to determine the property lines that way. And then like you take pictures of the job, you draw the job, you measure the house physically besides measuring it with the instruments, and they all look at that, and then they put the stamp on it to certify it. So now you don't need a license to actually complete the survey itself, just to check the property lines and put your stamp on it.
Fair enough. You're qualified but not licensed.
Yeah, so like in order just to take the test for your license, so they recently passed a law where it is going to be required that you have a 4-year degree and also 4 years of experience in the field. However, that wasn't always the case, so I'm grandfathered in. I don't have to take the 4-year college, degree in serving at an accredited school. I can get in with just my 8 years of field experience, and then I still have to pass a 2 state tests and a national test in order to get my license. And then I also need to have licensed surveyors certify that I'm like a good character and all these things. It's almost the same as becoming like a lawyer or an accountant, like those like levels of test in order to get your license. It's very intensive.
4 years of school. There's
4
really
years of
that
school.
much to learn about surveying?
Yeah, and 4 years of field experience.
Holy crap.
Yep, in order just to get your license.
I went to automotive school. It was 13 months to learn how to work on cars.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But to survey like 3 times more school than that, like, holy crap. Like, what all is there involved in surveying? Like, I guess I don't grasp exactly what that means.
So like it depends on like what type of surveying work you're doing. So like there's all different sorts of like surveying. Like so there's title surveying, which is just basically locating building features on the property and locating the property lines and everything. And that's not that serious. Like it's a lot of work. There's a lot of work in the country for that type of work, but it's not like serious surveying. When surveying gets serious is when you're dealing with huge construction projects or even like building a new neighborhood where you're doing complete topographies and laying out like where the storm drains are going and all like the infrastructure and all that stuff. We mark out where all that stuff goes, and then people go in and build it. And then we had to go back and check it. We had to do inverts on storm drains and all like the stuff like that, just to make sure that the water will flow in the right direction. And it's insane how much work. Huh?
I just what?
So basically, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to ask that, because I was going to ask, like, is there a situation in which you could be held liable for injury or loss due to, incompetent work?
Yeah, absolutely. So, say for example, you go to a house to do a survey, and you have an old survey of the house, so you don't look for any of the what we call control, which is our property markers in the neighborhood. We just call them control. You just locate the house. You have the old survey, which shows like offsets to the property lines, and you use that to hold the property lines. You shot the building, the offsets, so that's how you determine the property lines. Now, the neighbor has a survey also done, and they disagree with your survey. So now the person who originally did the survey builds a fence on what you call the property line. And then it doesn't match up with their survey. So now they go to court to determine because now the neighbor is suing the person you did the survey for because your fence is on their property line. Well, I mean, on their property, not even the property line, on their property. So they sue the neighbor. They bring up their survey. Now it goes to court, and it turns out that you did the work and you didn't do your due diligence, and the other surveyor for the neighbor actually found the markers in the neighborhood to determine the property lines accurately. The surveyor now has to pay for the fence to be moved. Because they get sued. So yeah.
I can imagine that being a huge issue if the entire structure is in the wrong spot. Like, let's say it's past the property line and it's someone else's, onto someone else's property. Okay, then what?
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be on, like, another problem that can occur. It doesn't even affect other people's property lines in a sense. Is like you do the survey for a new house, right? And you don't do that due diligence because every town has, side yard offsets or front yard offsets. So they build the foundation. The town comes in and they determine that the foundation is too close to the property line. So now they need to rip up the entire foundation and redo it. Now you're talking like $50,000 worth of damages.
Okay, so I guess like the best question I could come up with is, let's say you wanted to build a house on some property and you have neighbors around you. Like, what is there like one thing we could do or something, like steps that we can take to ensure that there's no shenanigans involved about getting sued or the neighbor trying to sue us? Like, oh, you're on my property, or to verify that like everything is in the right location, right? Like you're saying, the sewer drains, and all that stuff. Basically, like to cover your ass,
To cover like my ass, like the surveyor's ass.
Well, I mean the property
homeowner
owner,
building the house.
Right.
So typically neighbors don't get involved when like if the foundation's like not exactly in the right spot unless you're in a very like tight area. Like depends where you live. Like, certain parts of Nassau County, like you only have a 75-foot wide lot or a 50-foot wide lot. So like the foundation's built too close, like neighbors could like kind of tell, like it's like 5 feet away from the property line. That's can't be right. But as far as like the homeowner, it's, when you're a homeowner or you're building a house, typically the homeowner isn't the one building it. You have the architects or to design it. And basically what they do is the architect will hire us for the homeowner. It's not like the homeowner is directly hiring us unless they're like a complete like do-it-yourself kind of guy. So the architect will hire us to find the things, and then they can check it just through the maps alone and everything. But as far as like an absolutely zero chance that no one gets sued, the only thing I guess they could do is hire 2 different surveyors to determine if they get the same results. But I mean, that rarely happens though. I'm not sure if that completely answered your question or not.
So basically, the architect can verify, okay, this is where it should be, and because So basically, the surveyor is responsible for the storm drain or the mains for the plumbing and the water. It's X, Y. It's right here, X, Y, and Z. And then this is your property line. This is where it should go, right? The foundation.
Yeah. So
and the art, and then
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt real quick. So like the architect, they'll ask for what's called a CAD file, which is basically like the raw data file.
Right.
It shows all the points that we found. So a good architect would look at it, would be able to see that we found property markers because that's in the CAD file. It would see how we determined the point of beginning. It would check the deed, check to see that the distances and the bearings on the property lines were accurate. All of those things. That's what a good architect would do. Sorry to interrupt, but as
and also that the plumbing is all downhill. I forget the name for it, but
the flow of the water goes in the right direction.
The decline, right, like it's at a specific angle over a whatever distance.
Yeah,
So
I don't know if it
flows,
necessarily has to be a certain angle, just so much as that the flow of the water is the right way. Like I don't know if because I think just the angle of the flow, like, or how much that slope is between the two drains, is pretty much determined based on like the type of topography you're dealing with. Like if you're in a very hilly area, then obviously there's going to be like a steeper slope. But like if you're in a relatively flat area, the slope isn't going to be that much of not that great, but the water will still flow that way just because that's how gravity pulls it to the lower end. One of the interesting situations that happened, so there was a new building going up, and it was dealing with like the underwater drains and everything, underground drains, and I was getting the invert on this drain, and the water was supposed to flow on it, and it wasn't low enough, and these guys came in with the excavator, freaking lowered it some more, but like I had to make a note in my report to my supervisor saying what they did, because when they did that, they basically created like a bulge in the middle, so the water wouldn't flow properly, because if you just have one end lower than the other, but the middle of it is still bent up, then you're gonna have water flow problems. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So, like, I made a report in the thing, like in my notes or whatever, like what they did, because I want to cover our company's ass in case something happened.
Leave that paper trail.
Yep.
Right, because we try to rely on word of mouth. Well, that can backfire really quick.
Yeah, like say that
So
parking lot
important.
suddenly has drainage issues or whatever, and the entire parking lot's constantly getting flooded because that water only gets to that lower area once it fills up to a certain amount. Now, I mean, I'm not sure if you guys ever done the thing where you siphon water out of a thing where you like suck on a hose and you just put it down on the ground, and the fact that it's at a lower elevation than where the other hose is doesn't matter. Like water will go up that hose and then down. So like once there is enough water, even if there is that hump in the middle, the water will still flow. But the problem is it has to fill up before it starts to flow. Whereas if it was built properly, it would just automatically like flow. It wouldn't have to fill up to a certain amount.
Yeah. Yeah, because it relies on it being full and having an inertia, right? This momentum, and that'll pull a vet. Yeah, because as soon as you get air in it, enough air, it completely stops siphoning.
No. Another part that I have to show, like, I have to prove that I have good moral character, which is why, like, I need other people to testify on my behalf, because I get offered bribes all the time on the job.
Oh, you mean to like do something that you're not supposed to do?
Yeah, like, for example, like, say you're building it and you need a permit to build it a certain way. So, like, I've had guys like been like, so, like, listen, like, I'm at like 13 inches or 14 inches, and I need to get the CO if I'm above a foot. Like, come on, like, just what can you do for me? And I'm just like, I can't do anything. Like, I just locate it, man. I don't determine the height of the deck. The height of the deck is what it is. And they're like, oh man, like, come on. I'm like, I'll throw you something. I was just like, and this is like my go-to thing. I was just like, you want me to do that? I'll tell you what. Give you my bank account. You set up weekly transfers of $2,000 a week. Then I'll do it. I want this in con. Like, the cost of the bribe is not going to be worth the cost of you just making it the right way.
I mean, would you even have the power to do that even if you could?
I mean, yeah. So like, in order to like cheat that thing, so like I locate the deck, and then like when I take my ground shot, I just raise the rod above the ground a couple inches so that the height of the deck is not. When I record the ground shot, I'm saying it's higher than what it really is. So now the deck is not over a foot above the ground. Now, where the town comes in is they just measure the deck to the ground. They see that it's higher than a foot, and then they go back on the surveyor saying, like, why would you say this? And then the surveyor can lose their license. I feel like I'm in a AMA right now. No. I don't mind, though. I mean, keep the questions coming. Doesn't bother me.
Found the fan of Reddit. I mean, this is really good to know. I mean, let's say you found some property, you bought some property, and you're like, hey, I want to put a structure here, a house or whatever. It's good to know like how to cover our ass and not, make the process simple.
Yeah. I mean, some of the best advice I can give to people, like, say you're looking to buy a house or whatever. This is like one of the like things that I really wish, like, if you can find a house next to what's called a paper road, that's like a really good thing. So a paper road is when the town owns, parts of the property, and a paper road is when there's technically a road in the maps. However, they haven't built the road yet, so it's just vacant land. So there's houses next to these paper roads.
Why do you fucking care, by the way?
I'm sorry?
I just got here. Why do you care that there's flat?
Yeah, no, that's not what we're talking about right now. It's houses next to these
This is a flat Earth channel.
Yeah, that's great. People are asking me questions. So there's houses next to these things called paper roads. Someone's feedback is really annoying. And basically, most roads are like 50 feet wide. So if you find a house next to this paper road, you're going to have a house which has a 50 wide strip of land that no one owns. And no, it just exists only on paper. That's why it's called a paper road.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it exists on like the file maps and the town maps and the tax maps and all that stuff. However, there's no road actually built.
Well,
so when you buy this house,
why do you just go there?
All right, this guy killed the conversation.
Yeah.
Did you learn that from a video essay about Fight Club?
So it gets its name Paper Road because it doesn't exist, but only on the CAD or maps or drawings or whatever, or blueprint.
Yes, it's file. It exists on file maps and tax maps. So a file map is different than a tax map. That and the other piece of it I was going to give is when you buy a house, part of the closing cost is typically to get a survey done on the house. When you're the buyer, see if you can shop around for your own surveyor, because lots of times they'll bang you for more than it actually costs in the closing cost.
You're saying get an independent home report done, basically?
No, not a home report, a survey.
I don't know if it works in America, but the home report is part of the survey here. That makes sense.
Gotcha.
No. So, like, a home report will sit there and go through, like, a list of, like, things, amenities that need to be fixed and shit until such a time as you buy that property. I mean, to get it up to, I think you call it code in America, but, like, up to building standards here.
Yeah, like, I guess we would call that, not an appraisal. Where is it? I can't think of it.
Really? It's weird how you separate all your stuff. Like when you buy or you're buying or selling a house here, the person who's selling it either gets a home report done, which goes to the fucking, what do you call it, realtor if you're in America. So you call it a realtor, isn't it? Real estate agent, what the fuck you call it?
So there's a title report that is done in the United States, but it's not exactly. I don't know if it's the same thing that you're talking about.
What's that information that's listed? You say the title. Is that just like previous owners or what?
Oh yeah, there's a lot in the title report. It like has the deeds. It has all the previous owners, like to trace back the deeds. It has any of the COs or permits that were put towards the house. It's quite involved.
It's like fucking property lines, the original drawings, any like extensions or additions added, that type of shit. Is it like structural drawings and like plot land, like the line of like actually where you own, or is it more just about the business side of who's passed hands and shit?
It's like a combination of all that. Like most title reports are over like 100 pages.
Yeah, so we call that a home report instead of a title report.
Gotcha.
But yeah, usually the person who's selling the house will get the home report done by the person who's selling the house for them. But if you're like in the process of negotiating to actually buy a property at that stage, you're also entitled to, most people would go and get an independent, like send their own person in, because think about it, if you're selling a house, you don't really tell the person about all the fucked up shit you don't want to know about. You know, that's why you get your independent guy going to go, well, that wall's actually just about to fall down and this building's like going to collapse, so maybe don't buy this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, before my fiance bought her house, like I went there and I saw the fact that they had the deck, and I was looking through their paperwork. I was just like, I want to see the CO for the deck, and they didn't have it. So before she bought the house, I made them get the CO.
Aye, you're better getting all the, especially when it comes to shit like that, because depending on where you live, it could be a violation. Like one of the ones where if you don't have permission beforehand, at a later stage, the local authorities can come around and say, yeah, take that shit down. You don't have
One of the craziest things that happened. So, like when I was getting research at a town hall, this guy came in and he was like complaining. It's like, yeah, I got this letter from the town saying like I'm in violation of certain building codes, and they were like, yeah, your garage is converted. It was a 2-car garage and it was converted into an apartment. And the guy's like, I bought the house like that 15 years ago. And they're like, well, they never got the permits or the COs for it, so guess what? Now you're paying.
Sexy, very sexy. Interesting.
My dad bought a property, and it was one where it was like a roundabout, and the property sort of divided off it like pizza wedges, yeah. And when he bought the property, there was two dividing fences on either side. And when we went to go sell the property, we got the original deeds and realised that the fence line that they put on our property was off at the wrong angle, and it should have moved slightly. But if you run the distance back, it ends up swinging the line in quite a distance. So much so that the next door neighbour has a man cave, you know what I mean, like a clubhouse. It's like a bar, TV, and all that shit, and a workshop all in one. And technically, that was on our land, yeah. So before we were selling, we were like, "Yo, we're going to like take this property line and move it to the right line because that's wrong. We need to move the fence." And he's like, "What the fuck?" He's sitting panicking like, "Shit, technically, that's our clubhouse, or the fuck you want to call it now." But we're explaining like, "Yo, don't worry, like we will lift that whole thing. You just tell us whereabouts in your property you want it. Like we're not wanting your outhouse. We're not that much of assholes. Technically, we can take it, but like, just we'll pick it up and replace it. Just tell us where you want it." But that's nuts. Just like a small error in someone's judgment at one point in time basically gained us, I think it was like 15 meters at the back, but at the front it was like from 0 to 15 meters over like, what was that? Maybe a 20-meter run. You know what I mean? So it gradually just got bigger. We're just taking a wedge of your garden.
Yeah, that's a big portion over a short distance.
Yeah, it all adds up. But it was only because we looked at the actual lines and shit, and we're like, well, wait there, that back fence is supposed to go up to this. It was like a sandstone marking post, and we're like, that's not in our garden. Like, where's that shit? And we found out it was behind the property line. Like the fence had been built in slightly, and it was over to the right.
Yeah.
Like, this shit's way over to the right. Why is that here? Like, then we got some a guy out with a big fancy laser to go, yeah, no, this is all wrong. That fence should be there. Check that shit, man. You might lose half your garden. Or lose your clubhouse if your neighbour's a fool, you know what I mean? Imagine you build a clubhouse and the next door neighbour goes, yeah, well, technically we're moving the fence and that's now our clubhouse.
There are some funny stories that you can like find online where like people built like garages or whatever like over the property line, and what like they've done is they built a fence on the property line so they don't have access to a certain side of the garage.
Like, a family in America who bought the dividing line between two properties. So do you know how like sometimes that little island of grass that you see that's like maybe like a foot wide between two properties? He bought that thinking he was buying the full property. So paid like a full property price for a strip of land between two houses.
Yep.
Fuck that shit. You'd be raging.
Yeah, I think I know the story you're talking about, and he didn't realize the size of the land he was buying.
Yep. He thought he was buying the property next to it.
Yeah.
Aye, not that little dividing. And he got in a bidding war, and that was the issue. Like, he was the one that drove the price up. It was starting out at a reasonable price. And then, obviously, 2 idiots on the internet are like, we're buying a house. Keep bidding. Fuck. Did you hear about the guy who bought a photograph off of eBay for, like, the price of a classic car? It was a photograph of a classic car, and it was advertised as, like, 1969 classic crinkle top mini, yada yada yada, like all the specifications of the car, and at the very end of it said Polaroid. So it was like, yeah, it was in the advertisement. You're buying the picture of this classic car. It's just we're going to list all the classic shit, and some idiot got in a bidding war with someone else, and paid like classic car price. Received a photograph of a classic car. Was like, fuck that shit, I'm suing. Went to court. And I was like, yeah, it clearly says in all the advertisement, like, Polaroid here, this is a photograph and a small text, like, in the description, like, it's all there. Like, why did you pay, like, 130 grand for a photograph? That's you. Fuck that shit.
They lost the lawsuit?
Yeah, because it wasn't like, he tried to claim it as a sense of false advertisement, you know what I mean? As in, like, he thought he was buying a classic car. But the actual advertisement on eBay had the word Polaroid in the original title. You know what I mean? So it was like fucking the year of the car and the make, the model. You know what I mean? And the specifications of the car that like was in the photograph, and then it said Polaroid. So you were literally buying a Polaroid of this car. It was telling you the specific car that you're buying a Polaroid of, and then in the description, it went through to say like it was a blue yada yada yada. It had this type of interior, like. Basically depicted the whole car, and then said again, like this is a Polaroid of it. You know what I mean? So it was in the description. So he couldn't claim like, I thought I was buying a car. Like, it clearly says, man, if you read this shit, it says Polaroid. This is a photograph. At no point it says you're buying a physical car here. You're just an idiot. So he lost the claimant and had to pay the guy who basically conned him. Or we don't know if he conned him because it was a bidding war at eBay. So he had to pay his lawyer's fees as well. So like 130 odd grand for a photograph, and then got taken to court and got his legal fees paid. Fucking win-win for that guy. Yeah. Watch what you buy online, boys. If you're buying a Russian mail order bride, make sure the advertisement says that there'll be holes drilled in the box, otherwise you're ordering a Russian cadaver. Yeah? Like the small print.
I mean, who pays that kind of money, like 20 grand for a vehicle unseen? That just goes against like the very basics of stealing a car.
It wasn't like it wasn't like 20 grand, it was like 130. It was like a
right, but like
yeah.
It's just like $1,000. Like I don't think I would even buy a car that was like sight unseen. Like, nah.
Yeah, but if you're one of those guys with like ridiculous amount of money who collects rare vintage cars, that would be a normal price. If not, maybe like a bit of a saving, like a bit of a steal if you're buying the actual car. So to him, like, fair enough, he didn't read the actual Polaroid part. Up until the point he realised he got the photograph, like he thought he was buying the car. You know what I mean? Like he was just.
It's kind of like buying a house sight unseen. Like you never see the house. You're like, and you just go by the pictures. Oh yeah, that looks like a good house. I'm gonna buy that. Who does that? You know?
Me and my father bought 2 blocks in Germany without seeing them. Like, and I say a block, I mean like a block of apartments. Like, do you know how in New York you get like a block that has tenements in it? Like each doorway will have like 3 flats on the ground floor, and then like five floors. Is that 15 apartments, and it'll maybe have 10 to 20 apartments or like doorways on a block. You know what I'm saying? So you're buying a couple of hundred apartments, but you wouldn't see them. There's no point in like flying to Leipzig to buy a German block that you own and they rent out. That's quite a common thing. But you'd be surprised. A lot of people buy shit without seeing it.
I mean, I guess there's exceptions. If you got the money. And that's just part of business is getting burned. Like even if you do go and see it,
Joe, it's funny, right? That doesn't take a
that-
lot of money. See, if you're an American, see the price of a basic, like, one-bedroom shitty house in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, yeah? See for the price of for you to own and buy that property. You could buy a full block with, like, hundreds of apartments in it to let or rent out, yeah, in Germany for the same price. And it sounds like a scam, yeah, but it's not. It's because in Germany, they don't rent. Or they don't buy. Everybody rents because to buy a property, the mortgage is like a 70% down payment of the full cost. Most Germans can't afford that, so they just rent instead. So
70% down payment?
Yeah,
That's insane.
Yeah, I know. So most of the population in Germany rent. The people who buy like apartments don't buy like an individual like unit within, like, you'd be like a unit in a complex in America, but here it's like an apartment within a block of apartments. That makes sense. No one buys an individual one, and if they do, it's very rare.
I've
Most people,
never heard of that. Has that been a thing for a long time, or is that recent, or what?
decades. I thought it was a scam when I first looked into it. I was like, what the fuck? Because, like, I swear to God, see, like, the price you would pay for, like, a nice big house in America. Like, I'm talking one with, like, a big fancy double banister staircase. You know what I mean? Big open fucking main hallway. That type of lavish manor or mansion, right? In Germany, you probably could buy, like, 5 castles. Yeah. Like, fucking servants' quarters and like a lock and a lake and a fountain and shit. Like, it's crazy. We looked at we sold a house in Glasgow for like $750,000, and we looked at a property at $500,000 in just outside Dresden, and it worked out that you could buy like it was 190 bedroom like castle. It had 50 living quarters on the property, and it came with like 150 acres. Yeah. You're like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's crazy.
So most mortgages need 70% deposit, did you say?
Yeah, I just looked up mortgage company in Germany, and it says 5% towards the value of the loan put forward, and common is 20%.
Yeah, I'm seeing 20% is the most common.
Is that what it is now?
It seems to.
Yeah, I'm actually on a German mortgage company, mymortgagegermany.de.
Really? Well,
Yeah.
when I was looking at it, the rates in Germany was 70%. It dropped from 80% when we first started looking into it down to like 72%. Like, it was crazy. Like, we just didn't understand why they needed so much money up front.
Was it because you wasn't German potentially?
It might possible.
Wait, I'm seeing something in here. If you work outside of Germany,
where's my
you'll usually only be able to borrow around 60%, and you need to put at least 40%.
So it may have been
if you live and work outside of Germany,
that may have been
you have to put down 40%.
It may have been higher rates.
So maybe that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, but for some reason, regardless of the rates for the locals, people do not buy houses in Germany. Do you know what's really weird as well, right? See, when you buy like if you bought a flat or apartment here, they would have a kitchen in it, yeah? It would have a bathroom in it. It would have working appliances, yeah? In Germany, it would have a bathroom in it. It would not have a kitchen in it. It would have an empty room, yeah? When you leave your apartment, you take your kitchen, like your base units, your wall units, your worktops, your kitchen sink, yeah? You take everything with you and leave it as an empty room, like a plain canvas for the next person who's brought their kitchen to their new place. It's weird the way it works, yeah?
I mean, it seems to be higher amount of people who rent over there. I'm seeing that about 46 to 50% of people own a property, as opposed to around 63 for the US and UK. But
yeah,
I won't say that's no one, but yeah, there's definitely a bigger rental market over there.
I just find that there's also weird. Not too sure about Western Germany, but Eastern Germany specifically. It's like if you buy a block of apartments and predominantly it's say Turkish residents, you can't then start renting that to like German residents. You have to keep with the demographic. And if you buy a block of apartments and it's predominantly like all Germans, then you keep renting it to Germans. You don't change that into a Turkish block. Like the fucking realtors over there are like, yeah, you're buying a Turkish block, and I'm like, what the fuck do you mean by a Turkish block? And they're like, you have to rent it to Turks. And I'm like, is that a bad thing? They're like, no, just this is how it works. I'm like, okay, like it's weird. Aye.
So I'm trying to figure out why they would demand more money up front for the house or property if they're not of German descent. So is that a way of encouraging more German people to live there and not non-native people to not be?
Your deposit is effectively like what you risk losing if you walk away from that. So they would require a higher deposit because foreign buyers are more of a risk of not paying the mortgage and having to repo that property.
It's also like I think a way of keeping, making sure the money doesn't leave the country. Like if a foreign company owns that land and renting to other people, that money's not staying in the German economy; it's going to other states' economies. So by having German owners, like no matter what, if they pay German owners who live there, they're spending that money in Germany, which means that money is staying in that local economy.
It's weird. Germany's a weird system, but it's very smart how it works. See how the benefit / welfare system, you can't start receiving and claiming out of it unless you start paying in. I can't remember the exact amount, but there's a cut-off point. It's like you have to pay so much tax in towards the government before you can claim to have been ill or not able to work and then receive money back off of us. And depending on how much you've put in is what we'll give back to you. Yeah. So it stops this whole people just living off benefit type shit. Aye. Because if you live off benefits and never pay anything in, you live off the bare minimum. And if you're a migrant, you're not entitled to it until you pay anything in. It's weird, but it makes sense. It cuts down on benefit scrounges the way we have it in the UK, where people just want to live off benefits but never pay a penny of tax in their life. You get it through generations. You know what I mean? It's fucked.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Oh, it's fucking a big problem.
On a side note, I really want to go to Germany. It's on my bucket list.
I would describe it as the scenery is very Scotland-like. It's very green, very fucking hilly, very picturesque. The only difference is less heroin, less stabbings, less alcoholics. It's a much more civilized and cleaner place.
Well,
it's weird. Yeah.
I've been to Italy, France, Switzerland, Spain. But yeah, I have Germany.
See all those
Germany,
countries,
Ireland are on my bucket list.
See the countries
So is
that
Japan.
See if you've been to only the capitals. Do not count that as a representation of that country. Every capital.
Oh no,
is a shithole. Yeah.
No. So whenever I go to a foreign country, I try to do three things. Go to the major city or whatever, just to see that. Go to a small town to get that type of culture. And then usually do some type of scenic thing or something like that. So when I was in Switzerland, I was actually in Zermatt because I'm a huge snowboarder. I love to snowboard.
All right.
So I was in Zermatt, and that's just such an isolated town. You can only take a train to get there. That's the only way to get there. And I mean, talk about a fun little town because there's no cars there. Everyone's still getting around on horse carriages and everything like that, or walking. It was really, really nice. Super fucking expensive because, like I said, the only way to get there is by train. So they had to pay all the freight costs to get all their food just shipped in. But oh man, what a beautiful country! And then I did spend 3 days in Geneva.
Because you hear about a lot of Americans and shit like that sit there and say they've done their little Euro trip, but they always say I went to London, I went to Paris, I went to Berlin, and I'm just did you go to any other cities? No. And I'm yeah, because London doesn't represent England, it's a shithole. Fucking Berlin doesn't represent Germany, it is also a shithole. Same with Paris, right? Every capital you go to is never a true representation of the rest of the country, and it's usually over fucking populated, filthy and disgusting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when I went to Spain, one of the biggest things I wanted to see was my grandfather's hometown, which is in Bermeo. He's Basque, so he's in the Basque region. And it's such a small little fishing town. Freaking beautiful, though. And then, I did San Sebastian, which was also a really fun thing. I know it's a city, but it's a different type of city than, like what you're normally dealing with, because it's a lot of like local businesses in there, like street vendors and all that sorts of thing. That was really cool. And then
you're quite a fucking. I take it you're American, yeah.
Yeah, I'm from New York.
You're quite a fucking jet setter, fucking globetrotter, aren't you, man? You've been about.
Well, I figured the time to travel was when you don't have responsibilities. So I saved up my money and I would try to travel as much as possible. I got lucky with France and Italy my first time because my family took me there. But I went to Italy a second time with my fiance and Spain a second time with my fiance just this past year.
Nice,
and
man.
It was nice.
I was in Iceland and I came across an American who was doing this like a round the world trip, and he was from New York, right? He was something to do with like finances or some shit, and he was the biggest asshole I've ever met in my life, right? But it was one of those like it was touring America from America, touring all of like Europe and Iceland and shit by himself, right? He was doing so many stops. He kept trying to make these shitty jokes like, America, we get the dollar store, but when you convert it into Icelandic, it's like 0.3742. So do you have the 0.3742 store? And the guy's just like, yeah. Yeah. Like, you're just an asshole, right? And he kept talking just bullshit, just a waffler. And I was with a woman at the time, and they kept like trying to like be friends, and I kept saying like, "Yo, fuck off, man! Like you're ruining my trip. I'm getting away. Leave me alone." And he's like, "You Brits and your sarcasm." And I'm like, "Did this motherfucker call me British? I'm not being sarcastic. Like fucking leave me alone. I'm gonna kill you." Guy never got the message, man. Fucking worst American to be around, to the point where he threw a snowball. We came out of like lava tubes. It was like a day's excursion, so I was stuck in a super jeep with this motherfucker from 8 o'clock in the morning till like fucking 10 p.m. at night. Yeah, like a full day. And halfway through the day, threw a snowball at me. And I ended up taking a snowball and walking up and just like no distance. I didn't let go of it. I just like slapped my hand straight in his face, flung him down the ground. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. I was like, I'll leave you out here on the fucking ice. And he's pure, huh? And I'm like, yeah, we will bury you today. Don't start your shit. And he's pure, oh, okay. And I'm like, yeah, fuck that guy. Oh, he was the worst American, man. Fuck that shit. I was like, I understand why you're on this trip alone, because no one wanted to no one wanted to go like a day on a holiday, and never mind a fucking month tripping around Europe with this motherfucker. You would murder him, I swear to God. Oh, no offense to Americans, just he was the worst.
And you know what's funny too? Like people in France have a reputation of being like extremely rude in America. When I went there, I didn't find that.
No.
Like some of the wait staff, yes. Like in the restaurant, some of the wait staff were, but like just normal people. Like my aunt was like lost and like looking. This guy turned around from like where he was walking and walked like a block and a half the other way to show us where to go. Like people are assholes. There's assholes everywhere.
You
For the
may
most
not
part,
find
I
that
think.
in Paris, but in the rest of France, I guarantee you'll find that a lot more than fucking the norm. You know what I mean? Most people are nice people, man. Like they give stereotypes and shit, but you find these stereotypes are sometimes like based on fucking bullshit or just prejudices or stereotypes and shit, or they might be true, but it's not the majority. It's a minority. You know what I mean? They're just overinflated. It's the same as like there's a clip of a guy in America, right, sitting there. It's like in the hood somewhere. He's black and he's like, "Yo, call an amber lamp," right? Yeah, it's Ebonics or some shit, right? People sit out there and like, yeah, every person in America who's black speaks like that, and you're like, clearly not, right? Just because one guy speaks like that, yeah, he might say amber lamp, doesn't mean the rest of the people. Just because they might look the same, sound the same, you know what I mean? You get fucking simpletons that believe that bullshit. Oh, fucking. The stereotypes are based on truth. It might not be the majority, but yeah, it might be a fucking minority. Like, not all fucking Christians are crazy, like, mad psychopaths. But KKK members are also Christians. Yeah.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Like, I'm not saying Christians are racist, but racists think they're Christians.
Yeah, it's like it's fucked, man. Not every Muslim is a terrorist, but most terrorists are Muslim. You know what I mean? You're like, what the fuck? It's not that most Muslims are terrorists, though. It's fucked.
In fact, like most Muslims aren't terrorists.
Mate, do you know what I've noticed now, which is weird, right? The Jewish people getting like tight from everyone right now, yeah, regardless of your religion. A lot of people around the world are just like, fuck Israel, fuck the Jews and all shit, and I'm like, holy shit, man, this is like
Hey, turn your camera off.
100 years ago repeating itself all over again, man. You know what I mean?
I think they want you to turn your camera off because you're limiting the amount of people that can come in the room.
How's that
like 25 people, more than 25 people can't come to the room if you have your camera on.
How many if it's off?
I think unlimited. I don't know though.
I didn't
think
know
it's
that.
up to the room person.
I didn't fucking know that. I just put it on so it stops my phone going into lock screen, but yeah.
Is that true?
For me, yeah. If my camera's on, or if someone else's camera's on, or like if there's a stream on, if I have something active on the screen, my phone doesn't go into lock screen. There's probably a setting I can change, to be honest, but fuck knows, man.
Well, it's probably like kind of like playing a video, right? Like you don't want it to go to sleep while you're watching a video.
Yeah.
Right.
It just means that every so often
makes sense.
I'm just going to slide the screen up and down, and you're fine, man. Oh wait, there's a text channel. If that's pure busy, I may not shut. I don't fucking know.
Is there still a server on politics that's called veganism or vegan something?
Fuck knows, man.
Because I was in there earlier. There was it was going down, and I was just like, Jerry.
You think they showered?
Then
what are the chances?
And then it disappeared. The server. I left the server and I looked for it again, and I don't see it anymore.
Oh, I was in one yesterday where it was I think it was some guy who was talking about how he didn't want to talk about veganism, but then went to talk about how he loved taking steroids and supplements and creatine and all this fucking. He was talking about so many milligrams and dosages and all sorts of weird shit. Like he was trying to like heavy promote the use of steroids, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you and shit? But he was sitting on camera and he didn't, like, he looked athletic, you know what I mean? Like, he looked like a guy who probably went to the gym now and again, but he didn't look like fucking the Hulk, you know what I mean? But he was promoting this shit like, oh, this is what you need to do. I'm like, I think most people just look like this guy on an average day without all that extra shit, man. You get fucking mad people on here trying to promote veganism or fucking... Only chicken up your asshole. You gotta reverse eat to reduce the nutrient intake. You're like, yeah, man, fuck that shit. You know what I mean? Just
when I talk about veganism, I like to go to. So you think killing an animal to eat it is morally wrong? Should you stop morally wrong things? And usually they say yes. And I'm like, so should you kill all the animals that eat all the other animals?
Like the moles, the voles, the insects.
Because I mean,
you talk about the fact that they wipe out full pastures to plant their grain and their fucking vegetables.
Oh, how they kill all those animals to do that? Or another thing is so you're driving down the road and you accidentally hit a deer. Is it wrong for you to eat that deer now?
Well, see, since these people love the earth and love like everything as a whole, right? We do realise that plants are one of the main photosynthesizers other than the algae in the ocean. So if these things are taking like carbon dioxide and changing that shit into like good old fucking oxygen for us, Like, why are we going to eat them? You know what I mean? We should let them plant and grow and be eaten by other things like cows and stuff, and we should eat that because the cows are the ones that produce methane, so we should wipe them out and just keep eating them and let the plants grow wild, therefore reducing the carbon dioxide and shit in the air, and then therefore we better. These people are killing our last hope of cleaning this atmosphere by eating too many vegetables, I say.
Well, that's what I was saying, is that I wish that we could come up with another word for eating a mostly plant diet that's not vegan, right? Because it's not just about the diet, it's now this political agenda that, oh, like, look at me, I'm a vegan, you know, I'm better than you because I don't eat meat. I don't support the suffering of animals and all this other nonsense.
Okay.
Right.
We're gonna call it.
So it just muddies the water unnecessarily. Like, why are politics being brought up in people's, decision of what they eat? Like, who cares? It's like trying to tell everybody, hey, stop using fiat currency systems so that the government will ultimately fail because they rely on us. It's like, oh, you're using fiat currency system, brr. Like, it's the same argument, right?
The only thing that I actually did stop eating, because I did think it was kind of fucked up, is I stopped eating veal. Because, like, and it was that South Park episode that did it to me, like, showing how, like, veal, they need to keep these things, like, not moving at all, and then, like, there's still, like, baby, like, I don't know, I was like, alright, I'll stop eating veal. Like, that's a little bit fucked up. I'm not going to stop eating steak, though.
And then you have the polar opposite. You have people who think that we should only eat animal meat and fat only. Like the complete opposite. I don't see it as black and white.
I don't either. I mean, we evolved to eat both plants and animals. That's why our teeth are the way they are. We have canines and we have molars. Molars grind up the vegetables and the canines tear through the meat. Literally how we were designed. Like, well, I don't want to say designed, how we were evolved. It's what our diet consisted of.
I would also like to add to that we have forward-facing eyes because we are predators. Think about that.
But yeah, it's like the way we describe balance is one way is the pH of everything, right? The pH balance. And I don't know if anybody has any fish here, like an aquarium, or plants. Anybody grow any plants or have any fish?
I mean, I have a little home garden in the back.
Do you use pH paper to check the pH level of the soil?
Nah, I'm not that crazy about it. Just have some soil, grow some tomatoes, grow some basil, grow some oregano, grow some. Mostly, I use it to grow those type of spices. I don't grow too much. I don't grow carrots and potatoes and stuff like that. It's usually just those plant spices and tomatoes that I grow.
I see. But every organism has this specific pH level that it thrives in. Whereas if it gets out of that range, they're in trouble. It doesn't take much, especially plants and aquatic life. But like we do have a means to regulate the pH, of what we consume or of our lifestyle. Right? Like the stomach produces sodium bicarbonate, right? And that's alkaline. It's basically produced salt.
Yeah, and there's like people that like check the ponds and lakes or whatever for that thing, and then you'll see them like they had to like throw salt bombs because like when you throw pure sodium into water, it explodes, and they're doing it to get like the alkalinity right.
Right. So that's how I view, like what it means to be healthy, right? By looking at the live blood and the dry blood with the microscope, checking the pH of the urine to make sure that that we don't become too acidic, right? So it's like 80% alkaline to 20% acidic diet. So it's basically complementing our own body's regulation of keeping everything in balance because it's constantly seeking this equilibrium, right? So that's just why I find it fascinating that some think that to be truly healthy is to eat a all meat and fat diet, but like meat is acidic, and then their argument would be, well, our body can regulate that. It's like, yeah, it can, but I see
You're not
that
doing it any favors.
Yeah, right. It stresses our system, right? Right. It's not complementing it. Hopefully that makes sense. One thing was interesting was the supposed new biology, which hasn't really been proven, but like the more I think about it, I'm just like, well, actually that does make sense. It's about how there's fungus, mold, and bacteria that exist everywhere in nature. It's in the air, it's in the water, it's in every organism, including us, every living thing. It's on every surface. Like we can't escape it. It's just part of life, right? And that let's take for instance like a swimming pool as an analogy I like to use. So it's in the water, right? And anybody who has a pool, well, they have to maintain it by checking the pH and make sure that it remains alkaline, right? And the water's clear and then crystal clear. Like, oh, cool. Band some friends up. Let's go swimming. But then let's say we go on vacation for a month and we don't call up the pool guy and be like, hey, can you maintain the pool for me while I'm gone? So we come back a month later, we might find that the water is dark green, full of algae. It's like, ugh, I don't want to swim in there, right? So we have to ask ourselves, like, okay, well, what happened? What happened to the water? It's like probably what happened was the water went acidic. And so the idea is that the fungus and the mold and the bacteria begin to overgrow in an acidic environment. Right? So let's say we throw pole shock in there. So bleach, sodium hypochlorite usually, pH of about 10.4. Dump that in there, stir it around. We'll come back a few minutes later or a couple of days later, and we'll find that the water is crystal clear, just like it was before. So it's like, what is this? Like, is this magic? Did it just make all the algae and everything disappear? But But what's happening is all the bad actors can't thrive in an alkaline environment. Like, it is still there, right? We can't change that, right? We wouldn't want to change it. But they're in just such reduced numbers. So the point I'm making is that by maintaining a alkaline lifestyle, that these bad actors can't overgrow and thrive, which can cause dis-ease, right? The symptom to the root cause of the problem, right? The indirect cause by our decisions of how we live, what we eat, what we think, what we believe, what we feel, the EMF radiation we're exposed to. So as if it's a really simple solution to all of our problems, whether it's cancer, diabetes, allergies, runny nose, whatever, and everything in between. So in other words, just keep everything in balance, right?
Everything in moderation.
Absolutely. As an acidic lifestyle, that's a compounding issue, because when the bad actors overgrow, they excrete acidic waste, and so they thrive in the acidity, so they produce acidic waste, and they thrive even more. So it's like a vicious cycle, right? So by consuming a mostly alkaline diet, it just puts the body back in balance, and it's how you cure anything that you have.
I hear oranges are really good for making your body alkaline.
Oranges, they have vitamin C, but thing is oranges have a lot of sugar. So it's like, I'm not saying like don't eat oranges, but like
Yeah,
everything
don't
in moderation.
shower.
Like
Showering's a sin.
don't like, you probably shouldn't just be gorging on oranges. Like
No soap. I wouldn't use soap.
Well, there was a doctor before, like these pharmaceutical companies and everything, that would prescribe just oranges to patients for like a week, and he would see great results down in Florida.
Interesting.
But Florida oranges, grown right in the local area, I think also will help in the same way, like taking honey from your local area. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
exercise is not good.
there's nothing wrong with exercising. It's just over exercising. Now that can lead to acidity, because that's the reason why, if we like the muscles get all achy, right? It's because when muscles do work, they produce waste, just like everything else. It all the waste products in the body are acidic, right? So it produces lactic acid. So that's why it's best to like keep moving, right? Like, let's say you worked out a lot the day before and you're all sore. Like, the worst thing we can do is just lay around, right? Because it's like our muscles are like a sponge. You just got to keep moving and
Yeah, I would say
work it all
mostly
back
lay
out.
around. Don't exercise at all. Like, that's what I do.
But there was studies
The
done.
developers will always tell you exercise is good for you, and then use soap, right? Yep.
I mean, I don't understand like why people go to the gym. They do all this work, but the only gains that they're getting is to be healthy and to stay fit or for whatever reason. But I mean, like the end goal, like they're not like what are they accomplishing, right? Like why not create or build something or accomplish a goal? Like why expend all that energy just to lift some weights? I don't see that as productive, right? Like build a house, like build something, anything.
Just as good of a workout, and you have a positive result in the end, outside of just health, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like be more productive about it. Like use that effort to, help somebody or, whatever it may be. Change the world for the better. Accomplish a task,
Well, I got a good example for you, Blue Car. You go get yourself a kayak and a fishing pole. Then you got to load that kayak on your truck, take it to the river, drop it in, row, get a back workout in all day, catch a fish, and then you got yourself a good dinner for the night.
There you go. Now we're talking.
That sounds terrible.
Explore the world. Instead of just being in a stupid gym and lifting some dumb weights.
Yeah, just pollute the air, waste money on tires. Yeah, it sounds great, right? On paper. Pollute the water with the gas from you said canoe, actually. But you get where I'm going with this, right? And then you eat the polluted fish, right? That you see. There you go.
Well, I'm sure a fish has like a liver and stuff, right? He can like kill some toxins.
Maybe. Like, I don't eat fish, so I'm not worried about it.
If it smells like fish, finish the dish. If it smells like cologne, leave it alone.
But it's okay. Everybody's doing it, right? It has to be true.
Use a 2-ton jack instead of a 3-ton jack. A little bit of a workout.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay as fat as possible. Like I'm around 370. I think that's a healthy weight.
You'd be like,
I can walk 4 miles at 370 while smoking, right? So it's like I believe I'm probably at the right weight, but I'm not like 100% sure.
something else new biology states is that the body creates fat as a storage medium to store, acidic waste away from the body.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Right? Because I never questioned that before. It's like, why do our bodies produce fat?
So let's say you have low body fat. Where does it store it then?
Well, it's because we're not over acidic.
Who's we? There's more than one of you there. You and someone else in a room. You guys aren't acidic, or
Well, over acidic. There's nothing wrong with acid. It's just when there's too much of it. Right? Like over acidity will that starts making flesh rot, connective tissue and everything. Right? Because that's why we age, is right? We're slowly rotting away from the acidity, right?
so how do we stop the aging process? What should we do?
Build a time machine.
You're
Hydrogen
saying that
therapy.
working
No,
out
realistic.
can build up waste, right? And then if you don't have no fat, the waste can be stored in a worse place, and then that leads to decay. That's what you're saying, right? So why not just not work out, not be acidic, and then live forever?
No, there's nothing wrong with working out. It's just
Yeah, there is. What do you mean?
over exercising
I'm saying
produces
exercising is sin.
excess lactic acid. Right? Like let's say you're gonna run 30 miles in a day, and you like just nonstop, just balls to the wall. Never take a break, just running the whole time. Let's say you've built up that much endurance, and you do that every single day, right? Like we're mechanical beings, electromechanical beings, right? Anything mechanical breaks down. It's just how it is. It is what it is. So there's such thing as working something too hard. Right? Just like the saying, keep everything in moderation. Too much of anything is no bueno. Would you agree?
Hell no. I can't have air in moderation or I'll die. I'm so addicted to air that like I can't go like maybe 10 seconds without it. Like I can't have air in moderation.
You could die from too much air. You have to change the mix when you like dive underwater. The surface air will become toxic at a certain depth.
Why is that?
It's a really long, drawn out lesson and that deals with advanced scuba diving. So I just can't just shit out just a 1-2 word answer. It'd be very complex, and I'm not even sure where
Well,
you're at
thank
as
you.
far as it.
But I'm just saying maybe it's the opposite of what people think is true. Maybe that is the truth.
has to do with the amount of usable volume in your tank and how much gases you're on and off gassing. But that's not even close to like the correct answer. Just gives you an idea which way to look.
So we regulate the amount of air that we have depending on the depth that we're at.
Yeah. Yeah, you first time you go, the first step is called nitrox, and then trimix. And the same thing going back to surface. You got different gases that you have to breathe as you're going back up.
So if I were to guess, like for instance, the reason why the cooling system on a vehicle is typically about 15 psi is it increases the boiling point of water. So it's not 212 anymore. Now it's like, 230 or 235. I don't think it's even that much. Anyway, point is that you'd be going deeper down in the water, so the pressure would increase, right? So what am I trying to say?
Okay, it's Boyle's law. The gas inside will compress from outside pressure. So every breath you're taking in is more and more gas. But your lungs only process so much. So from the very beginning, just diving normal, just normal air, you're breathing in extra amounts of nitrogen. That's how they get the bends, people with decompression sickness. Because then they come up to the surface and their body's no longer under that pressure, and the nitrogen in the air bleeds out of the tissue and into the bloodstream or into muscles. And those air bubbles or nitrogen bubbles cause a lot of pain. So they get bent over and really cannot stand up straight. You're in so much pain, it just drops you to the ground. It can also be fatal because if one of those nitrogen bubbles reaches your brain or your heart.
So it doesn't diffuse properly, in other words.
No, you have to off gas slowly because you on gas too quickly by scuba diving. And the same thing with oxygen. If you on gas oxygen too quickly, it can become toxic. So when people dive with mixes that have more oxygen and less nitrogen in them, they can go deeper, but they can't stay deeper for as long, which is why they have to switch to a trimix at that point. Because even though they're breathing more oxygen, they have less decompression time and more bottom time. The amount of oxygen in their body has increased dramatically. So they have to keep track of how many partial pressure minutes they've breathed oxygen on.
I see. I hear that having too much oxygen can make our retina detach. Pretty sure it's an extreme example, but that's interesting. Is there anybody in there?
Well,
Just not if you can hear me. Is there anyone home?
you can't sing it with TOS strike.
Come on. Get out.
If you sing copyrighted music, we get TOS strike.
That would be hilarious if it was actually that stringent. It almost is getting to that point.
Oh yeah,
Kinda
I saw this
wild.
video of a First Amendment auditor who was like just recording a traffic stop, and the police officer then went back to his car, stopped the investigation he was supposedly doing for public safety, then turned on the speakers for his vehicle. It was blaring Disney music. So they said that way now they can't record audio because if they load up to YouTube, they'll get a copyright strike. Then somehow, like some guy who like is a city councilman or whatever, just happened to be walking his dog. He goes up to the police officer. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you blaring Disney music in the middle of the street like this? What the fuck's wrong with you? The guy's like, step back or I'll tase you. And the guy's like, do you know who I am, right? I'm city council. I'm your boss, okay? I'm literally your boss. What the fuck are you talking about? Stack back or you'll tase me. Turn off the fucking music right now. Do you understand me? Right now. Then the guy said, let me talk to you, and tried to get him to say, this guy's recording. I don't give a fuck if anyone's recording. Turn off the music right now. Right now. 10, 9, right? And then the police officer runs and turns it off, and he's all butthurt, because like he couldn't control people anymore. And so I'm bringing this up in my neck. How long have you been doing this? He went and talked to the First Amendment author. He's like, yeah, every time I record him, he blares Disney music. He's like, holy shit. How come you got, like, the city councilman is like, how come you don't bring this stuff up at council meeting? He goes, because you guys never listen. The police never let us through the door. He's like, holy shit. Like.
That's actually genius. You got to give him that. He's like really thinking outside the box. Holy crap.
Yeah, and really, had it not been for the councilman to walk by, if that would have been any other concerned citizen, they would have been arrested, tased for interfering with the, interfering with the judicial process or whatever they call it now, hindering the legal process. Meanwhile, the person who just got pulled over is like, dude, can I get my ticket now? Can I just get a ticket? I gotta go, all right? Just give me my ticket. Just give me my ticket. I'll send you a check in the mail. Leave me the fuck alone,
Yeah, I was gonna say if there was no lyrics in the music, you could just use these AI plugins to where it only just picks up the audio, the voices. And it throws everything out. Everything else. But that only works if there's no vocals in music. That's another thing that blows my mind. Some of these AI tools, like I've been watching these tutorials on how to use DaVinci Resolve, right? I've been learning that for a little bit. There's this one tool that's like built right in that will bring detail back. Like let's say you make a shot, right? And the subject is, or the whole thing is just blown out. It's all blurry. The subject matter and the background. Well, you can use these tools and it'll just make the detail just reappear, right? Just AI, it just fills in the information. Like, what? How? How does it do that? Like, doesn't make any sense. So it's like this blurry mess. Like, let's say there's like the hair on someone's beard, right? It's all blurry. It's a big blurry mess. You zoom in on it, and then he'll do He'll use the plug-in, move some sliders around, then bam. You see the individual hairs. The detail just comes to life. Like, what? I don't get it. I don't get it. YOLO. YOLO.
No grass on a planet, bro.
No grass.
Yeah, there's no grass on a planet. Look up. Earth is not a planet. That's how they get you.
They call it reality. Whatever we call this that we're living in. Reality. Right? It's not real. Fake.
You don't see any grass. You've never seen the green grass.
Your brain tells you it's real. You can touch it. You can feel it.
You ever seen the dew droplets on the grass? You ever thought about drinking dew? maybe you could wash with the dew, right? Instead of like something else, right? Just think about the possibilities.
I mean, rainwater is essentially distilled water, and then it just picks up all the crap out of the atmosphere, or whatever it lands on.
Yeah.
What do you think about drinking rainwater?
I agree with what you said. It cleanses the air, right? So it's like it's gonna be dirty, you know. I would drink distilled water, but I would want it made indoors, you know, in a controlled environment.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like we should be drinking water from deep down in the ground. Like what do they call those? Like the rivers underground, the not the water table, but help me out here. Aquifers? Is that it?
Right, I'm gonna add one word to what you said. Okay. We should be drinking only water. So like these underground wells, right? You're gonna have earth in that water, right?
Right.
So that's what I'm saying.
Minerals.
That's the problem. You don't want to be drinking dirt. You want pure water.
You think so?
So that's key. And don't wash with something that you wouldn't drink.
I've talked to people who've been drinking purely distilled water. Like they'll run it through a particulate and a carbon filter, and then distill that to limit all the VOCs from transferring over that evaporate before the water does. So it's purely distilled water, right? They've been doing this for years, and they said they had no ill effects from that. Then I'm questioning, like, is it a good idea to not add electrolytes back into the water? Right? Because like water is pretty much the solvent, right? So we'll just add stuff to water to make it a better solvent, right? By like lowering the surface tension or whatever. But like when it comes to distilled water, I look at it as like as it being not really pissed off, but it just has an affinity to seek equilibrium. Like it wants to pull in minerals and you know whatever it comes into contact with to balance back out, because it's in this interesting state. I don't know. I'm just talking out of my ass. I haven't looked into this, but what I have done is drank reverse osmosis water, which is kind of like distilled water, but not. Like it still has trace elements of whatever's in the tap water. Because I'm in a big city, I'm stuck on municipal water, unfortunately.
Have you ever seen what's in the water? Like, because it's clear, like when it's in the glass. But like, have you boiled it off and then like seen what was in it?
The residue that's left over. Yeah.
It looks like It looks like Coke, right?
Right.
It probably, to be honest with you, it probably has some in it.
What, Coke?
Yeah, they found meth in the tap water, and there's a thing called meth shower addiction. So you start showering, you know, maybe you get washed with tap water at age 1 week, right? And then that's when it begins. So when you're 20, you have no clue that there's meth in the water that you were washed with it basically since you were born, and that you're addicted to showering because of the meth in the water. Now you can say it's a conspiracy. Yeah, you can say it's a
Are you
conspiracy,
being
but
serious right
you
now?
can find amounts of meth in the tap water, and it does line up.
You're being serious right now.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Like, just type it in. Like, you can find it.
Well, I mean, that's the problem with municipal water. It's that they're taking the waste from the toilets, the sinks, the showers, everything, and they're filtering that and plumbing it right back into the water mains. So any drugs that people consume, that urinate into the toilet or flush whatever down the toilet, whatever it is, whatever ends up in the plumbing, well, it's fed right back to us.
Yeah, and you breathe in the vapors. Like most people do the hot showers, so you
Yep.
breathe that in.
Right. Absolutely.